morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to our special 12-hour charity stream that we're doing today. 12 hours seems like ever such a long time when you think about it, but hopefully it will go nice and quick with lots of lovely people due to come on the show, including Micky Hazard himself and lots of lovely guests already. We've got a couple in the back room, so yeah. Hopefully it'll go well. But Jimbo, how are you feeling? Ready for this marathon?
Yeah, I was up at 3 o'clock, as you know. Couldn't sleep. I was so hot.
So if Jim falls asleep on stream, we know why.
No, I did. I watched the film, and then I slept for a couple of hours on the sofa. But it was so hot last night, so muggy.
It really was. We've also got the cat in the background. I don't know if everyone can see her. She's over there washing herself. So she's determined to get through the 12 hours as well. But yeah, first of all, before I bring anyone on, I just want to explain a little bit about this charity. Micky Hazard and his sister set this up not that long ago, a couple of years, I think. I should have got all the facts and figures up, shouldn't I? I will get them up. Because someone close to them actually killed themselves aged 23. So what they've done, they bought Aussie RD Liz is now an ambassador for the charity, and they put benches into public parks. Engraved on the benches, someone is always listening, and they also have a plaque with the numbers of the Samaritans and various mental health helplines, so that when people feel in that desperate situation, like they've got nobody, that there's somebody there always at the end of the phone that they can ring and speak to. So it's a really worthwhile charity. Mental health is something both Jim and I feel really strongly about, both having had our own, well, I still battle with mine on a daily basis. Jimbo's had his own issues in the past. So it's something we both feel strongly about, isn't it, Jimbo?
It is, definitely, yeah. And anything we can do to help, we will. Sure.
Yeah, exactly that. Because, like I said, I did pop on Sav's stream. He did a charity stream that finished a half hour ago. He did 24 hours. Like I said on his stream, we all love the NHS and they're wonderful. And I would never say anything bad about them. But at the end of the day, they're highly underfunded. They're overworked. There's not enough people to be able to help all those in need. So smaller charities like this are so important. So please, there's the Just Giving link down there at the bottom of the page. Also, all super chats over this 12 hours will go to charity. And anyone that donates on the Just Giving page or does a £2 super chat or more will go into a draw to win a signed piece of merchandise. So let's have a look who's in the chat before we carry on. We've got Scott Colliver who says, "Hi, Kate and Jim. It's a wonderful thing you're doing in raising money and awareness for this great cause." It's nothing really, is it? Giving up a few hours of your time. It's just something we feel passionate about. And Micky is, as everyone knows, a friend of the show. And anything we can do to help his charity, we will always do. Big up Steve RFC. Thanks for being here. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Oh, it is morning. Bloody hell. Good morning, Drew Lala. Hope you're well, my lovely. Morning to Aaron. Hope you're well. Big up Harmless Potato. Good to see you. Massive thanks to Drew Lala for our first donation, $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Drew. It's so massively appreciated, and you'll go straight into that draw. I'm not going to tell you what you're going to win yet because I'm going to see who wins it, because I've got some merchandise from loads of Tottenham stuff, obviously, but I've got some Liverpool, we've got some Chelsea, we've got some Arsenal, so we've even got some Australian, if you please. So we're waiting to see who wins, but it will be official signed merchandise with a certificate of authenticity. So everyone who donates will go into that draw. But thanks so much, Drula. Big up Dragon, big up Daniel, always bringing the love. Good morning, everyone. When I grew up in the 70s, we were always told men don't cry and men should never show their feelings. So glad there's places where people can open up and talk. Exactly that, barbaric disdain. Yes. Massive thank you to Spurs GCTV, Graham, for his super chat. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. You will go straight into the draw as well. I'm going to have to get a pen and paper and write all these down. Or mind you, it saves all the super chats anyway, so... but thank you so much. It's so appreciated. Literally every little helps. Every time they do a bench, it costs £1,800. So it's not cheap. So anything we can give to help get another bench out there is amazing. Also, good morning to Shemtan. We're good, thank you. Hope you're well. Lovely to see you as always. Aaron says, great stream for a worthwhile cause. I'll be out in and out the chat all day. Thank you very much. Any support, like I say, just being here, helping us get through 12 hours means the world. So thank you very, very much. But the first person's in the back. We got AJ. AJ in the house. Big up, AJ. How you diddling?
Yeah, as Jim was saying, it was very, very hot last night. I haven't slept at all. I'm very tired already, but what the hell? Never mind. And Drula, what Kate hasn't told you is one of the prizes that's up for grabs is a place on my boat. So you might have earned yourself a seat.
A place on your boat?
Yeah, she gets it. She knows.
That sounds rude, if you ask me.
No. It's quite the opposite.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, there you go, Drew Lala. You didn't know that was coming, did you?
William's popping you up a pen and pad.
Ah, what a good boy he is. I'm just going to put the Just Giving link in the so it goes along the bottom as well. Obviously, news broke today that Højbjerg is finally leaving the club. A fee of 20 million euros, which I think is about 16.8 million pounds. Thanks, darling. AJ, you pleased to see the back of him? I know he's been a good servant to the club, but I think we can all agree he doesn't fit the system.
First of all, I just want to say, should have said in my little intro there, just enough respect to you, to Jim, for doing such a worthwhile stream for a worthwhile cause. Not, as you said, the NHS is severely underfunded. The care doesn't go into mental health that should. It's not so much a taboo subject anymore, but it still doesn't get the recognition and the time it deserves. And just knowing that somebody is listening to you, just so you can unburden yourself, get everything off your chest, out your head, just having someone to talk to is absolutely amazing. And I'm sure most of the people in this chat at one point in their life have desperately needed somebody to listen to them. And if we all did that, if we were all there for each other and took a moment to ask how you are, what you're doing, is everything going okay, just to genuinely listen, I think the world would be a much better place. That having been said, yes, I'm happy Højbjerg's gone. Thank you very much, Højbjerg. When we signed him, he was very good for what we needed at that time, and he was good for us. I'm not gonna sit here and say he was terrible. I know certain people like Mia will be very happy that he's gone, but he gave us some good times. You know, he put in some great performances. He was a true leader for a time. Am I happy he's gone? Yes, because he doesn't suit the system, and he needs to carry on. His career needs to carry on. So it's best for both. Yeah,
I agree. This is a very good point by Cockeyed. Can we take a moment to consider Queen Ellie's mental health upon the PEH news? Indeed. We've got YouTube royalty in the house. Dave, the Irish Hotspur, the most handsome YouTuber apart from Jimbo, is on the show. Big up, Dave. How you doing?
No, look, thanks very much for inviting me today. I really appreciate it. Fair play to you two guys, you know, doing stuff for Micky Hazard's charity. You know, mental health is a massive issue around the world. Look, not many people know this, but you know, I have an older sister who's been battling with mental health since she's 13, 14 years of age, and stuff like that, you know. So it's close to my heart. So fair play to you, you know, a good stream and a good cause that you're doing it for. So fair play. Thanks for having me.
Dave. I think most people nowadays either have experienced mental health themselves issues or they know someone that has it. It's literally everywhere. Life's a lot more stressful, I think, than it used to be. But moving on to the football, obviously, I know you've always been quite a big Højbjerg fan, I believe. Are you glad he's gone, or are you a bit gutted?
I wouldn't say a massive Højbjerg fan. I like Højbjerg, don't get me wrong. I think he's got a bit of a raw deal in the Spurs fan base to a large degree. I think, you know, he was brought in to I think many people forget this, he was brought in to be that defensive midfielder behind the likes of Ndombele, Dele Alli, Lo Celso, people like that at the time, because no one wanted to do that defensive work. And that guy was immense for a couple of seasons. And one thing you can never accuse the guy of is, not playing for the badge. That guy gave absolutely everything for the badge. And that's all I ask for players that come to Tottenham Hotspur. And the reason why he stood out to me over the last few years is because some of the current crop of shit that we've had who just didn't care about the badge, weren't putting in performances and stuff like that. That's one thing you can never accuse Højbjerg of. He's always been one of the first into the training ground, last to leave the training ground and stuff like that. So fair play to him, and I wish him the very best of luck. I do think, I agree with AJ, it's time for him to move on. He doesn't suit this system. I know Ange had conversations with him before the January transfer window last year, trying to maybe get Pierre and Højbjerg to maybe commit and stay. Højbjerg didn't want to. He did sort of say, look, I want out. I think he got fed up with the coach around the club and all that shit that was happening. And look, it's time to move on. We're going in a different direction. He can't play the style of football or the speed that we need him to play it at. So it's unfortunate, but I wish him the best of luck and thank you for his service.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Just quickly before I come to you, Jimbo, massive thank you to Shemtan, who has put in a super chat saying, wish there were more help for everyone, need it so much. Completely agree. 100% agree. And Wayne Bonner, who says, good morning, everyone. Hope you're well. Thank you so much. Also, an anonymous donator has just stuck 50 Australian dollars into the pot through Just Giving. So whoever you are, thank you so much. It's so appreciated. Everything's going straight to the charity. So it's massively appreciated. Jimbo, what do you make of Højbjerg buggering off?
I suppose I better give him some praise because I gave Dyer some praise when he went. No, I'm joking. No, Dave's right, and AJ's right. He did do when we needed him. He was there under Conte and Mourinho, but he just doesn't fit this system. I said it on Dave's channel yesterday. He's just not right for Ange. That's why I wanted to see the back of him. It's not because I dislike him. I don't dislike any of our players anyway. But it's just he's just not right for this system. And there was lots of mistakes creeping into his game because of the fast flowing football and the up the pitch so much. So yeah, just see you later and shut the door on the way out.
Oh, that sounded quite harsh, Jimbo.
No, I don't. I just don't
never
like
forgive him.
I don't like him playing under Ange. I'm always nervous when he's on the pitch. So if he's not here, he can't play. So I'm happy.
I think he was magnificent for us at times under Jose and Conte.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't fit the system. I wish him well. He obviously he's a good player because he plays brilliant for his country, but it's just time for him to move on. I think. Dave, I think this is happen.
You know what's going to happen, didn't you? And when Ange gets sacked or he leaves, they're bringing a defensive manager and we're buying back.
Yeah, probably Gareth bloody Southgate. Don't even think it or say it. I mean, Wayne, this must be about... Wayne's put this, it must be something about what you've said, Dave. How good is Gunter? I listened to David's watch-along just for this stream and he sounded the bollocks. Is this you he's referring to?
I don't know. Probably, if it is, I'll take it anyway. Look, I think it is. Wayne was a regular listener in, so big up Wayne. Look, I thought Gunter had a good game. Yes, I don't know what you guys thought. I thought that save he pulled off was brilliant, but that's not the first time I've seen that. I've seen him do that many times for the under-21s last season, especially in the playoff run that they had. He made some crucial saves to keep Spurs in the game or keep them ahead in the game. So, fair play to him. And not only that, how good was it to see a keeper get up nice and quickly, get that ball out and get us on the attack again. And that's something that maybe was one of my biggest bugbears last year at times, that we were too slow in the build-up play. It's almost like we allowed teams to get back and set into their shape before we went to break them down. What I love about Luka Gunter, straight up, bam, out you go. Let's get going while they're all caught up this end of the pitch. Use that space to your advantage. Yeah. So I absolutely love that. And this is a guy that's coming through with a huge reputation. You also have to remember, he had to fill Josh Keely's boots, who was absolutely brilliant for the under-21s last season before he got sent out on loan. Not an easy thing to do, and he just stepped in and took his opportunity, and again took his opportunity yesterday. If he can continue to develop in the right way and can continue with that mentality where he seems to be taking all of his opportunities, I think we've got one hell of a goalkeeper in the hand. And I think the goalkeeping department is exciting in general. You've got Vicario there, and then you've also got Josh Keely and Gunter coming through the ranks. So, maybe that is why Tottenham ain't knee-jerking and going out there and getting another goalkeeper in there.
I'm going to give a full disclosure here. I had a really bad headache yesterday, so at half time I laid down and I slept through the whole of the second half. I didn't even know the score till I woke up. So I'm not going to make any comment on this guy, because I don't think he wasn't on in the first half, was he?
No, he played the whole second half.
So yeah, so it'd be a bit wrong of me to comment, but I know you watched it, AJ. What did you make of the game yesterday?
The game as a whole, or him specifically?
Both of them.
If we start with Gunther specifically, I think he's a very good keeper. Very good. I've seen him for the under-21s. He's a very confident keeper. Very quick. As Dave just said, he looks to get his team on the attack as soon as possible. I rate him very highly, and I would like to see him. I think of our current crop of backup keepers, I think he's the best. This is my personal opinion, and I would like to see him get time given to him, spent on him brought through, and eventually become Vicario's understudy. Because personally, I don't see anybody else fulfilling their ability, reaching their potential, and making an impact. So I think he's a very good keeper. The game on a whole, yeah, it was a much more stern a contest. It was a much harder task than playing Hearts. Both Hearts and Rangers have been further on in their pre-season than we have. They're that little bit sharper, that little bit fitter. They understand each other's play a little bit more. And with regards to Rangers, I do believe they're pretty much getting to their established first 11. They're all getting 60 minutes, getting the minutes in their legs. So the fact that our youngsters come on and didn't look out of place, okay, they didn't have as much of an impact as they did in the previous match, but harder competition, more robust challenges, but they still wanted the ball. They were still looking for the ball. Bergvall, before he got injured, before he went off, and I think it's just a knock, he was popping up everywhere, absolutely everywhere. It was like one of them whack-a-mole games. He was just everywhere. He'd pop up, then disappear, pop up, then disappear. How many times can we say, Maddison doesn't even really do that. Maddison, that's his game. Maddison doesn't do that as much as Bergvall's been doing it.
Yeah.
I think the youngsters yet again gave a very good account of themselves, more so than our seasoned professionals. I think Son again, though he looks way off of it. I don't want to single Son out, because I don't want people to think I've got an issue with him, that I don't like him. That's not the case. But if you are the club captain, if you are a recognised talisman, you need to be held to a higher standard. And I know it's only pre-season, and this is the chance to build chemistry and get your fitness up. But I'm just worried that at the moment, Son and a couple of others look a little bit off of it. But yeah, the youngsters, again, impressed. And every time I see Matey boy, Gray, every time I see Gray, he looks so confident and assured on the ball, so happy to receive the ball when there's pressure on him. And you don't look at him and think, oh, I'm worried he's going to get tackled. He's so strong for such a young lad. And he's built, isn't he? He's a big boy, and he fills you full of confidence. And when you're watching a player that is only playing his second ever 45 minutes at centre half, and he's playing that confidently and that assured, that can only fill you with confidence. So yeah, on the whole, I thought it was a very good performance.
Yeah, I mean, Jimbo, you was raving about the other keeper before Gunter come on, Austin. Yeah,
I said to you that I didn't think we needed Foster, that they should have moved the young one up. because they're never really going to get loads of game time, are they? And working with Vicario would have been good for them. But look, we're blessed, I think, in the keeper area at the minute. I really like Austin. I think he's a good keeper. And Gunter showed me yesterday how good he is. I mean, Dave's right. His distribution to get the game going is unbelievable. He made one mistake in the whole game. He gave the ball away once, threw it out to them in the whole game. And that save he done was just, well, it was phenomenal. So, and that was at 1-1. That was at 1-0. That would have made it 1-1. And what happened after? We went straight up the other end and scored. So he won us the game, really. So yeah. I was impressed. Look, I'm not going to keep banging on about these youngsters. You know what I think of them, Kate. I watched quite a bit of them last season, and I just think we're blessed at the minute. And I think the next few years for us is exciting. I really do.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I obviously watched your show yesterday, Dave, with Jimbo on, and I've heard everyone say we can't get too carried away, and I completely agree. But at the same time, I think it's nice to see some promise. It's nice to have something to get a little bit excited about, especially at my age, and more so at Jim's age. So I've got to give flowers where they're due. You know, they can only beat who's in front of them, and I think so far the youngsters have looked decent. I am excited about Bergvall. I'm not going over the top and saying he's a future Ballon d'Or winner or anything like that, but I do think he looks like he can definitely pull some trees up in the Premier League. I don't know if anyone else agrees.
Look, I really like the look of Bergvall. I think AJ hit the point on the head for me. Last year, I was asking Madison to get on the ball. Like, when we go forward, the guy that sort of plays in that cam role is, for me, the guy that should be in positions to be able to demand the ball, get turned, and dictate what avenue we go down when we're trying to break down the team, whether it's the left, the right, through the middle. That's something I watch Modric do at Tottenham Hotspur in a more advanced position and a deeper position. It's something I've watched Eriksen do at Tottenham Hotspur, and I feel like that's something that I'm still with. I don't think he gets on the ball. You look at Bergvall, there's a reason why we started off so bright yesterday. It's because he wants that ball. He wants to play forward. He wants to get going. It's hard to know whether that's just maybe an initial excitement that he's so excited to make an impact. Is that going to prolong itself over the course of the campaign? But not only that, one thing I loved about the guy is at one point he told Sonny to take a break. I'll do your chasing down for you. You know, I absolutely love that. It's the selflessness of the guy. And even against Hearts, he was absolutely brilliant to watch. Every time he got on that ball, threading it through, linking up with others. We've got one hell of a player on our hands there in terms of Bergvall. Look, we've got many exciting players right now of a young age coming through at Tottenham. I think it's just a shame that they're not a bit older, you know, and a bit further along in their development, because I think it would excite many Spurs fans heading into this season. I think where the maybe skepticism comes around is, how are we going to develop the golden generation that we have coming through and at least be able to push 2, 3, or maybe 4 of them into that senior side so that we can get to grips with our homegrown player. Because where we've gone wrong before is our development. Like, we're all sitting here raving about Will Lancashire, but Troy Parrott and Dane Scarlett came through with similar reputations, scoring similar amount of goals. And look what happened to them, you know. But for me, I think it's clear that we've got some great talent. But also, like, I see a lot of, I understand the questions around the kid, and I actually agree with it to a certain extent. They're only going to bring you so far across the season. When the big games come around, where you need that experience, that know-how, it's where it's ultimately going to unravel and let you down. But, and we do need, you know, more signings, but two things can be true at once. We can still sit here and admit that we've got some great players coming through, great youngsters, and hopefully a couple of them can fill out the periphery of the squad to keep people honest and chasing them down for their spot. But also realize that we need signings. Like, the both halves of both games, Hearts and QPR, where the first 11 have played, we struggle to break them down at a consistent rate, the way the youngsters have. And that's a concern for me. That's not, like, you can sit here and just wash your hands with it and go, oh, look, it's only preseason. And then, you know, when the season comes around, start shouting about it. But it's a hangover from last season. It's not because they're not fit. It's a hangover from last season. You cannot play Timo Werner and Brennan Johnson in the same team, in the same forward line. They're too similar of players. They're not consistent enough. That's why you'll only ever get away with really playing one of them at a time rather than two of them. For me, I don't want to see this forward line persist over the course of preseason. In the defence, I understand what he's doing. We don't. All of our centre-backs are on holidays, right? Grand. But up front, there's no excuse not to be trying different, partnerships and that, and try something different to get this forward line purring. It's obvious we need signings in this forward line, but Ange does have to try something a little bit different till we get them signings in the door.
Yeah, I agree. Massive thank you to Kuva Bear. So good to see you earlier, Coos, back in the fold, because you've been missed massively. Says big up everyone. Oh great, Dave's on. Now I have to feel guilty about barely being on his show this last year. Big up Mr. Harris.
Do you know what? Kuva said that a couple of times to me over the last couple of months, my man. Not sure why you feel guilty whatsoever. You've had to move, your kids have had to move and stuff like that. You have to settle into where you are, my man, and everything else. Do not feel guilty whatsoever. And look, let's have a phone call this week, my man, and let's, whatever it is, so that we don't, you don't have to feel guilty in that anymore. All right, Kuva? Yeah,
Kuva, you're a proper ledge, and glad you're up and about and feeling a bit better than you have been. So, like I say, you have been missed. Big up Paddy Hartnett. It says, morning, you wonderful people. Who's the sexy Irishman, Kate? I won't donate, as I've bought the Tottenham Hotspur 92 retro away shirt for you to auction to raise funds. I will post anywhere. Oh, Paddy, what a lovely thing to do. Thank you very, very, very much indeed. That's so generous. Micky Hazard's also donated some stuff to auction as well. But wow.
Thanks a lot, Paddy.
That's just amazing.
It doesn't surprise me at all with Paddy.
No, it doesn't me. Absolute legend. I actually really want to bid for that. I'm not going to lie.
I'm going to outbid you.
Dave, hopefully these younger players can get some cup games, but they will also do a job when we come up against injuries. Yeah, I think that's right.
It's all about integrating them properly, and I've got confidence in Ange that he'll do that.
Yeah, I would like to see Ashley Phillips given more time. The only thing that has concerned me so far is he's the only recognised centre half. I would personally be giving him 60 minutes and then bedding one of the other two in. Realistically, I don't think Skip is going to play much. I think Skip is only there to make up the numbers to fulfil the homegrown quota. That's my personal opinion. I don't see him progressing in this team. And I think the first opportunity we get to replace him and get him gone, I think that's going to happen. So I don't understand, but who am I? Do you know what I mean? Ange is there to make the decisions. But personally, I don't understand why Phillips isn't starting, maybe playing 60 minutes, establishing himself, building up an understanding with the first team, and then having Gray play beside him for 45, then maybe bring in Skip after that. That's just my personal opinion.
I just have a feeling Ange is saving the centre half to put in with the youngsters to maybe give them a better opportunity to be able to showcase what they can do when you've got that natural centre back there. Because if he was to play Ollie Skip with them youngsters, they wouldn't even get a touch on the ball because he wouldn't be able to progress the ball out from the back. So I have a feeling maybe that's why we're seeing what we're seeing, AJ. Just quickly, though, on to Spurs GCTV as well. Look, this is what I've always sort of argued with. Rather than return to the same old dummies who keep letting us down all the time, when we resort to them for cup games or to be able to fill in. The definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. This is what we keep doing at Tottenham Hotspur. So I've always argued, instead of giving it to them numpties, give it to some young guns who actually want to go out and impress, who will actually 100%. Run their nuts off for 90 minutes. And believe it or not, running your nuts off in 90 minutes in a cup game, when most teams maybe take their eye off the ball a little bit and relax, will 9 times out of 10 get you over the line in the early rounds. That's all it takes is a bit of effort, and that's what we haven't seen.
It's not only that, Dave, but it's also the fact that the young guys are playing with no fear. You watch them, they're wanting the ball, whereas you seasoned professionals are more like, actually, no, do I want it here? Am I going to get clattered? Am I going to get out? Have I got a chance to work anything? The youngsters like, give me the ball, let me go, let me turn, let me get at them. And in some games, that's what you need when things have gone a little bit stale, when both teams are kind of feeling each other out or trying to settle for. You need a player that's going to go, you know what? Here I go. I'm going to drive at you. I'm going to make you make a decision. I'm going to draw you in, pull you out of position, make you commit the foul. You can't play it too safe. And I agree with you. Time and time again over the course of the last 4, 5, 6 years, we've played it safe and gone, okay, let's bring a Lascelles so on. Let's bring a Højbjerg on to shore up the game. And that's almost admitting defeat. You have to be brave. And I get not throwing them in at the deep end, but sometimes you just have to go, you're hungry, you want to win, you want the ball, go and show me what you can do.
Yeah. I do think it's a bit weird that Phillips hasn't been getting, like you say, he's the only fit defender we've got in that position. But I'm sure. Do you know what I said yesterday? I think Ange has used the QPR and Hearts game as kind of a bit experimental. But I think when we go on the Asia tour, I think we'll start seeing more partnerships develop. That's what I hope. I'm just a bit gutted. I'm not going to lie. That we haven't got anyone in sort of our alleged statement signings in before we go to Asia, because we're going to be in exactly the same position again where they haven't had time to gel, and it's just so frustrating. I know, Jimbo, you said Ange will definitely get his men in early this time. I know it, but I don't think it's Ange. I just think it's this club. Their transfer business, the way they do it is so slow. And I know we've had the Euros, but it hasn't stopped other teams from getting work done.
Is that to me?
Yeah, because you're going to say, I know you're going to say, look, you've got to be patient. So it is to you.
Look, I'm not. I want to see him in, Kate, and I was convinced that we would get him in early. Then I did forget about the Euros when I was saying that. But look, I'm not panicking. We get them in, and you get them up to scratch. If they come in a little bit later, maybe they will definitely fly out to the team. So be patient. That's all I'm saying. As I always said, I'm very confident that these players are coming. I'm confident.
What players, darling? Tell me who you think is coming.
The players that he needs. The players.
But who do you see coming in?
It's all right. I thought we'd get Eze in. I'm still not convinced we won't get him. I still think that we could get him. Tony or another good striker. It's hard to say because there's so many rumours around. I mean, every time I don't even read half of them now because it bores me because we're just linked to everyone and his brother. So I've stopped reading most of them. But we've got to trust. I mean, I've got so much faith in Ange. I really have, and I just got faith that he'll bring in the players that he wants. They might not be names that we all wanted, but look at the people he's brought in that we weren't expecting how well they've done. So I'm just putting my faith in him that they're coming, and we'll start the season with a very, very strong squad.
Do you know what it is? Oh, go on.
I was going to say what you're going to say, Dave, about it's not having faith in Ange, it's not having faith in the ball. Is that what you're
100%. Yeah, 100%. Look, for me, I'm with Jim in the fact that eventually we're going to get the signings in. We're not going to go the rest of the summer without bringing anybody in. The board ain't that stupid, to give the fans that sort of, situation to be able to go after them. Somewhere along the line, they're going to get, their signings in the door. However, one thing I think we all missed this summer, and, look, we know Daniel Levy's an accountant. Everything that we do at Tottenham Hotspur is dictated by the wage bill over the course of the year. The reason why we haven't signed anybody is because we haven't shipped anybody out. Now that the likes of Højbjerg, I think young Matthew Craig is after sorting out a move for himself there, another low move and stuff like that. Now we're offloading players off the wage bill. Now you'll start seeing players coming in. The reason why I say that is you look at midfield alone, from Archie Gray and Bergvall all the way through to Madison. It's about 10, 12 midfielders there. We're all screaming out for number 6. Do we really think Daniel Levy is going to go out and bring in a number 6 on 100K a week and add that on top of the wage bill that he's already got allocated for 6-7 positions in that midfield on top? No, it's not. He's going to try and ship off the likes of Lascelles, Højbjerg, and people like that first, before he brings in a midfielder. And it's the same with every single position because we're stockpiled with shite that we keep loading out every single bloody year. As soon as it comes back around the summer, to a degree, it haunts what we're going to do. Last year, we had a decent window under Andrew over the course of it and got loads of players in. But that was always going to slow down until we start clearing off the books now. And that's the process we're undertaking. And my problem is, it's not right for the football team. And this is everyone's biggest problem at times with the football club. Operate in a way that makes sense. You've got Ange Postecoglou who came in here, brought a style of football. Okay, people say he's out of his depth. Well, he can't be too far out of his depth if he finished 5th in the Premier League. So that means there's 15 other managers below him who must be severely out of their depth and treading water in that regard. You know, he brought excitement to fans. Even fans that don't like Levy are sitting there, you know, sort of okay with Ange Postecoglou and want to see where this goes to a degree. You know, they're excited about it. So why aren't we going out there and trying to get our players in the door and then just have a fire sale and get loads of players off the books towards the, you know, over the course of the rest of the transfer window, if that's what we need to do? We're always worried about the finances and the books first. And it's never going to change because Daniel Levy's a trained accountant. They're trained to make, you know, not go against the numbers. They're trained to make sure they're always in the green. So we're never going to get any more players in unless we clear players off the decks. And that's exactly what's happening this summer transfer window. I don't understand why we can't look after ourselves and our own ambitions first. Get the players in, help Ange Postecoglou, let them have them and work with them over the course of a preseason so they're bedded in by the time the season starts, instead of we're kicking off the season and 5 games in, we're still trying to bed in players. And by then, 5 to 10 points are already off of what we could add to our total come the end of the season. And it's the end of the season where it ends up fucking cost you. I'm fed up with it at this point. It's the same every year. You know, just start looking after our own ambitions first. It's all I bloody ask. It's not much.
Dave, I love it when you talk. I believe everything you say, and everything you say is exactly how I feel. It's so frustrating because you're putting Ange on a good idea into nothing. You're already putting him on the back foot.
Setting him up for failure.
Yeah, 100%, because he's losing out on precious game time that he could have with these signings. And we was told, you know, everyone knows we're the FFP kings. Everyone knows we've got plenty of money to spend without sort of getting ourselves in trouble. I don't understand why it takes so bloody long when other teams are doing business. Even teams that have bought players that played in the Euros are getting business done.
I've told you 1,000 times, Kate, and I've said it on your stream 1,000 times. All the time we've got these players sitting in the background taking wages, right? They won't buy. I have said that to you. They need to out them before they buy. That's just the way Tottenham work. And but look, one second, AJ. Let's give a bit of credit where credit's due. They're starting to get rid of them now. They're starting to go out slowly. They're going out. Another one gone this morning. So I'm sure there's a few more going to be going. But Dave's right. We need to look after our football interests and get an early start, you know, at the beginning of the season instead of bedding them into, you know, after you've lost so many points.
Yeah.
But it's the way Tottenham work. You know, I've seen it for years, and he's right. It's not going to change.
Go on, AJ. I know you was going to say something.
My personal opinion is it's not been good enough. And I get this, we have to wait. But why do we have to wait? We're always waiting. What are we waiting for? How long do we have to wait?
The players to go, AJ.
No, yeah, but Jim, we're the only club that does that. Identify your targets, sign them, and then worry about we're the FFP kings. We can outspend what have we done? What have we done? We're the FFP kings. We can outbid that. What have we done? Nothing.
I know, but it's just like
it's honestly not good enough. I get what everyone is saying, and I totally understand that, and I totally get about being patient, but it's not good enough when you've got the likes of Villa that are strengthening, Newcastle are going to be strengthening, Manchester United are strengthening, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester City. You've got West Ham that are moving mad now, making crazy signings. They're going to be a force. We are in a position, and we have been in a position at the end of the season where if we want to maintain the gap and close the gap on the people above us, we need to be moving quickly. We need to be making the signings, getting them in, bedding them down, building the chemistry, getting them in the club and understanding how we play. Not waiting until we get back and we're playing Bayern Munich twice to go, oh, here we go. Here's 2 games for you to try and hit the ground running. It's just not good enough. And how many more years are we going to have to be patient and wait? Like Dave said, it's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. Every year we do the same thing. We do the same thing. We wait and wait and wait and wait. And then when everyone else has stolen a march on us towards the end of the season, when everyone's that whole, there's no breakdown in communication, everyone else is marching towards the finishing line, being where we want to be, competing, and we're like, oh, if only we'd have got our signings in a little bit quicker. Just get the business done. Stop the excuses. So just stop it. Just get the business done. And this isn't an Ange thing. Ange can go, I want this type of player, I want that player. Whether or not that player gets signed has got nothing to do with Ange. It's to do with the board. It's to do with the people that sign the checks and go and negotiate contracts. It's got nothing to do with Ange, whether or not these players arrive. He can say, I want X, Y, and Z. Whether or not they arrive has got nothing to do with him. So the board need to pull their finger out, get their arse in gear, and start making signings. Otherwise, we are going to start the season. Our first 6 matches, we play, on paper, 3 of the top 4, the 3 teams that are competing for the top 4. We play Arsenal, who was it? Newcastle and Manchester. Is it Manchester United? In our first 6 games, I think.
I haven't got the fixtures in front of me.
That worries the hell out of me. You're competing in the first 6 games. You're competing against 3 teams that you are going to be vying for that Champions League spot. And we're waiting until the last couple of games of the preseason to make our signings, to bring in. Eze's not going to get done. If it was going to get done, it would be done already. Tony, they've dropped the price for him. I can see that happening. But still, why is it taking time? He wants to leave. We need a striker. Sign him, get it done. Stop going, oh, actually, they want 50 million up front. Get it done. We're the FFP Kings, right? Sign the player.
AJ, it's nothing to do with us laying down the money for a player. It's all to do with us trying to sell our players for a fee that Daniel Levy wants to recoup for them. That's what's holding up everything. Because, some of these players, if we could let go at a cut price, and that's what we should be doing. If they're no longer valuable to the squad, we're expecting clubs to pay prices as so as these players are in the first 11 every single week when they're not, and that they should be at a cut price deal. And I get all this, that finances are a huge part of football nowadays. I absolutely get it, right? And they have to work within rules and stuff like that, but in order for us to progress so that we don't hinder every manager that walks in the door, at some point we have to say, right, you want to offer 5 million, no problem, take them. We have to take a hit. And I don't see why we can't take a hit. I get it, that about the finances, but at some point you have to be able to take that hit so that you can, in order of, progression. And we're not willing to do that. And that's what really annoys me at times. And that's why we haven't even seen any loan moves happen yet, because, we're going to save it till the very last couple of weeks of the window until we know more or less what the squad looks like and what players we haven't sold that we now need to ship out on loan so that we can get their wages covered instead of us paying it. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I'm sick of it. And it dictates everything we do at the club. It dictates how the manager's going to do over the season, how far we can compete into the season, and the club now need to just have a quick fire sale so that we can get the players in and actually go gung-ho under Ange Postecoglou, but we're not willing to do that, and that's what's always holding us back. If we're the financial fair play kings, then we have scope to be able to take a hit on players. I'm sorry, we do.
Dave, Højbjerg went for just under 17 million.
Yeah, 20 million euros, 16.8 million pounds.
Well, we paid 15.5, so we haven't really took a cut price, have we?
No.
Yeah.
It's.
I was going to ask you, do you think that was a good deal?
Yeah, look, it's a good deal. Look, there's certain players like a Højbjerg, or an Emerson that I think you can hold out for the value on. The value we're pricing on Ollie Skip. If anyone's watching any of the games he played last season or preseason games, who's going to want to sanction 20, 30 million on a guy that can't pass a ball 10 yards? It's absolutely mind-boggling. Brian Hill, they want to get him off the books, but they're going to hold out for 15, 20 million when that value is not there. If you're not going to play the guy, there's no value on him. So you're going to have to take, 5 to 10 million, but we don't want to do that. And that's the annoying thing about it. I get holding out for certain players. Fine. I've no problem with that. You know, players that have a big reputation and that have done stuff for Tottenham Hotspur, you know, to a degree, no problem. Hold out for that price. But the amount of guys we have on the periphery, the amount of shit we have on the periphery that we're holding out for transfer fees for, that we're just never going to get. And what happens is we end up loaning them out, and then we sit there and go, why couldn't we get more incomings in? We couldn't get more incomings in because we're pissing about trying to get this idiot off the books.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything. I don't disagree with anything you've said there. We did have a question. Well, I had a question. Which players do you want to get this summer? For me, we've got to get Ivan Toney in the door. I'll be devastated if we miss out on him now. I'd love to see an Eze, and I'd love to see... I don't know. I'd like to see about 4 or 5, but they're never going to happen. I think we need a number. Oh, I don't know. I mean, Jim, what's your priority this window? I'll throw it out to you guys. What's your priority this window?
A recognised striker is our priority, and an Eze type player, definitely. But I mean, are we happy with the wingers? I mean,
No.
I think no. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there is spots to fill in this team, but for sure. But I mean, Johnson, he's looked good in the 2 pre-season games, so he might come on leaps and bounds. You're smiling, Dave.
Oh no, I'm just smiling at the comments. I'm smiling at Davy Shire. That's all.
Right.
No, I think he's done well in the 2 pre-season games so far. He might have a good season this season. I'm sure on the left side it's going to be Sonny, but yeah, definitely we definitely need a recognised striker, and I mean we could do with 5 players, couldn't we? Really, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean the wingers definitely ain't good enough. But what I will say is maybe Johnson's looked good the 2 pre-season games because he's playing against that level of opposition. I don't mean to be harsh, but I mean, Dave, are you going to jump on Johnson's back like me, or?
Look, I don't think Johnson's played well whatsoever. I don't think he's done anything that eases my concerns heading into the season. He's popped up with a goal against Hearts, you know, and he done all right against QPR. But
he's put some nice crosses in.
He did. He put in a couple of better crosses, which I agree with. And, you know, in fairness, if Werner wasn't so lazy on the other side, you know, and he actually made the run to get across his man, you know, he probably could have helped Johnson actually look a bit better to a degree. Yeah. But my problem is with Werner and Johnson, right? And just hear me out. I know people are going to say, look, Dave, the end goal is getting a goal or assist. I get it. But, like, these guys pop up, you know, 4 yards out from goal and put the ball across the box or tap it in. I mean, I'm not being funny, Jim. I could set up one side of the box, you could set up the other, and we could do that between us, no problem, you know. But it's what they do for the rest of the game. And because they always step up, you know, inside the 4 yard box and put one in or put a ball across the box, it's almost like they escape and get away with the rest of the shit that they've done all game long. The amount of times the ball is breaking down, you know, at their feet, the amount of times they've gone hiding, the amount of overhit or underhit crosses that they've made, it almost seems to be, you know, blown over or forgotten about when they pop up 5 minutes to go with a tap in from 4 yards out. And that's my biggest problem with the guy. And it's, you know, by doing that, it's not going to solve our issue with Johnson. Like, we should be the man in more form, Brendan Johnson. One thing at Tottenham Hotspur in my lifetime, we've always had class wingers and class strikers. It doesn't matter about the rest. We've always had great players that get you out your seats, that make you want to pay to watch them. Is Werner, do I want to pay to watch Werner Johnson? I don't. In fact, I find it a bit of a chore, to be brutally honest, you know, that I have to sit there and watch them. They just don't have the consistency we need, either of them. We've seen that last season. If we go into the season with them as our wingers, first choice again, expect the exact same thing to happen, because all teams are going to do is rinse and repeat, sit everybody behind the ball. Okay, Johnson, Werner, break us down. And they're not going to be able to, because they can't beat players. They can't take them on. They can't cross a ball, and they can barely pass. They're not great passers of the ball either. So it sort of eliminates anything that, or any effect that they can really have on a game. So for me, I want to see a lot more consistency from Brendan Johnson before I even give him any ounce of praise, to be brutally honest with you. I want to see him in a game being able to put 4 or 5 crosses in onto the striker's head, not one out to the corner flag, not one to John up in the higher tier of the south stand. I'm sick of it. You know, I just want them to be able to get the ball in the box and find a man. It's not hard. It really is not hard. And this is why I make the argument. Modern day football is so much worse than the football I grew up watching in terms of individual skill and everything.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you there. Big up, Benny.
Big
nice
up,
to
Benji.
see you. You've awoken from your cake coma.
Yes.
Morning, Ben.
I had well too much cake and beer last night. It was brilliant.
Is there such a thing as too much cake? I'm not sure I agree with
No,
that.
there isn't. No,
No,
there isn't.
I didn't think so.
But
I hope you're well. Big up also to Dragon D's Nuts and Vindaloo, who both donated on the Just Giving page. Thank you very, very much. Ben, we're discussing players we want in or problems with the team. This should last about 12 hours. What are you thinking?
Players we want in. There's, as I said on Sava's stream yesterday, the most important position for Tottenham is a number 9. Because I'm sorry to all the Richie lovers in the chat, most notably Lee Smithy Smith is the guy that's really pushing his neck out for him. Richarlison is nowhere near good enough to play for Tottenham. He's not scored more than 13 goals in a Premier League season, and that's just a fact. Most of Tottenham's main pressure on the goal is in the first 15, 20 minutes of a football match. If we had an Ivan Toney, we would win more games of football. Because he would score 1, 2, 3, gone. If he misses one, he doesn't sulk, he doesn't get angry, he doesn't get frustrated. Chip off the block. All right, on to the next one. He's a proper old school forward. And that's what we need. Someone that's going to get the best out of Sonny as well, because he's used to having that guy next to him that's going to drop deep, hold on to the ball. So he's going to burst into space and take players. And then, because that's the problem. Without that number 9, with Richarlison doesn't scare a centre-back. Mm-hmm. He might annoy them, but all the centre-backs are going to be on Sonny because they know he's the danger man. If you've got an Ivan Toney, he takes 2 players away because then he's going to it's like when Mr. Harris was up front in Ireland, he's going to go up, he's going to back into them. He's going to get into them. He's going to be like, I'm having you, son. I'm going to chuck you over my shoulder. You are not beating me today. Whereas Richarlison, he just annoys people.
Benji, do you think that we should be keeping Richarlison and adding to what we've got? Because, I get it about Richarlison. I'm a big fan of Richarlison. I like his personality. I like the shithousery that he brings. But I'm also not naive to know that he's not going to fire us to a trophy. Yeah. He needs, someone else to come in that's going to hopefully motivate him to bring him to a new level. And plus, look at his fitness record over the last 2 years, right? He's barely available over the course of the season. Yeah. So I'm one that I would argue we should keep him and bring in another striker.
I would personally prefer to sell Richie for £60 million and bring in a Jonathan David and an Ivan Toney, because what Jonathan David brings to you is another thing that Richarlison doesn't have, which is pure pace. Ange Postecoglou's system, because we're so high up the pitch, relies on pace. We need pace to be out because they are going to be playing low blocks. You need to have a player that's going to be able to peel off or take an early run and beat that centre-back so to drag them out of position. And Richarlison just doesn't have any pace. Richarlison was at his best when we had Ivan Perisic in the team, someone that's going to peel off and whip a ball onto a sixpence. And we don't have, again, like you said earlier, Brennan Johnson is not a good crosser of the ball. That's not his game. He's a counter-attacking winger. Whereas with an Ivan Perisic, he can hit a ball on a sixpence, which is what Richarlison desires, because 60% of Richarlison's goals are with his head. So we've got a forward who is brilliant when you cross the ball in, and we haven't got 2 wingers that cross the ball higher. We've got balls that cross from winger to winger. That's what Ange wants. Left winger to right winger to left winger. So it's another reason why Brennan Johnson, although I have criticised him a lot in the last season, he would have 25 goal involvements if it weren't for Sonny, Richarlison, Timo Werner, because they don't score tap-ins. They score goals with their feet and make a bit of space, get it out your feet. We need players that score tap-ins, and Ivan Toney loves tap-ins. He scores loads of goals. So getting an Ivan Toney, you make Brennan Johnson a better player because he's going to get stats-wise, not ability-wise. Like, you can't change him ability-wise unless he works on the training ground, which is what he should be doing anyway. But you make his stats look much better if you score tap-ins. You've got to finish your dinner. And Timo Werner couldn't finish his dinner if it was put in a food processor for 2 hours and it was liquid in a glass. He can't finish his dinner. And
Ben, Werner's watching this. He was going to come on. Now you've upset him. He's just texted me said, "He ain't coming on now."
good. Get out.
He'd probably miss the stream anyway.
For 160 grand a week, Kate, he shouldn't be offended. He shouldn't be, you know what? I'm earning 160 grand a week. I should be finishing my dinner.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, AJ, are you in agreement with Ben about sort of the front line and what's going on?
I don't think at all that Johnson has had a good pre-season. He's put in a couple of good crosses and he managed to get across his man to get a goal. He's hit far too many overhit crosses for him to be in his position and not be able to cross the ball into the box. To regularly bang the ball out of play to the opposite flank is not acceptable for a top-tier Premier League winger. Absolutely not. Werner, I understand us signing Werner last season on loan when we needed somebody to come in who was available. Son's gone, get him in. He's got pace. He understands the Premier League. And he has got a goal/assist in him. And I thought at the time it was a good bit of business getting him in. I don't understand getting him in for this season when you could shop. Well, yeah, okay, if we get him in, we're loaning him in. We're not laying out and however many million it's going to take to get the player in. But you're still paying the wages. You're still taking up a squad place. So the two wingers, I don't think are good enough. Werner has been dreadful. The amount of times he's tried to take his man on and decided, absolutely no, I'm not going to beat him, or lost the ball, or just crossed the ball and hit someone's ankles. He's put in a couple of good crosses, but not good enough, not at the level. Son isn't a striker. Richie is a striker that doesn't get goals. So you need somebody that is going to get you goals. Ivan Toney is that man. If Ivan Toney is playing, unless you do get a £60 million offer from the Saudis for Richarlison, you keep him. You keep him as a backup because he is a good player to bring on in games where you want someone giving a bit of needle to the defence. You want someone annoying them, winding them up, stressing them out, bothering them, like one of them horrible flies you get when it's really hot and they just won't leave you alone. You're trying to eat your food and they're just constantly about your face. He has that about him that I think Toney does too, to an extent, but probably not as much shithousery as Richarlison. And also, if you do that, then you allow people like Lancashire or the Liz to get minutes, pick up minutes here, there, and everywhere without heaping the pressure on them going, right, we've got one recognised striker. When he's not playing, it's down to you. I think that's a hell of a burden to be putting on a young striker. So buy in Toney, keep Richarlison as a backup. Lancashire, I think, is a very good finisher. I would like to see him given minutes and see if he can adapt to the Premier League. But realistically, other than the 9, I think we need a 6. We need a solid ball winning, no nonsense. My job is to sit here and win this ball and give it to someone who can create. If we do that, we cut the goals conceded by a third. Every time we get hit on the counter, they're all at sea, aren't they? It's worrying. Even against Hearts, even against Rangers, we look absolutely all over the place when we get hit on the counter. And if you had one person sat there to put out the passing lanes, to make those interceptions, to one more body in the way, that's gonna severely.
The manager, then, AJ, you've got to question the manager because he's
never
played with that. He's never played with someone that plays that specific role in his career. He doesn't.
Because we don't need a number 6. We don't need a number 6. Look, to a degree, we need it, right? But bringing in a number 6, is that going to change any results really on the scoreboard? No, it's not. Our biggest problem, the reason why we get exposed on the counter is because the amount of possession we dominate and the little we create for it, we leave our positions in the game. So eventually, out of the one of a couple of counter attacks, they're going to catch us, and that's why they're getting, that's why they're getting points out of the game, because we leave them in the game because we do not create enough. Look, I worry about us sitting here going, Richie doesn't score goals. It's not true. He scored 13 goals last season, and I'd argue if he had two wingers either side of him that could cross a ball, he'd probably score more goals.
And he missed a lot of games, Dave. He missed a lot of games as well.
No, that's my concern with him. But my concern isn't that he doesn't score goals, because he scored 13 last season. My concern is how available he's going to be over the course of a whole season. And, we can sit here and say if we had a better striker, it'd make Johnson better. But I'd argue if we had better wingers, Richarlison would probably score more goals. We can sit here and say the system relies on low crosses. That's not entirely true. We do put crosses into box. We rely on low crosses because Johnson and Werner can't lift the ball off the ground to try and find Richarlison in the box. If we had better crosses in the ball, the system wouldn't be so heavily reliant on low crosses. And with the way teams sat low block against us for the majority of last season, they're cutting out the low crosses and the spacing behind. So you have to have something different, which means you have to have a guy that can put the ball into the box and cross the ball, because the space isn't always going to be there to get to the byline and pump it across low. We have to have different answers to it. So I'm concerned to sit here and say that Richarlison doesn't score goals. He does. We just don't have better wingers, and he needs more help. We need two strikers at Tottenham, not one.
Dave, do you not agree?
Remember the days, Dave, when we had 4 strikers?
Yeah.
Do you not agree that Richarlison doesn't score enough goals?
100%. I've been saying this myself. I tried to warn people when they wanted to sell Harry Kane. So no one needs to tell me about the striker position. I was one of the only ones that sat on my YouTube channel and argued against selling Harry Kane for 100 million because of how it's going to affect you off the back end. And I didn't believe Tottenham were going to replace him adequately. Here we are a year later, still talking about a striker. Like Ben mentioned, I grew up in an era where I had 4 strikers to pick from. 2 came out, 2 went in, equal quality. We're sitting here with 1 striker for how long? For the last, even when we had Harry Kane, how long we sitting here with 1 striker? You need more than Richarlison. Richarlison's not going to carry you to a Premier League title. He's not going to carry you to a cup. But what he will do is he'll help you along the way and fill in for that other striker when you want to rest him, when you want to, if he's out injured. That's why.
Which is exactly why I'd keep him as backup.
Yeah. And I'm not saying keep him forever. I'm saying keep him for 1 more season. Bring in another striker. Keep him for 1 more season. And if he hasn't done anything better than what he's done last season, get him out the door next and then get another guy in. Because I'll be brutally honest, I'd love to sit here and say, get rid of him and get 2 strikers in. But it's not going to happen. We ain't signing 2 strikers in this window.
Do you know what I want to know? I want to know why Kate's not wearing a Richie top.
Because I'm going to burn it. I never
I tell you what I do. If you wear the Richie top for an hour, I'll put 50 quid in to get a Just Giving.
Bloody hell, I'll sweat my tits off, but hang on, let me go and get it. I'll wear it.
Big up, Robbie. This is for Lee Smithy Smith.
Big up to Robbie and also to Nick for coming on. Robbie, I'll come to you first. We're talking about strikers and Tottenham's desperate need for a striker. What's your thoughts on it? And what's your thoughts on Richie?
Look, I think Richarlison in the season, firstly, afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's all good. But I think with Richie, it's in the season just gone, he had his best season. I think he's had years. Had some good ones at Everton, but in my opinion, at Spurs with the pressure on him, he did well, right? He struggled with injury problems as well. But I think if you want to be competing with your Arsenal, your Manchester Cities, I think you need a better level of quality up top, in my opinion. And I've said since the beginning of the summer, if we're serious about competing with the top sides this season, which Ange said that he wants to do last season by saying that next season we can go for the league, I think we should be looking for some of the top strikers out there available. And I think Richarlison is a player who, don't get me wrong, like Hojbjerg, he's not been a bad servant or anything. He has played for the shirt when he's been on the pitch. But I think if we want to be competing with the top sides, we need better quality. So Richarlison, I don't hate the guy. I don't want him out straight away. I think if we do keep him, I'm not going to be that frustrated. But I think there's better out there. But it's good to see everyone this afternoon on the panel. Hope everyone's doing a bit cooler in the UK. Last few days I've been sweating my bollocks off. It's been far too hot here. So thank God the weather's calmed down a little bit. But I hope everyone's all good.
Now, Jimbo, I've got it on. Bloody shirt. You're muted, darling.
You got to keep it on an hour.
God, the shame of it. I'd just like to explain, anyone who don't know the story, this shirt was bought for Jim for his birthday, but it don't fit. So I've been lumbered with a shirt of Richarlison on the back, which is something I'd never wear ever.
Why doesn't it fit, Kate?
Because he's got his big fat belly, Nick.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'd get that in there, Kate, because he's trying to mug you off.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, well, he's meant to be on a diet, but I don't know what's going on. I think it's seafood.
If you wanted me to bring you a drink up.
Oh, all right. Well, I've still got half a water at the minute. Thank you.
I was going to do you a cup of tea.
No, thank you. It's too hot. Right. Nicholas, what do you think? Sorry, Robbie, I did miss a lot of what you were saying. I was trying to listen, but Jim made me go and get changed, so it's his fault.
The Richarlison top's more important.
Yeah.
If you're ever running out of toilet paper,
yeah, that's what I said. What's your thoughts on us needing a striker, Nick, and Richie's place in the team? Excuse me.
Well, we spoke about it the other day. We just need Ivan Toney. So it's simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Man United look like they're getting Danny Olmo. So more clubs doing business, and we're just doing what we've always done. Great that we've got rid of Højbjerg. Finally, that's another. We've probably saved £1 million a week on wages in the last couple of weeks. So I just don't. Nothing surprises me. I just think that, unfortunately, what we need and what we're going to get. I mean, for me, and yesterday said he's happy with the squad that he's got, which is ridiculous. So for me, that's another. This is just pointing all the way to Christmas and us having a new manager. So
I've been saying it, Nick. I've been saying it. Pochettino's going to be the manager by Christmas.
I don't think it'll be hot. I must admit, it'd probably be freaking Southgate.
We may as well be the manager. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I was just really shocked. Yeah, look, we need a striker. We're going to wait till the last minute, thinking that because Brentford want to sell him, and we'll try and do something on the cheap as usual. Whereas if they want 40 million for him, just go and pay 40 million for him and get him on the plane to go to Korea and Japan tomorrow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of people saying that West Ham are going to get Tony. There's a lot of people saying that Man United are going to get Tony. If we miss out on him, I will be gutted because, of course, he's homegrown as well. So, but
yeah, we're in a massive mess with that. By the way, the European homegrown, we're in a mess.
Yeah.
I don't know what other English players we've been linked to. Obviously, Eze, but we was briefly linked to Carl Walker-Peters. Whether anything will come of that, I don't know. Big up.
We sold Carl Walker-Peters to Southampton to get Højbjerg. We're going to sell Højbjerg so we can get Carl Walker-Peters back.
Stop it, Nicholas. That does sound Spursy, though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
£12 million
surprised.
for Højbjerg is not a lot of money. We're going to get less than that for Emerson Royale. That's not.
The king is staying. Don't you come with this hate and this fire, Ben, because I will go at you. Charity stream or not. I saw it in your message in the chat earlier.
Isn't it? Here we go.
So hang on a minute. Yeah, let's just stop this now. The king is still here. We'll leave it at that.
Why not? He's earning 40 grand a week, and it's 40 grand a week too much.
Bloody right, I agree. Please God, Emerson is out the door.
Where's AJ? AJ, you must be here. He said he's coming back. Come on, AJ, let's get him. Let's get him.
Kate, you're gonna have to put heated debate in the stream title soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Stream goes wrong.
The thing is, I do hear that what people say about Emerson. He is great to have around the dressing room. I get it. He's a good guy, but he's just not very good at football. I mean,
we need to keep on the go at all costs. Keep him, build a statue, name the stadium after him, praise him, appreciate him for the absolutely wonderful human being he is.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I mean, he came on the other day against Hearts. I think the first touch of the ball, he gave a goal away. I mean, that says it all. He's just
well. I'm not having this. I've watched it back again. The goalkeeper poor pass. He tries to clear it. He didn't pass it to him. It was intercepted, and then the two players just let him walk through, and score. So what were the two defenders doing? This is ridiculous. This Emerson Agendason is ridiculous.
I love your enthusiasm and your loyalty to him, Nick. It's most.
I'm shameless. I'm sorry, but I'm shameless.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, apart from Ivan Toney, Dave, is there? If you could sign, apart from Ivan Toney, if you could sign two players realistically that are available, have you got two in mind that you'd love?
I think Eze is a game changer. I think he gives us exactly what we miss. Someone that could get on the ball, drive at players, take them on, take players out of the game, create space for others. I think definitely him for me. And look, if I'd love Ivan Toney, if not Ivan Toney, I would like to see us go for Vlahovic, but that's not going to happen. So I'd probably take a gamble on someone like a Gyökeres. To be honest, up good numbers at Coventry, good numbers up in Portugal, and he's just looking for that next move up the pyramid, and who knows, he might even get more out of Kulu.
Yeah. Oh God, do you know what? Kulu's been linked.
He's a very good player.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
he's a good footballer.
I mean, there's a lot of talk that Arsenal are gonna sign him, but I mean, Bennett, who's your two that you'd pick?
My two that I would like is Federico Chiesa and Ivan Toney. I'd love to have a Federico Chiesa. I love Eze as a player, but I think Chiesa offers more than him as a versatility style player. I think he can play on the right, he can play on the left, he can play in the middle. I think he offers more now than Eze, but I think Eze might have a higher ceiling than Chiesa. But at the end of the day, we should be buying both in because we have a lack of creativity in our front line. So we need an Eze and a Chiesa. We need both of them. We need Eze to be playing off the left. We need Sonny to be playing in a roaming role where he can use his pace more. We need a backup for James Maddison. The problem is if Chiesa comes in, Maddison is the backup for Chiesa because Chiesa is a much better footballer than Maddison is. I don't care what anyone says.
Ben, we need a backup for Emerson Royale as well because Pedro Porro is shocking.
Spence.
Shut up, mate. Emerson Royale is the backup to Jed Spence now, mate. So
no, none of these 45 minutes of a half. We had this conversation the other day. 45 minutes of playing good football, and everyone is like, "Oh, he's the next right back." Jed Spence is washed, done, finished. He will stay because of the quote, the homegrown quota. That's the only reason he stays.
If he's washed, Emerson Royale is still in the washing machine. He's still going on. He's not finished.
I'm not listening, Ben. Yeah. I'm not listening. Me and you're going to fall out. I'm not listening. I'm just going to go on Emerson Royale's Instagram just to cheer myself up after that.
He's probably rapping or something on there.
Let's see what he's obviously he's on my favourites. But
obviously,
I've got to get mine.
He might be doing a dance like before the Arsenal game the other year.
Yeah.
Oh look, Emerson. Hang on a minute. Emerson played and we kept a clean sheet as well yesterday. No one's mentioning that, are they? No one's mentioning that. Shameless, all of you.
You're shameless. Do you know what? It's absolutely hilarious. I never thought I'd meet anyone that's more prepared to defend a player than Ellie, but I think you might have just taken that accolade, Nicholas.
Wow.
Just before I come to you, Robbie, Dave, Irish Hotspur has to go. Thank you so much, Dave, for coming on.
Cheers,
I know you said you might be able to come on later, but thank you for coming on. It's massively appreciated.
Look, you're lucky. You got longer out of me than what I thought I'd be able to give you. It's just, unfortunately, I already had plans today. I have to head off with the sister and help her out with a few things.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I really appreciate you coming on, Dave.
Well, I just want to say to everybody out there, lastly, look, mental health is a huge issue. It's great to see people out there, doing these charity streams for resources that are very underfunded nowadays. Like I said, my older sister's been battling with it since 13 years of age, and another thing that doesn't get spoken about enough is the impact it can have on close family members and that as well. So, keep getting your donations in for the charity. Micky Hazard's doing great work. Pleasure to see you all. Hopefully I'll see you back here later on. And guys, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, Dave. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Yeah, exactly, Ren. It's real. Don't you worry. I'm big enough and ugly enough to fight all of them. I don't care.
He's a Muppet. So you can see it. There's a picture of him. He's a Muppet. He's a Muppet. Look at him. Muppet.
He did a lot better yesterday than he did against Hearts, and he played a lot of the game yesterday injured, and he still did well. He did all right.
Yeah.
Emerson.
Where's all the Pedro Porro lovers now, eh? In the bin. Couldn't cross the ball, can't defend. Get in the bin. That's why he didn't get picked for Spain. That's why he didn't go to the Euros, because he isn't good enough.
What's wrong with Emerson?
He got tackled and he was limping through a lot of the game, but he still got.
He showed his spirit, Jim, and he fought on and he gave his blood, sweat, and tears for this team, and that's why he needs to stay. And if he stays this transfer window, I'm coming for all of you. Especially
he won't stay. He won't stay.
Top right hand corner, that one, the Kaufman. Yeah,
it's okay, Nick. I'll make you a coffee.
AJ's got a face. AJ's got a face. AJ's got a face. Breaking news. Breaking news. Welcome back, AJ. Robbie, I'm going to come to you next. If you could pick 2 players to sign, who's it going to be?
It's boring choices, but I think Tony and Eze, I think both of them will work brilliantly under Ange. I think Eze's such a good player when you watch him. We need that clinical striker. I think Tony's exactly that. And I see people going, he's, arrogant, what for wanting to win. You see all his interviews, he's saying, I want to win trophies. I'm not going to do that at Brentford. I don't think that's arrogant. I think that's realistic. But then again, if you come into Spurs at the same time and you're talking about trophies, it doesn't really work well. But I think Ivan Toney would be first choice for me. I think you could get him for 70 to 80 million, maybe less than that. I mean, if you want the top players, so those are the sort of prices you've got to pay now. And Eze for me is just such a good winger. He's exactly what we need. Can bang in brilliant goals, skillful, technical. I think those 2 players are good. I wouldn't mind Solanke. Genuinely, I know it's sort of a few people don't like the idea of the signing. I thought, to put up those numbers for Bournemouth in the team that was sort of mid-table last season, if he's getting better service at Tottenham, which he would do, I think he would do good numbers in all fairness. But Tony and Eze, for me, I think both of them would be really solid.
Yeah, I hear. I'm trying to think who I've gone to because the orders all changed. Nick, did I go to you?
Yeah, you went to me. Just give
AJ, you still here?
Us a new contract.
I'm still here.
Who would you pick if you could pick 2 to sign?
Tony definitely. We need a striker, and he is a top quality striker. Eze he knows the Premier League. He can play in the Premier League. He regularly performs. I just don't see the deal getting done. I think if the deal was going to be done, it would have been done already. Chiesa, I get Ben's shout for Chiesa, but he's just come back from a really, really serious injury. And as with Bentancur, but Ben, I said earlier that I don't understand Werner being here. I'm not advocating Werner being here at all. But my point is that are you going to be the same player? Are you going to still put in those performances after coming back from such a serious injury? If he's still going to play at his potential, his full ability, then absolutely, yeah, Chiesa's a great shout. But it's a gamble, is it? But then signing Tony's a gamble. Any player's a gamble. But yeah, okay, Tony definitely. Eze, I don't think will get done. And if Chiesa's an option, a genuine option, I'd sign him. And he's relatively cheap. He's relatively cheap, isn't he, Chiesa?
20 million.
So there you go.
Whereas, what's it called? Crystal Palace wants 70 million, and 50 million of that is up front. If Levy's never paying 50 million up front, that's just at the end of it. It's the end of it. Crystal Palace don't need to sell now because they've already sold Elise to Bayern Munich. It's not happening. It's not happening.
No, I do tend to agree with you there, Ben. I'd still like Zubimendi, but I know he's. I think he's linked quite strongly to Man United now, which is
not after they sign Ugarte. Once they sign Ugarte, that's their number 6.
United are having a blind of a window. To be fair,
they really are.
Scotland to have as good as a window as they are.
They really are. That's even more concerning.
Ten Hag has lit a fire under our asses.
Yeah.
Saying if I leave, I'm going to win a trophy somewhere else because I've had the worst Man United team with ridiculous amounts of injuries and I've still won you a trophy.
Yeah.
Back me.
Yeah. Exactly that. Jimbo, did I ask you who you wanted?
No.
Who do you want if you could have a couple of players? Or not?
I think strikers. Either Tony or Pedro Neto.
Yeah.
He's going to go to Arsenal. We don't want Neto.
Neto is going to the fitness table, not to the football club. He's going to the fitness table.
Yeah.
It's hard because there's not many out there, is there, really, that are up for sale, the top strikers. So I suppose it's got to be Tony. And I'm gonna go with Robbie. I'd say Eze as well. Even though you don't think it's not going to happen, I think it could still happen.
I think the only reason we'd go for a Zubi just to butter up Kate is if we sell Basuma as well. And Basuma yesterday, apart from his goal, which was a really well taken goal, he was poor yesterday. He was bullied by a QPR team. He's not going to be up to a Premier League standard team if he's getting bullied by QPR in a friendly. He's not good enough.
No.
I would sell probably all of our midfield, except for maybe Pape Sarr, because I'm the leader of the Pape Sarr fan club. That's why we got the Senegalese bucket hat that's coming on. So, yes, the Senegalese bucket hat is back. I would sell probably the majority of our midfield, except for Maddison and except for Sarr. I would probably sell them all. If we got good offers for all of them, we could get rid of them.
Sarr started well yesterday. Sarr started really well, but after 15 to 20 minutes, he absolutely just vanished into nothingness.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, you'd sell Bentancur, Ben.
If we got good money for him, I'd get. He's had too many. If you've seen pictures of his knees have had it. I've got Osgood sclatus, which is like big inflamed bumps on your knee. It's really painful if you don't look after it. His bumps on his knees are bigger than bumps on my knees after all the surgeries he's had. He's not going to be the player he was. He's still a very capable footballer, but I think we can get better. Unfortunately. And I love the guy, but it's time for him to go, I think. And he doesn't, again, if we're going to play an Ange Postecoglou style football system, I don't think he's going to suit it.
The thing is, as well, with Bentancur, getting a lot of bad press lately. He's doing a lot of stupid shit, like the bottle throwing, like the talking about Sonny in a racist way, whether he intended it to be racist or not. It's all bad PR for the club. So there's so much work to be done at Spurs. I'm a little bit concerned of how long it's going to take and whether this guy is going to be backed so that he gets an opportunity to do it. Because already, I know this is a charity stream, so it's not going to be this heavy all the way through. But already, start of this transfer window to me has been a bit of a disaster. I know there's still quite a long time left, but we're going on a pre-season tour without any of our new signings, and that's not good enough. Just not good enough.
It's what we said. It was the one thing we needed. We needed players in and players in early. Is what the manager said. The manager is already being undermined. You can see that he's not telling the truth. Whether it's down to him, whether it's not down to him, whether he's in charge of signings. But again, he said personally, all signings come through me. He said it. He said it personally. So if we haven't got any signings, some of the blame has to be down to him as well. Instead of being on ITV during the Euros, he should have been in his office signing footballers. Because it's not like there were plenty of footballers that are good enough to play for Tottenham, not at that Euros. He could have been signing players. They could have been doing it. So it's another damning indictment for the football club. And
the Euros being used as an excuse bothers me because Spain won, and Morata and what's his name, whoever the defender is, they both got signed the very next day after the final. So why and other teams have signed other players. It's just Tottenham loved using excuses as to we couldn't do this because we were going to, but just get your business done. If you're a business, that Daniel Levy loves to promote Tottenham as a business, right? Business first, football club second. So get your business done. Simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. And other teams that are making signings, shouldn't that be even more the reason for us to go out there and spend money and get one over them heading into next
100%.
season? I've seen so many Spurs fans saying, "Oh, other teams aren't doing business." It's like that's exactly why we should be doing business. They're all worried about FFP and all of that.
Arsenal didn't do any business, Robbie, but they've signed their player now. They've signed their number one target. They've got their number one target in. Anyone else is a bonus. Manchester City don't need to sign nobody because they're that good a football team. They don't need to sign players. Any player they do sign is a bit of a sprinkle on the top because they've got this. Because I think they brought that player back from Girona, didn't they? The player I can't remember his name, but he's going to be playing for Man City now. They don't really need to sign players. We do need to sign players. We do need. We could have signed the Max Kilman. We could have signed the Max Kilman over West Ham. We could have done with another centre back. We could have signed another left back because Udogie's not going to start the season. He's still injured. He's had a really bad injury. We could have signed another left back.
I rate Kilman. I think Kilman's a very good defender.
So do I.
Starting our season with Ben Davis at left back or Reguilon if he's not out the door.
Yeah.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough.
Yeah. Vindaloo, are you referring to Calafiori? Who are you referring to? Or Eze? Please explain. Daniela asked you, Nick, how are you feeling about all the transfer stuff around Emerson?
Well, I fully back Daniel Levy for not trying to sell him on the cheap. So in this instance, Daniel Levy is an absolute genius. Why should we accept anything less than 100 million for one of the best right backs in the world? Do you know what I mean, mate?
Even you couldn't say that with a straight face, Nick.
You're going to see Nicholas outside the stadium barricading the doors so that Emerson can't leave.
Oh dear!
My honest answer to that question, I just gave it. No, seriously, how am I feeling? I feel devastated. But I think eventually he needs to leave. However, I don't think he's the biggest problem yet. I think it's still another couple of windows down the line. But for me, if we could merge Pedro Porro and Emerson Royale, we would have an amazing right wing back or right back that can attack and can defend. At the moment, we've got half and half. And we haven't got any backup. I'm not buying into this Jed Spence nonsense. I don't want to see a Carl Walker-Peters. We've got an Archie Gray. I mean, Archie Gray, to be fair, looks like, he doesn't even look like 18 or however old he is. The way that he was defending or the way that he was shielding balls and the way that he was doing it, he made most of our defence look ridiculous the last couple of games. So
he also is a big boy, isn't he? 6'2". I didn't realise how tall he was. He's a tall lad.
And I think that's the difference, Ben. I think with him, with Archie Gray and Bergvall, where we have, if you look at a Donnelly, what do you call it? Who am I thinking of as well? I don't know. I can't think. If we're looking at Scarlett, a Donnelly, they're built. They're built in the right way. They don't need to do anything in terms of putting on weight. And
Scarlett still looks like a boy, doesn't he? Scarlett
for me, that header that he should have scored against Hearts tells you everything you know that Dane Scarlett will not make it at Tottenham Hotspur.
He's not good enough. He's not good enough.
Bergvall, Phillips, and Archie Gray look tall. They look like men, even though they're young. Even though Archie Gray does have a bit of a baby face, he's built like a man, whereas Donnelly looks like a bit of a kid. Mikey Moore even looks like a bit of a man because he was shoving players off the ball at 16. That's
Dane Scarlett is the modern day equivalent of Troy Parrott. He's not going to make it in this league. He'll do
I think he could be a
Okay,
very
well,
decent player in the Championship and in League One, but not at the top level.
I think it's very
I think that's
telling
his
that he's been given. I think it's very telling that he's been given such few minutes in the first 2 games. He's almost been like an afterthought. He's picked up some minutes here, some minutes there. I don't think Dane Scarlett's going to be at the club much longer.
No. Jimbo, do you agree with this? I know I don't rate Scarlett at all. I think he's had chances, and I don't see a player good enough for the Premier League in there. I agree with you, Ben. I think he could do a job in the Championship, but for me, not the Premier League.
He's not for me. There's nothing. I don't see nothing about him. I think that he'll break into this team. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, Robbie, are you the same?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a shame because like 4 or 5 years ago, he was being banged on about Mike Madge, when he was starting a few games in the Europa League under Jose. He was only 16, 17. And then over the last 4 years, loan spells, he hasn't really impressed. When he has got, small amounts of game time at Spurs, he hasn't done enough. I think it's one of those where there was a lot of hype about him. And for me, like Ben says, I think he's probably Championship level at best. I don't think he's going to make it in the Premier League, definitely not top. And it's a shame. But I think we've got some really, really good young talent. I can't see Mikey Moore having the same story. I think that kid's going to turn out to be. I say that kid. I'm only 1 year older than him, but I think he's going to turn out to be brilliant. Mikey Moore, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. We got donated some amazing. Well, we got donated some free stuff, but we've also got some pictures that we are going to auction at some point. This one, Billy Smith from back in the day. I can't say I remember him. I think he's our 3rd greatest goal scorer.
You mean Bobby
I
Smith?
Say again, Ben?
You mean Bobby Smith, not Billy Smith?
Did I say Billy?
You said Billy.
Bobby Smith. Sorry.
Mad for you.
Well done for noticing. Oh my goodness! And look who we've got in the background. We've got the legend himself, Mr. Micky Hazard here. Oh, hail Micky. How are you, Micky?
All right, Micky.
You got Micky?
Oh, we can't hear you at the minute. He's got his. Yeah, we did have a problem last time. It's normally better if you do it on your phone, Micky.
No way.
It is. It's normally better on your phone than your iPad. From the last couple of times you've been on. No, not really.
Did I go and get my?
Yeah, try it on your phone and see if it's any better. Thanks, Micky. I'm going to send Micky Hazard.
I love that. I love that. Kate bossing Micky Hazard. Micky,
How dare you? How dare you?
This is my stream. I'm big time. How dare you? Like, outrageous, Kate.
Outrageous.
You're the problem, Kate.
Wayne Rooney.
Is that Ben Rooney? Yeah.
That's Ben Rooney, ex-Man United player. Then we've got James Hargreaves.
Yeah, James Hargreaves. Yeah, cool.
And we've got Jack Wheelchair.
Nikolai Wheelchair.
I can't believe
Shot
you
that one in the bin,
Kate. I can't believe you even touching that.
Michael Richards. I got that one right.
Michael
Richards.
Richards, yeah. Karen Anderton.
Yeah, Karen.
I love that shirt, by the way. That's probably my favourite shirt.
Yeah. They're the ones that I've got to hand. We've also got David Seaman lifting the Premier League trophy as well.
Oh, brilliant, Kate.
What is it with these Arsenal players?
Vindaloo, Angus, where are you, mate? Come on, guys, we've got some stuff for you.
This is supposed to be a Tottenham fan channel, and you're showing Arsenal players.
Got Jack Wilshere, David Seaman.
We got Thierry Henry lifting the Premier League. Tony Adams lifting the Premier League. Don't worry, guys. We got nothing from Spurs winning the league. We have to go back a little bit far to do that. Unbelievable.
Hey,
yeah.
I can't get onto the Just Giving page. Is it me or is it?
Yeah, I'll send you the link, Jimbo. We've also got these.
Oh, hey.
Very nice.
Glenn Oddall there. Ledders.
Oh, Ledders, yeah.
Paddy, that's brilliant. Exactly. Change the name of the channel.
Michael Dawson, there we go. We've got there as well. So we've got loads of stuff. If anyone is interested, please let me know. Or if you put a bid, a donation on Just Giving, you go into a draw to win something. Or you can put a bid in the chat, whatever you want to do, however you want to do it.
This is my signed Ajax top for when they won the league, just to get rid of this Arsenal nonsense. There is a proper red and white team. That's a proper red and white jersey, Angus. That's a proper team.
And Nick's got his Emerson Royale signed shirt there as well. So look at that. Here we go. Here's Mickey. I got told off for bossing you about. I hope I didn't come across as bossing you about.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you,
wow,
Mickey.
that's strange how it works better.
I didn't mean to
Good
boss you
morning,
about.
everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's afternoon, actually.
Yeah. How are you doing? Are you back in at home now?
Yes, I had a wonderful day yesterday with all Northern Spurs supporters clubs up in Blackpool. I drove up yesterday morning and because I knew I was on the show today, I thought I would drive back last night. But driving for 10 hours in one day is pretty tough.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Mickey. Do you want to tell us a bit about your charity? Because it's best to come from you, I think.
Well, basically, we 4 years ago, my sister came home from work and she found her 23-year-old son hanging. Obviously, rang me immediately, screaming. I dashed round as quickly as I could. She lived about half an hour away from me, and obviously he'd lost his life. From there, I mean, I always say that in adversity we learn much more about ourselves than in good times, and we learn who we are and everything that we stand for. And it would have been easy to sort of sit, lie down and wallow in self-pity, but my sister and her family chose to sort of go out there and help people with mental health problems, but then reached a conclusion that they had a far bigger role to play, and she came up with this wonderful idea of supplying suicide prevention benches throughout the UK to into parks, and on the benches it would have QR codes of our website with telephone numbers for specialists who specialize in these kind of situations, a direct link to anybody on our website, but also all these telephone numbers and the QR code was placed on the bench. We also made sure that each bench has got lighting. It's got solar lighting, which when it gets dark, it lasts till about 3 a.m. But we had built onto the back of the bench a generator, which once the solar lighting runs out, the generator switches the light back on and keeps it light until daylight returns. So the message being that you know when someone has these horrible thoughts in their head, they wander into a park or onto a bridge or wherever it is they plan, and in the distance they see this bright light, and as we all know, our eyes are attracted to the light, and then we make our way in our inquisitive way to see what it is, and as they arrive at the bench, they see this big message. Someone is always listening. They see all the telephone numbers, and the aim is to get them to either call someone on the telephone, click on the QR code, whatever, and talk. Because once we get these people with these thoughts in their heads talking, I becomes we, and once we've got them as we feel that's the first step to making a recovery. Because once you start talking and letting out your emotions and feelings, and you realize someone cares, someone's there, someone's listening, then we sort of give them a chance to overcome that moment, and not take their life, and then build for the future. So yeah, that was the reason it was all set up, and it's gone, I have to say, in the year, well, we haven't quite been running a year, but it's gone incredibly well, with support from everywhere. And in fact, recently we've been doing meeting with the Royal Parks Commission in London, who have allowed us to place a bench in Regent's Park, and we're ongoing with all the other parks as well. So fantastic news. We're really excited about it. And most importantly of all, the more benches we get out there, the more lives we'll save.
Wow, it's amazing what you've done already in just under a year. And of course, Ozzy's just become an ambassador for the charity as well, which must be great.
Sorry?
That's great. I mean, that the ex-players are getting involved as well.
Yeah, no, we had at the opening of the first bench, when we laid our first bench, we had Pat Jennings, David Owles, Ozzy Ardiles, Brian Steen, former England and Luton. And you know, their involvement is amazing because obviously it brings more attention to the cause. Ozzy becoming our ambassador, I mean, could we want a better ambassador? He serves and fits everything that we want of the people that work for our charity: kind, caring, loving, giving, warm and friendly. But he's a World Cup winner as well. He's also a multiple trophy winner for Spurs. So yeah, no, unbelievable addition to the cause, to the charity, and everywhere he goes, he's loved. So we're absolutely overjoyed and delighted that he accepted the role of ambassador.
Yeah. Drula in the chat is saying, such an incredible thing you're doing. We need more people like your charity to spread the word. We lost a close friend of the family due to suicide. The same thing, parents found him hanging, only 23. I said at the start of the stream, everybody either has suffered with mental health issues or knows someone who has suffered with mental health issues. It's so prevalent these days, and yet there's just not the funding in the NHS to deal with it. So any charities like this, they all help massively. That's why me and Jim were so keen to do something to sort of support the charity.
Yeah, I think that the most important thing is that we get people to understand, and maybe we don't even understand, but we understand a lot more now, having lived through it, and make people aware that, and this is the most vital thing. You know, when you're locked in that little moment of sadness, of depression, for whatever reason, you're sort of in your own little world, and you're not really thinking about the future. And it's important that the message that we're trying to get out gets through to them. And like I said, when they approach the bench from the distance, they see the light, they come up to the bench, they see the first thing they see is someone is always listening, which is engraved into the bench. And then underneath, they've got the 2 plaques with the telephone numbers of all the specialist people who specialize in this kind of situation. And of course, that gives them the thought that, hey, hang on a sec, somebody cares. Somebody's looking out for me. Somebody, you know, and it's almost like you're fated to find that bench, because why else would I end up at this bench? And if we can put one thought in their head, it's look, why have you ended up at this bench? You've ended up at this bench for a reason. You've ended up here because somebody cares about you. Somebody's worried about you. Somebody's looking after you. Please talk. Just ring somebody. Do whatever necessary to get you through this moment. And once you're through the moment, we can start to make you stronger and get you better. Yeah,
I agree completely. How many benches have you laid so far, Micky?
So far, we've laid 7. They're about £2,000 each. We've laid 7. We've got 10 in the. We've got another 10 already made up. We've got council permission and approval to lay 2 or 3 more in the meantime. The hardest part is getting quick council permission. It takes time. You have to go through a process, and even though we've did it before and been through that process and got approval for the benches, etc., it still has to go through this process. So we've got 2 or 3 more waiting to be laid, and we've been granted approval. As I said, we're in negotiations with the Royal Parks Commission to lay benches in the main parks in London, and we're making great progress on that. Reluctant to announce too much yet because we don't know exactly where we are yet, but it's looking unbelievably promising. And one day soon, we hope to announce that we've got full permission to do every park. And it's wonderful to be part of. It's wonderful to see the support, and for me, the support that we're receiving is a symbol of how much people are aware of mental health and the problems that it can create. How many people have been affected by it, and our intentions our aim is to not only save lives, but it's also to save the people left behind having to go through the process that we've lived through. It's horrible, to be honest with you. It's like every day of my life, when I wake up, my first thought is, why did this happen? He was a fun-loving, outgoing, happy-go-lucky character that never showed any signs of anything. And this is a clue, really, is that they hide it away from everybody, and you don't actually know. But now, having been through it, I'm now much more aware of what I should be looking for when these things, maybe someone who's over excited about very small things. Like I played him in the snooker a pool match 3 days before it happened. I was 9-0 up, I'm sad to say, but he won the 10th frame to make it 9-1, and he was doing laps of honour around the house for like 10 minutes. You know, that was a sign to me that, hang on, something not quite right here. You don't sell it, you don't. If you're 9-0 down in a football match, someone scores in a minute to go, they don't go on a 10 lap of honour.
No.
So yeah, there were signs there that I didn't recognise, didn't notice, and sort of think to myself as I lie there thinking about him, thinking, wow, should I have been more aware? Should I have spotted that his excitement was sort of over the limits? But you can't sit there and delve into it all your life because you'll destroy yourself. So rather than lying down thinking, getting upset, we decided to do something positive, and here we are today, and it's a great place to be.
Yeah, amazing charity. Big up Drula has just donated another £10. Thank you so much. It all makes such a massive difference. I mean, Jimbo, I'm going to come to you first. Obviously, I don't want everyone to get down in the dumps, but we've experienced a lot of how can I put it? A lot of turmoil in our relationship personally between us. I mean, what's your thoughts on this charity?
Yeah, not between you and me, but between
like us as a couple.
As a couple, yeah. When I first met Kate, something happened in my life that I just wanted. I didn't care if I lived or died. I started doing things that was going to kill me, and I thought of taking my life maybe 4 or 5 times, and I would have done if it wasn't for Kate. I'm convinced of that. I mean, I drove my car down the motorway at like 140 miles an hour, took my hands off the wheel, and it was counting how far I could count, and I didn't care if I crashed. I did things that when I did smash my car into a post, a bollard in the middle of the road on purpose, about 80 miles an hour, all because of one thing that happened in my life. And I'm a strong character, and I had a little bit of a reputation where I lived, so I didn't really talk to anyone. And then Kate came in my life. Well, we knew each other at the time, and just talking to Kate saved my life 100%. There's no argument about it. If it wasn't for Kate, I would be dead now. So talking does help without any shadow of a doubt. And if you've got someone there or people around you and you're scared to talk, don't be. Because I did have people I could have spoke to, but I wouldn't, because of the type of person I was. But Kate kind of forced herself on me.
Not for the first time.
No, but she did.
Say that again, Mickey.
That didn't sound very good, that one. You forced yourself on her.
No, she did. She didn't. She kind of forced herself into my life where I couldn't get rid of her. And so she just stuck with me, and we ended up where we are now. But 100%, I know that I would be dead if it wasn't for Kate. I would have took my own life without any shadow of a doubt.
I'm not sure I'm particularly flattered by the fact that I stuck myself with you so you couldn't get rid of me. I think you could have worded that a little bit nicer, Jimbo.
Well, you know what I mean. But I'm trying to put it over. What I'm trying to put over, Kate, is that you never gave up on me. You kept at me, and you know, and until I opened up about what my troubles were, and the rest is history. You know.
Yeah.
And then she pushed you down the stairs. So.
Did I? Oh, that's what Paddy just put. That's a vicious rumour.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's important. It's important that people talk, you know, and for the people that they're talking to, that they listen. You know, they listen to what they're saying and try and help them, like Kate did with me. You know, and that's so important, that not only for the person talking, but for the person listening as well.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I saw on Savage stream yesterday they were talking about Ryan Daigle was talking about his own personal struggles, which, you know, a lot of people already know about. But he was also talking about things like miscarriages, which we both went through, Jim. But how the man tends to try and be the stronger person and sort of protect the woman, but doesn't deal with their own grief. So it's so important to know that there's always someone listening, whether it be your friend, your mum, or your dad, or, you know, we always say you can reach out to us. With my email's always on the channel. Go and talk to the Samaritan's Mind, anybody. Just don't ever feel like you're on your own. Because like I said, I think everybody suffered or knows someone who's suffering with mental health issues. I know, Robbie, you've had your own sort of things go on in your life, and everybody sort of copes with everything different. But it's when you're feeling alone that it feels the most hopeless. I mean, our close friend killed himself the week before his 21st birthday. So and we wouldn't have had a clue. So
when you're at your lowest, you feel the level of loneliness you feel is unlike anything you can ever possibly imagine. And if you actually had time to stop and think, if you were in a better place, you would realize you're not alone. But in that moment, you are truly alone as you'll ever be. And it's this absolute darkness that envelops you and suffocates you. And it is so hard in that moment to reach out, because you don't think you're worth it. You think of yourself as a burden, and that by reaching out, you're ruining someone else's life. You're upsetting them. You know, why are they going to bother with you when you don't think you're worth anything? But the important thing is, that is the exact moment when you do reach out. You do, to anybody, a stranger, a friend, family, co-worker, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to talk, and people will listen. They will.
The other thing is what Micky said. He was absolutely spot on about the it's like a domino effect, because it affects so many different people after. So, like, for me, if I would have committed suicide, there were so many of my family members and close friends, it would have affected really bad. And like Micky said with his nephew, how it's affected his family. So it's like
that's the thing, isn't it, Jim? At that time, that isn't even a thought in your head. Like with me, like, I've got my son. At the time, my son was 13 years old, and he wasn't. And this sounds horrible, and I love him to death. He is everything to me, absolutely everything. But where I was, he wasn't even a consideration. It was, I'm no good. Nobody benefits from me being here. And it's, you're almost, you convince yourself, or you're in such a bad state that you truly believe that everybody will be better off without you.
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
Sorry, Kate, go on.
No, go on, Robbie. I was just agreeing.
I was just going to say, it's incredible what you're doing, though, Micky. You know, and people having these services and people to speak to and stuff. You know, I've been lucky. I'm only 17 years of age. I haven't had any, you know, mental health problems myself. But family members, my dad, he suffered with a lot of anxiety over the years. My mum tried to take her own life and has been struggling with alcohol addiction, and both are beginning to get over their problems. My dad hasn't had a panic attack or anything to do with anxiety for months. My mum is 2 months sober now, and a lot of that is down to the support she's had from family, and same with my dad. But a lot of it's also down to the services that are available now. You know, the people who you can talk to, the therapists, the different options that are out there. When I speak to my parents, when they were growing up, you know, it's not that it was something that was ignored from what I hear. It was something that mental health just wasn't really that recognised. And growing up in a working class environment, especially in terms of my parents, it wasn't really recognised when they were younger. But there are so many services and options and people to talk to out there now that people can get through their problems. And it really is incredible what people like Micky are doing. And even these charity streams that you're doing today, Kate and Jim, and Sava did yesterday, and on this YouTube community, it really is incredible. But I'm going to have to shoot off. I could only come on for a little while. I've got to say it's been a pleasure coming on and speaking to you all. It's incredible what Micky's doing, what you guys are doing with the charity stream. And yeah, it's been a real honour to be on.
Big up, Robbie. Thanks for coming on. Look after yourself. And yeah, great news about your mum. Really pleased.
Much love.
Cheers, Robbie.
Take care, Robbie. See you soon. Yeah, I mean, Scott Colliver says, I've attempted suicide twice and been on the verge of doing so many times that I can count. I struggled for many years without help, but getting help has kept me alive. Yeah, I think it's a very prevalent problem in society, but society is a lot more stressful as well now. I think life itself is far more stressful than it used to be.
Social media.
Yeah, social media pressures, work, you know, longer hours, you live longer. I mean, it could be loads of different things, but yeah, as Jim said, as long as you talk, it's so important. Big up, Nita. I've been trying to get hold of you, sorry, just to say you won the Euro competition. So there's a post on my community page if you can comment on that so I can get your prize out to you. Go on, AJ, sorry.
I was just going to say, it only came to light a few years back, but I'm diagnosed borderline personality disorder. I have always, all of my friends have always said that I'm quite cold in how I react to things, and I'm not the most. If I'm my best friends, my closest group of friends, I love, I adore, I'll do anything for them. And they know that, but I can appear cold to people because relationships, whether it's work, personal, family, I'll be on a phone call to my brother and I'll just hang up to him, not because I'm having a bad day. It's just relationships for me are very difficult, and for a very long time, until everything came to a climax, until I nearly took my own life. I was sectioned, and for 9 days I was kept, I was monitored, and I was in a total state. And it took a lot of counselling for me to get to a point where I was happy with myself and could be happy in my own company and not be codependent, needing somebody else to validate me and my existence. And a lot of people are like that. A lot of people seek their worth through other people, and if things are going bad in a relationship and you're codependent like I was, that's terrible, because you then feel even worse, because not only do you have no worth, you're not making the person that you love happy. And it's a knock-on effect, and it is just, mental health is thankfully not as taboo as it was, but with amazing charities like this, absolutely amazing charities and brilliant hard work like this and others, and people being thoughtful, and people like Mind and Samaritans that are there for you to just, I've been 2 a.m, 3 a.m, absolutely broken down, crying so much that you can hardly breathe. You pick up the phone, and just having someone listen to you and just not judge you and let you work through it, knowing someone listens, it is more, in that moment, it is worth more than you can ever possibly imagine. So this charity, everyone involved in it, come on today. Kate, Jim, everything you're doing, Micky, your sister, so sorry for your loss. Everything you are doing is absolutely unbelievable.
Can
Yeah.
can I just say, Kate, the hour's up, so I owe
Okay.
50 quid. I had,
Yeah,
I said I'd put 50 quid in the charity if Kate wore a Richie shirt for an hour, and she's worn it for an hour. Let's see. We've got to see the back though once more.
Take it off, Kate. Good. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take
yeah,
it off.
Richarlison.
Kate, my link's not working. Send me the link, please.
Okay.
The link on the. You should check the link on your page because I couldn't get it to work.
Yeah, it's working on mine. I've got it open. I'm trying to unmute you, Mickey, but you've muted yourself. I think it's clear to see from what people are writing in chat and what people are saying as well on the panel how important charities like yours are.
Are you talking to me, Kate? Sorry, my
I am.
phone had muted itself. Okay, absolutely. Everything the guys have said is absolutely spot on. I mean, and the one thing, there's not enough knowledge about it. Number one, number two, we need to make people in these kind of situations be aware of the devastation they leave behind if they do leave us, because the one thing that stood out with Jay and on the message that he's left his parents was he genuinely thought that he was making their lives better by taking his own life.
Wow.
And I think that's a message we need to portray to anybody with mental health problems is, look, we love you to bits. We care for you. We're here for you. We want to talk to you. There's no stigma attached to mental health problems. There's no stigma attached to talking to someone. So talk, because once you start talking, you start to find out how much you're loved, and by a lot of people. So yeah, everything that the guys said resonates totally with me, because too busy winning a pool match to notice the problems, and that's something that I sort of regret, is that I should have been more aware. But he was such a happy, vibrant boy. It was so hard to see. But we have to become more aware. We have to find ways around it. And these specialist people, they're the legends on the bench. They're the ones that save people's lives. They know what to say in those moments that people are having these dire thoughts. So I think there's unbelievable need for not just the charity that we're doing, but for many, many charities for mental health. And I know there's already quite a lot out there, but we just thought we'd do something different, something that at the moment that it might happen, at that moment when they're walking through the park, they see this bright light, and they make the way to it, and there's this bench that's telling you, look, we're listening. You've got friends who want to help you, and if we get, my dream is that for this charity is that in, however many years it takes for just one person to come up to me and say, Mickey, I just want to say thank you. And I say, what for? You saved my life with one of those benches. That would be my greatest ever achievement, far exceeding anything I achieved in football. And that is our aim. But that would make me the proudest man that's ever walked the earth. If someone down the line comes up and says those words, be incredible.
Yeah, well, do you know what, Mickey? You might not know it, but you might have already saved someone's life, or more than one person's life already, with the 7 benches that are already there.
I'm going to tell you a little story, and I'm not going to name them. I won't say too much about them because you'll probably be able to work out who it is. But we laid some benches, and at 1 o'clock a couple of nights ago, 1 o'clock in the morning, we got sent through to us on WhatsApp pictures of our benches at 1 o'clock in the morning, and a message saying, "I'm just lying on your bench. It's the only place I feel I can come and live with my thoughts." And he sent us a picture, and then we spoke to him the next day. So whether or not it saved his life, it had an impact on him because he thought enough about them to go to where they were, lie on the bench, and then message us. That was incredible, I thought.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Amazing. Big up to Aaron, who's just donated another £10. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Aaron.
Moving away from obviously your amazing charity for a second. Tottenham have had a couple of pre-season games over the last week, and a lot of the youngsters have been on display. Have you watched them, and what are your thoughts?
Well, I watched them up at Blackpool with about 80 Northern Spurs supporters clubs fans. So it was very difficult to zone in on the match because there were so many people talking to me that I can't be rude and just watch the match. So I was sort of flitting in and out of the game. I thought at times we looked very good, and particularly some of the youngsters. I really like the look of this Mikey Moore. I think he looks a good player. But overall, we look good. I mean, this Archie Gray, he looks very versatile, very talented. Time will tell, but and it's early doors in pre-season. Not getting carried away. But I'm 100%. I won't let what happens in pre-season carry me away to places I shouldn't go. But after 2 games and a 5-1 victory and a 2-0 victory, I think Champions League's on definite.
I love it.
It's not on. That's in the words of the guy next to me. The club is on, mate, until it isn't on.
I'm a Spurs fan. If we don't get carried away, we'll never get carried away.
Massive thanks to Tigaro for the super chat donation as well. Says for a cause that's close to my heart, great work, everyone involved, have a great stream and raise a ton of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Bergval, obviously, do you see him being in the first team, Mickey? And are you confident he can cope?
Well, I certainly think that he's got the talent. I mean, before I'd even saw these 2 games, I'd obviously went on YouTube, as you do, type in his name and watch the videos of him that are up. And, whenever I watch videos, I'm always sort of loath to say what a player, because I did it with Undembele, and he looked brilliant on his YouTube videos, but when he came, he was lazy, he didn't want to run, so I'm loath to say anything, but you must never forget that when you see someone doing gifted, talented things, it means that he's got a good football brain to be able to do those things. If you're using, for instance, someone's closing you down at pace, you use his momentum to skip aside of them and you pass them. That shows a good football brain. And that's what I've noticed in his YouTube videos and then in the games I saw as well. So I think he's got a big future. I think he looks a good player. Not getting carried away with him yet until I've seen him in the Premier League. But one for the future, certainly.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously today, it's come out that Højbjerg's off to Olympique Marseille. Good move, in your opinion, Mickey?
I think it's probably a good move for both club and player. I mean, he's been a great servant. He's been a good player for us. And he lost his place. He's never managed to regain it. So if you have any sort of mentality, you want to play in the first team. And if you're not in the first team, then you've got to want to go, no matter how much you love the club, because you can't spend 2 or 3 years sort of sitting on the bench. So yeah, I admire it that he's made the decision. That's shown how sort of desperate he is to play. And it's a shame because he was a great squad player as well as a good player. So, but good luck to him. He's been a good servant of our club. He's given his all on every time he's on the pitch. But I think it's a good move for both parties.
Yeah, I agree. I've just got to ask you, Mickey, before I forget. I saw a photo of you. I think you might have been near a bench actually, but you had Pochettino in the photo along with some others. Now he's one of my pin-ups, even though he went to Chelsea. I'm shameless. I'm not too proud to say I think he's delicious. Is he not? Is he a nice man?
Pochettino.
Yeah.
Is Pochettino a nice man? I once went to a dinner up in the West End, organised by the club, and I sat up opposite Pochettino. I'd travelled up there with Ozzy, so Ozzy was very good friends with him. So I was sitting with Ozzy and just happened to be sitting next to Pochettino. The first time I'd ever met him. Following the dinner, we went back. We were playing, I think it was Manchester United on the Saturday. And I was standing in the main reception at White Hart Lane. And Pochettino popped his head round and he saw me. Now, who am I to Pochettino? I mean, he's Argentinian. He's not going to know anything about me or hardly anything. He's not going to certainly not know my name. And he shouted, "Oi, Mickey." And I turned around, it's Pochettino, sticking his head out the door. And I thought, wow, he knows my name. And he said, "Come through, have a cup of tea." This is before a game, by the way. And he took me into his little room, which was off the first team dressing room. And he had the previous game up. And he was saying to me, "What do you think about this situation, Mickey? What would you do in that situation?" And I was like, "Really? You're asking me and you're the manager?" I was like blown away. And then he took me on. He said, "Come on, let's go on a tour." He took me on a tour of all the things that he'd did of the dressing room, and how we'd extended it so that he had a room off of the dressing room, where he could watch his videos and etc. And I just thought, he blew me out the water. I mean, absolute wonderful, wonderful human being. Of course, all the women will say he's lush, but I think that you know what makes someone lush. I don't think it's because he's a good-looking guy. I think it's because he's warm, he's caring, he's giving. His personality makes his looks better than what they actually are.
Yeah.
I say that because with my looks, I need to be warm, good, and friendly. But no, he's a wonderful, wonderful human being. I absolutely love him. I've met him many times since. Proper lovely human being. Yeah, the only sad thing about Pochettino for me is that if anybody deserved to win a trophy for this football club, he did.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Does he play golf with you? Is that where you were? Was you playing golf?
I was on the golf course once with him, not playing golf. He was having a bit of breakfast with us before we went out to play. But he has taken up golf now. He wasn't very good. I don't know what he's like now because I haven't seen him for a long while. But I know that he's still, him and Ozzy go out regularly together.
Excellent. Well, I think he's definitely lush. Also, there's a lot of talk. Obviously, we met Ange recently. Do you see him lasting the season, Mickey? Honestly, Ange Postecoglou. I know it's a harsh question, but there's a lot of talk about it.
I'm maybe the wrong person to ask, Kate, because I never see. I never see failure. So when I'm looking at Spurs and I'm asked the question, can we win a trophy? I always see, well, yeah, it's around the corner. It's coming. And when I'm asked the question about Pochettino, you ask me, will he last the season? I think he'll last the next 10. He's that good. I'm incredibly impressed with him. Apart from the fact that not only is he a brilliant coach and brilliant the way he gets his team playing, synonymous with the way Spurs, great teams of the past, have played, but he's also a wonderful human being. Another guy who, at the first time I'd ever met him, I had my back to him. He tapped me on my shoulder and he said, "Hey, Mickey, how are you?" Hey, He lives in bloody Australia. He's calling me Mickey. I mean, come on. How did he know my name? You know, maybe I'm being sort of too. Maybe he did know me, but then he started to talk about the UEFA Cup run and how he'd watched every game in the UEFA Cup, and I was thinking, "You are kidding me, aren't you?" You know, he'd watched me play, and then of course Robbo and Maxi came in, and hello Graham, how are you? Hello Paul, how are you? And I thought, wow, this guy really does know us all. And then he did a little speech where he said, I'm absolutely honoured and flattered to be sitting in the company of you Tottenham legends. It was mind blowing. I mean, I had goosebumps. I get goosebumps easily, by the way. So I was getting goosebumps. I was on cloud nine. I was like, here I was standing next to Ange, and he's giving us this speech about how great.
Oh,
What's happened? Are you
I think
still
it's-
there, Mickey? We lost you for a sec.
I think his mic's cut out.
Yeah, your mic seems to have cut out.
Yeah, no, I'm having problems with
It's
going
back.
on and
It's
off.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did he call you mate though, Mickey? That's what we all want to know.
Mickey, he says, hello, Mickey, mate. How you going? Sorry, that was my Cockney Australian accent.
I did wonder what that was. I'm not going to lie. I did wonder what accent that was.
To be honest with you, I haven't got a clue what it was.
Yeah.
It's hard to do Australian and Cockney when you're a Geordie. Let's be fair.
Nah, it's easy. Couldn't you tell how easy it was?
Yeah.
Kate, I watched an interview the other day with a reporter, and he said Postecoglou's got two ways of saying mate. He said, and one of them is that he likes you, and the other one is that he don't like you. And he said, and they're easy to determine which one's which.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Ren says, I thought that was an Aussie for a second there, and I'm Australian now. That's how good the accent was. That's how good it was. And will last the season better than my bloody blood pressure and heart, that's for sure. Yeah. I'm trying to think what question. Oh, hang on, I've got banners here. Yeah, no, that's what I'm going to ask. Mickey, what do you think about potentially signing Ivan Toney?
Good question. If you rephrase the question and ask me if I would sign him, I'll answer it.
Okay, Mickey, would you sign Ivan Toney if you were Spurs manager, mate?
No. No. Straight answer, no.
Is that because of his personal issues, or? No.
I only personal issues. I only judge footballistically. I don't know. Maybe he could be an absolute revelation for us, and if we sign him, he'll have my full support. But I'm a purist. I like purist footballers too, and I want the game to be played in the way our greatest teams played and our greatest players played. You know, if I could have 11 Glenn Hoddles, for instance, I'd have 11 Glenn Hoddles. Yeah. Because that's how I want the game to be played, the way he played it. It's a sort of, I was brought up through the system. So I already had instilled in me by my dad the beliefs of how the game should be played. And then I joined the club that had the same beliefs as I had. So that made my beliefs stronger because I came through a system that preached the game the way it should be played. Creativity, flair, brains, intelligence, all of these things out when you're out on the pitch. So it just made my belief stronger until today, when I can't bear if I watch a football game and it hasn't got the most beautiful, pure game. I sort of find myself getting a bit bored with it. Like the European Championships, for instance, fantastic what England achieved. To reach a final playing that badly was incredible. But it was so boring.
Yeah.
I want to go out. I want to go out and watch an England team that plays the way that great Barcelona team played with Messi and Xavi and Iniesta.
Yeah.
You know, I want to watch football play like that with unbelievable creative footballers doing their thing, all within a system and a framework that enables them to flourish while it doesn't detract from the defensive role that's a necessity within the game. But often the best form of defense is attack. So, no, I wouldn't sign him. But as I said, that doesn't mean he wouldn't be a great signing. It doesn't mean that the club shouldn't sign him. It just means he's not the purest footballer that I love. You know,
you could say though, Mickey, that
I love Jimmy Greaves, that type of player who could get the ball down and beat 3 men and stick it in the back of the net. You know, magical to watch. That type of player, scores the goals, and so he's going to maybe he would give us a B option. In other words, we can hit the ball long, and he'd win the flick-ons, etc., etc. Would he play with the flair and creativity that I like to watch? Probably not. But he might be what we need. He could well be what we need. But I'm just a purist. I'm sorry.
You could say, though, Mickey, that the best ever Tottenham teams did have that target man. You had Crouch and Van der Vaart back in the day. You had Greaves and Gilzean. You had Bobby Smith up front in the 60s. You could say that the best ever Tottenham football teams, pure Tottenham football teams, always had a striker. They always had a guy that maybe not necessarily was the best footballer, but his presence made the other players play better. So maybe an Ivan Toney, maybe not being the best footballer, might be able to let other people flourish because you've got that thing that Jimmy Greaves was able to flourish because he did have a Gilzean next to him who was able to be that sort of that pillar in the middle of the park. So maybe a Toney might make a Sonny play better and they might be able to get to the best of their ability.
I absolutely agree, 100%. I played in a team that had Archibald and Crooks, and they were an unbelievably great pairing, but they weren't that sort of big target man. They were both quick, sharp, skillful. But whenever Crooks or Archibald was injured, we had a very, very good player in Mark Falcourt, who was a Martin Chivers-like type centre forward, big, strong, good hold-up player, scored goals. So I sort of had a combination of both. So I know. But Mark had came through the system with me. He learned all of the great traditions and philosophies that our club preach as you come through the system. So I knew that he would know everything about the way that Tottenham players were expected to play the game, and he fit in well to it. So my concern would be Tony hasn't had that upbringing. It's a sort of different type of upbringing. So he would have to be sort of educated on playing in this system, this style. And again, I'm not against them signing. I just rephrased the question saying, would I sign him?
What, Mickey? What do you think of the youngsters coming through?
Who?
The youngsters that are coming through.
Yeah, no, I think it's very promising, and I reserve judgment mainly because preseason games are preseason games, and I know when I played preseason games, for instance, I hated them. Even though I knew they were to help my fitness and get me to match sharpness. I hated them because I never felt like I was at 100%, given 100% that I'd given a Premier League game. I never felt the other players were at 100% as they would be in a Premier League game. So I always felt that if I played well, it was a sort of an easier game to play well in because I wasn't being closed down or tackled as hard or this, that, or the other, because everybody was sort of building to that peak come the first game of the season. So the youngsters maybe in pre-season games have a great chance to stand out. But we won't know till we see them in a really competitive Premier League game how good they are. But certainly the signs are very, very good.
Yeah. What about
hang on 1 second, Jim. Hang on 1 second. Ben, was you going to say something there?
Jim can continue. I'll ask my question after he's finished.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go on, Jimbo.
waving.
Sorry, Ben,
I was waving to side answer.
yeah, he was. What do you think of Gray?
I
What
was
would you,
impressed. I mean, I think the kid's got talent. I think he can play anywhere. He's shown great maturity. I think he's 18 or 19. I think he's got football intelligence to be chucked in the first team, pre-season or not pre-season, at centre back. I don't know if he's ever played there before, but I didn't realise that he could play centre back.
Yeah,
he was positionally great. His distribution was great. He looked like he's got a great eye for a pass, even from the back. He played some threaders through the middle of two of them midfielders into people behind the lines. So yeah, no, I liked him a lot. And as I said, till I've seen him at the top in the Premier League game, I won't be able to judge him wholeheartedly.
I agree.
But the first sightings of him is very good.
he played against Chelsea in a cup game, and
Yes,
got man of the
brilliant.
match. He was really good. Yeah.
What
But
do
I saw
you
that. I saw
fullbacks, Mickey? Because I've been very concerned with the way our fullbacks leave the back line exposed. And as you said before, defence is a fundamental part of the game. Would you what was your view on? Because as someone that loves watching midfielders have lots of space to pass into, and I can see our fullbacks they're suffocating the midfield. So the midfielders don't necessarily have that freedom that I loved seeing midfielders like the Madisons. I love seeing the Modric's pass the ball and be able to roam into midfield. Are you concerned as well with the inverted fullbacks? Sort of, I want to see Destiny Udogie doing what Destiny Udogie does best, which is fly down the wing at full pace with his muscle and his skill and his strength, being able to whip balls in the box like I grew up watching Aaron Lennon, and that was like he used to get you off your seat. Would you be concerned that we're deliberately trying to play a style of football that just doesn't suit the players we have?
Would I be concerned? Number one, I like inverted fullbacks, but I also like wide fullbacks as well, because they stretch the play wide. The whole object is, if I try to paint the picture of how I see the game, if I can use my hand, so I've got this fist and it's gripped tight. That's how you should be when you haven't got the ball. Tight, no gaps in between your fingers.
Yeah.
Really tight. But when you've got the ball, you've got to flourish. You've got to spread. You've got to spread long. You've got to spread deep. You've got to spread wide. So yes, of course. But what inverted fullbacks does, it creates overloads in the centre of the park, which I also view as one of the fundamentals of dominating a game, is to dominate the centre of the park. So when you get that inverted fullback tucking in there, and they can cope with it like Porro or Udogie, I actually like that also. But I think it's got to be done sort of not every time. Otherwise, you become predictable. I think that the variation in the play, some 5 minutes you're wide, 2 minutes you're inverted, 3 minutes you're wide. And so we're not becoming predictable in what we do. So we give them both options. Udogie's getting wide, Porro wide, and making those overlap runs, etc., but also the creating overloads in the centre of the park when it's required, to give people like Madison more space to create and weave his magic like he's capable of. So I like both roles. I like the way it's done, but I also think it's not got to be too predictable.
Yeah. Got a question for you, Mickey, which actually really made me laugh. From an Arsenal fan, actually, Vindaloo, who said, question for Mickey, not winning a trophy in such a long time, who is to blame? Is it Daniel Levy, the recruitment not playing the youth, or Jimbo?
It's definitely Jimbo.
It's got to be Jimbo. Look, as I've tried to say on numerous occasions, nobody has a divine right to win trophies. Trophies have to be earned. The problem we've got is, as Spurs fans, we want our football club to win trophies. But then every single fan of every single football club also wants their club to win trophies. And there's only 2 or 3 teams per season win a domestic trophy. And we're competing with 92 teams to win a domestic trophy. So it's not as easy as people think. What I do think is that when we do, and we will, when we do eventually get over the line, and we've had numerous opportunities in the last 5 or 6, 7 years, when we do get over the line, and I say this as someone who's got over the line, and once I got over the line, I felt we were going to go on and win more trophies because we proved to ourselves that we could get over the line. Until you do that, you don't know whether you can or you can't. And what's happened to us, and the more you reach that line but don't get over it, the more it becomes a psychological problem. Whereas when we got to that point, we got over the line and then we won 3 trophies in 3 years. So I think when this team gets over the line and wins a trophy, then it'll be easier for them to win another trophy and another trophy and another trophy. I'm not sure it's anybody's fault. I'm not one for blaming chairman. I'm not one for blaming managers, actually. Although every time the manager dropped me and we didn't win, it was his fault. But when I'm one for blaming the players are out on the pitch. They're the ones that have got to carry out the plan. They're the ones that's got to perform. They're the ones that got to create and do all the stuff that wins games. So I never blame anyone outside of the 11 on the pitch because they're the ones that can influence it more than anybody. And as long as you are given that freedom to go out and play, express yourselves and do whatever it takes to win the game, I don't have a problem with blaming the players. Sometimes when I watched Mourinho play and Conte play, it almost felt, and I don't know if this is the case, but it felt like we were asking the players to do a job that was completely foreign to the way they wanted to play. So therefore they were restricted and they never looked like getting over the line. I genuinely feel that once we get that first victory, we'll see this team start winning cups on a reasonably consistent basis. But don't kid yourself that it's easy to get over the line. It's not. Any team that gets over the line and for the first time, it's an unbelievable achievement because you're doing it against teams that have maybe been over the line 10, 12, 13, 14 times. And you've got to show the character and the resilience to take a team like that who's got complete experience of getting over the line and beating them for your first time. So it's not easy. It can be done. And one day it will be done. And we have to be a bit patient and wait for it to happen.
Yeah, great answer. Benji, I know you've got to love us and leave us.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, as always, keep up the good work. Okay, everyone's a brilliant charity. So everyone, if you've got a couple of quid to spend, even if it's as low as 30p, every little bit helps. It's like Tesco. So yeah, donate where you can. Don't donate if you can't because you don't want to hurt yourself because that sends you into another problem. But it's a brilliant charity. Well done for Mr. Hazard for putting this together and to all the people.
Perfect speech, Benji. Love it. Thank you, Benji. I absolutely love that little speech.
I try my best, but big up everyone. I'll catch you in a bit.
See you later, Benji. Lots of love.
Bye.
And also a good afternoon to Jose, who's joined us as well. Big up, Jose. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all good. Saw the link this morning, but I've been doing all the household stuff with the preparing foods and stuff like that for the family. So couldn't jump on any earlier until now. And now I've got a little bit of a lull before I have to start all over again.
Bloody hell, doing all the food for the family. I need you to train Jimbo up. What's that all about?
Oh my God.
Part and parcel of being part Spanish, I think.
I'm not going to even answer that, Jose. I'm not going to even answer that.
Jose, have you got over your celebrations of Spain winning the Euros?
To be honest, right, I was sitting down watching it. I called it before the tournament started. I wanted the Spain-England final. It so happened that we got the final because of the breaks with teams not winning their groups. In my head and in my heart, I thought Spain would beat England, but watching the game. Obviously, I've got my wife and my children English. I've got my mum, my sisters, and my family Spanish. So I sat on the fence completely. But my wife did turn around and say to me, she goes, "You want England to win?" And I said, "No." I said, "Anyone can win." "What makes you say that?" She says, "Because when Cole Palmer scored, you cheered, but when the two Spanish goals went in, you didn't cheer at all." And so I turned around after the game and I said to my wife, "Look, in all honesty, I've seen Spain now win. Well, before that last Sunday, I've seen Spain win 3 major tournaments in my lifetime, but I've never seen England win one. So I think in the back of my mind, I just wanted England to get over the line. So for England to win something during my lifetime, and then I'm complete. Then I've got Spain and England winning things. So yeah,
There we
at the end of
go.
the day, that's the way it crumbled. I'm afraid.
Yeah. Deserved winners, I think we can all agree, Jose. Just want to say a massive big up to Dragon D's Nuts for another donation, who says, I'm going to start with Mickey and we'll go round. Who wins the trophy first, Spurs or Harry Kane? Mickey, I'm coming to you. Who wins it first?
Oh, wow. What a great question that is, by the way. Spurs or Harry Kane? Well, I don't know. It almost feels, I feel so sorry for Harry. He's balked. I mean, Bayern Munich won the league for how many years? He goes and joins them, scores 30, 40 goals, and they don't win the thing. So he might be balked. So I'm going to go with Spurs.
Yes, I like that answer. AJ, who wins the trophy first, Spurs or Kane?
Law of probability says Kane.
Boo, AJ, don't make me boot you off the stream. You're probably right, but so you're saying Kane. Jose, Spurs or Kane?
Well, I don't think there's a German Charity Shield game, and I don't think that Bayern Munich are involved in it. So the next trophy that can be won, calendar-wise, is obviously the League Cup.
Yes.
So if it's the League Cup, it's the first competition that you got a chance of winning, then I'm going to go for. I have to say Tottenham, don't I? I have to say Tottenham.
Yes, you do. Yes,
I've got to say Tottenham.
I'm going Tottenham as well. Nicholas?
If Emerson Royale stays, then I'm going to say Spurs. If he leaves, then I'm going to say Harry Kane.
You are so shameless. It's unbelievable.
You leave it, Kate.
You leave Emerson. You leave Emerson Royale alone, Kate. How long have I been backing my boy? I'm not going to stop now. So if he stays, and if he even creates the assist that means we win a trophy, you are all going to come and apologise to me, and you're all going to wear Emerson Royale shirts, and you're all going to sit there and bow down to the king. That's what you're going to do. Don't worry about an hour of Richarlison shirt. You'll be wearing an Emerson Royale shirt for the next season. That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Jimbo, Spurs or Kane?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous question. Of course, it's going to be Spurs. The quad is on. The quad is on this season.
Now you heard it here first. Steve D says, "Hi, you gorgeous buggers. How's my mate Mickey?" Big up, Steve D, who's donated, or his friend has donated through Steve some amazing bits of memorabilia. And we've also bought some bits as well, some Arsenal bits, some Chelsea bits, those ones. Sorry, Nick, I had to do it. We've got
a girl who loves Arsenal, just a girl who loves Chelsea, just a girl who doesn't love Spurs. Clearly, is what we're going with. I think she's moonlighting for the other clubs in London.
We've got some good Arsenal supporters in here, so we have to cater for them as well.
Exactly, and I'm sure Arsenal fans don't want pictures of Tottenham players on their wall, the same way that we don't. So, big up, Steve D. You're a ledge. Also, Phil Coys with his donation as well says a little something for this great cause. Kate and Jim, well done to both of you, and of course the legend that is Micky Hazard. Come on, you Spurs. This is an easy question. I know what Mickey's going to say to this answer, but it says, was Glenn Hoddle the best midfielder you've played with, and if not, who was?
The biggest what?
The best midfielder you've played with, was it Glenn Hoddle?
I think Glenn Hoddle and Ozzy Ardiles were on a par, very different players. Certainly Glenn was the most gifted footballer that I've ever played with. Ozzy had the best football brain I've ever played with. The two of them were both, in my opinion, geniuses. I don't think I've seen a more naturally gifted footballer than Glenn Hoddle. I think he was simply wow. And I'm sure every Spurs fan that ever saw Glenn play feels the same. He was an incredible footballer, a really incredible footballer. So, yeah, I'd have to put him right there.
Yeah, I guess you'd say that. Big up to my niece, Amelia, who's in Ibiza at the minute, having it large. Saying she's currently on the minibus going to the beach. Very jealous. We miss you. Yes, I will put the link in the chat. Give me 1 second. Angus, the Arsenal fan, says he will wipe his arse with those pictures, and you would probably do the same with ours. I wouldn't do that simply because they're a bit sharp. I would probably just draw funny moustaches on them and stuff. That Ajax top that Ben was showing, I believe, was 2005.
I think. Put it in the chat.
Oh, was it 2003? Big up, Smithy. How are you, sir?
I'm good. You guys good?
Yeah, all good, thank you. Just enjoy some time with the legend that is Micky, and of course the legends that are Jim and Nick and Jose and AJ and yourself, of course.
Why was I last on that list?
Because you've only just arrived.
Oh, okay. I'll let you off.
So, and you're one of the ones that wanted me to wear the Richarlison shirt.
I know. I'm a bit gutted that I've been busy, so I didn't actually be on stream with you. Was on that.
I've done that for you, Lee, and I've paid it up as well.
I know. I did say I love you. That's better than a Mona Lisa painting, that is.
Yes, big up to Jimbo, who's donated the 50 quid as promised. Nick's modelling something rather tasty there as well, Nicholas. What you got there?
Go on then. Put us all to shame.
Modelling? What am I modelling? I'm saying what I've got to donate for you, Kate, if you want me to
show
everyone.
Are you not gonna put it on and do a model?
I mean, I've lost weight, Kate, but I've not lost that much weight that I'm going to fit in a medium, right? So we have
oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Van der Vaart shirt to go into your auction of promises or whatever you want to do. So,
wow. So if you want to bid on anything, guys, just put in the chat what you want to bid on with your amount. Jim, I really want that Van der Vaart shirt. I'm just saying.
I'll bid £100 on that straight away.
Wow. There we go. 100 quid for the shirt from Jimbo.
I knew you'd want that, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, just the thought that Van der Vaart has actually touched that with his beautiful hands. I'm going to be, if we win it, I'm going to be smelling it. It's as easy as that. So,
it just smells like a football shirt, Kate, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, I can imagine, Nick. I can imagine.
I can spray something on it if you win it, like some cologne or something, and I'll make out that that's what he wears. I'd
actually rather you put some BO on it so I can think that he sweated in it. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, hang on a sec. Hang on. No.
So yeah, £100 on the Van der Vaart shirt straight away. Big up Jimbo. Yes, I would rather like that. Lee, I'm going to just quickly ask you because we've been chatting. What are you making of the youngsters so far with these pre-season games?
Archie Gray, obviously, I'm going to say is solid.
Obviously.
He's going to be quality for us if he's playing in the first team in the Premier League. Bergvall, I thought was a little bit gutted for him yesterday. Hopefully that's not anything too serious.
No, it's not. I was just reading about it, Lee. It's just a knock and he's going to be fine.
Mikey Moore looks good.
Yeah.
Jamie Donnelly, I don't know. He's had patches. To be fair, I've been more impressed with the youngsters and now the first team during pre-season, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'll make you right.
I mean, Emerson done a blinder in the first one and let a goal in, but I mean, just classic, isn't it?
Did he really, Lee? Are we going to go there again? Yeah, we'll go there again. What you'll find if you watch it, if you use your eyes, if you watch it, the ball was passed out to him. He was put under pressure, so the pass wasn't good. First of all, second of all, he went to clear it. He didn't pass it to the Hearts player, and it got an interception. It then got passed to another player. There was 2 Tottenham defenders that did the old Eric Dyer arms behind their back and not try and make a tackle. I mean, in Micky's day, there would not been any of that. They'd have been literally flying at the ball, and the goal went in. So to blame Emerson Royale is scandalous, and I will not have it.
I watched the goal, and you're the only one that says he wasn't at fault. So yeah, we'll leave it there.
Nicholas and Emerson is the love story we never knew we needed.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Big
AJ.
up to Leo. Sorry, sorry, Lou. Big up to Leo for the donation. Lovely to see you. Always lovely to see Leo. And also big up to Spurs GCTV Graham for donating through Just Giving. Thank you so much, everyone. Keep them coming. Like Ben said, even if it's only a few pence, it all helps. What was you going to say there, Lee, before I rudely cut you off?
I was just going to say to AJ, thank you for talking to me nicely this morning whilst I was on the treadmill regarding Richarlison. I like that.
Look, there's the love. There's the love, guys. There's the love for you all to see.
Unbelievable.
Me and Emerson. Me and Emerson, the love.
I like your top, Nick.
Huh?
I like the top you're wearing.
Yeah, I know.
It suits you.
Great
I'm trying to find
cleavage.
the other one. I'm trying to find the other one. I can't remember who sent it to me of me and Emerson when he had his baby, and there was my face.
Oh, yeah.
I actually hope that happens.
Yeah, me too.
Emerson's place.
Mickey, if you could have one Arsenal player in the Tottenham team, who are you choosing?
Bukayo Saka.
Odegaard.
Odegaard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Great player. Their captain. Any particular reason?
Yeah,
Is it just you?
I think without Odegaard, they'll lose all their creativity.
Good. So we punish them massively by taking him. Excellent. I like that. I like that.
And I put him on
Jimbo.
our bench.
Yeah. You're a sadist, Mickey. You're a sadist. Jimbo, if you could have a Gooner play for Tottenham, one of them out of their current team, who are you picking?
Saliba.
Good call. Yeah, good shout. Always going to get
Thanks to Leo. He just donated, didn't he? Thanks, Leo.
Yeah, he did. And so did GCTV, donated as
Very
well.
much. Thank you.
Nick, if you've got to pick a Gooner to come to us, who are you picking?
I'm not. Okay. Well, what a silly question. Who came up? Oh, it would be Angus, wouldn't it? It would be Angus coming up with that question. Let me see. I mean, I could argue Ben White, and then Emerson would be even better than Ben White as well at right back. So yeah, let's just take Ben White to put him on.
Shameless.
The bench. So, Lee, you should know me by now. My love for Emerson Royale is unwavering, and I will not have a bad word said about him.
There we go.
So what are you going to do when he goes? You're just going to sulk? If I ring you, will you answer the phone?
He's not going to go.
Will you answer the phone?
I will answer the phone. I'm not going to not answer the phone. If he goes, I will be devastated.
He'll be on one of Mickey's benches.
Yeah,
I've got to say, he will. He'll be ringing Mickey, probably in tears, saying, Emerson Royale's left me, Mickey. What do I do?
Do you reckon our Queen Ellie sat on one of them benches today? Now Højbjerg's gone, bless her.
Maybe. She may well be. Vindaloo, I wouldn't swap our whole team for the Arsenal team, actually. But I would take Declan Rice off your hands. I've got to say, I would take Declan Rice. What about you, Jose?
I'm with you. I'm with Rice. We're missing the 6 in midfield, didn't we? So
yeah,
Rice. If I have to take an Arsenal player, then it's to plug a problem that we've got at the moment. It would be Rice.
Yeah, AJ, what about you?
Didn't Rice play the 6? Didn't Rice play most defensive against Spain and get eaten alive?
But he's up against Rodri though, AJ, and Rodri eats everybody alive.
Rodri was off the pitch, Jim. Declan Rice had the worst performance I've seen him play in that 6. I'm not taking him.
Rodri also plays in the Premier League, so he'll be coming up against him regularly. I think probably Saka. I wouldn't take the goalkeeper. I don't think he's better than Vicario. I wouldn't take either of the centre halves, as good as they are. I think how to adjust is good. The formation and system and learning the system has cost us goals. I think once we're up to scratch and we know what we're doing and it's second nature, I think that's less of an issue. Saka is different to anything we've got and more dangerous on the wing than anything we've got. So I'd take Saka.
No, Kulu all day long, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Smithy, who are you picking?
I've already said Bukayo. I think he's an absolute player. It's just a shame he plays for a shit team.
No bias here. No bias at all. Someone just asked Mickey a question. Where is it? Oh, Phil. Phil says, would you swap the UEFA Cup to watch Spurs lift the Premier League trophy this season? Well, that's a harsh question.
Oh, tough question, that one. Well, I'd let them have my medal to let us win the Premier League, but I wouldn't swap the honour, because honours have to be earned, and it wouldn't be right that if I give up my honour for our team to win the Premier League, they have to earn that right, and then we can rightfully call them the best team in the league. So no, I wouldn't swap the honour, but they could certainly have the medal.
Yeah, that's a good answer, to be fair. That is a good answer. They've got to earn their right to win anything. And it's our history. You can't start taking our heritage away.
Yeah, I was going to say, for people like me that score it, you can't take that away from us.
No. I suppose it's much like the whole situation with Manchester City. Should they ever get found guilty, which they probably won't, but should they ever get found guilty and had they had their trophies taken away, fans will always still have those memories, whether they're right or not. So it's kind of like that. Yeah, it was a great answer because it was kind of sitting on the fence.
It's important to remember, Kate. Important to remember, Kate.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Kate?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's important to remember that it's the past that gives us the opportunity to a great future. If we take away the past, then we've not learned anything from the past, so we stay in the past. We can move forwards because of the past. And one day soon, we are going to win a trophy, and all those players that's played for us throughout our history will have played a small part in achieving that.
Yeah, you're right. Big up to Side Dancers Kids who've donated £2. Hunter, Ariana, and Ezra. Oh, that is so cute. Oh my God, that is so sweet. Big up to your lovely kids, Side Dancer. That is just so cute. I don't know what you mean, Vindaloo. Pick one: Arsenal winning the title or Spurs winning the FA Cup. Well, we're going to pick Spurs winning the FA Cup. Or are you saying if Spurs win the FA Cup, Arsenal win the title? I don't understand. Let me know what you mean. Angus saying, because he played that tournament doesn't mean Rice is a bad player. He will show everyone how good he is this season. Yeah, he's definitely better for his club than his country, I believe.
Wait, get him on. Get one of the Arsenal boys on. Get Angus on.
I've told Angus he's welcome to come on. I've told him.
My friend, come on.
And Vindaloo, I'd like to see him on.
Either or.
He's the what, AJ?
I said either or both of them. And just so you know, Angus, I'm not crapping on Declan Rice. I think he's a very good footballer. But when you're playing against a top quality opposition, if you are left on your own and your teammates aren't anywhere near you to help you out, you will get overrun no matter how good you are. And Declan Rice found that out.
Ooh, there's a war going on. Angus wants the link. Angus wants the link. In the meantime, Mickey's been kind enough to donate us some amazing pictures, which I've got here. We have got Michael Dawson, one of my absolute favourite players ever, and just seems like a genuinely wonderful man. We've also got the king himself, Sir Ledley. what a legend that man is. I absolutely adore him. The one, the only, Glenn Hoddle. If anyone's never heard of him, he was quite a good player in his time.
He weren't bad.
Yeah, he was all right. And then we've got these three people. Who can tell me who these are? Obviously, Aussie. Everyone knows that. Go on. Someone tell me who the other two are. I know, by the way. I'm just asking.
Everybody
I do
should know this.
Well, yeah, I'm just waiting for the shouts of who the other two are.
Perryman and Villa.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Perryman and
if
Villa.
you're a Tottenham fan, you know who these are.
Exactly. So yeah, we've got those available for auction again. Please, if you were interested to put a bid in. I don't know how best to do it.
Show the Steve D stuff as well, Kate.
Graham, I've put the link in. I've put the link in to join as a member. You
Thank
just asked
you,
for the link, so I've just put the link in now.
Thank you, Jose. I will show the Steve D stuff in a minute, Jimbo. I just wanted to show Mickey's bits. I'm putting them up for auction. I don't know if there was a better way of doing it. I suppose, obviously, we're doing everyone that donates goes into a draw for something, depending on what team they support, or be depending what they got. But yeah, I don't know. Is auction the best way to do it, Jimbo?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If someone wants to bid on any of the bits. And then, like I just did on the shirt, I mean, it doesn't.
You'd need to have a way of monitoring who's bid what, though.
Yeah, well, Kate's got pen and paper there.
Yeah, I'm writing everything down.
Like a good accountant.
Obviously.
We've got a few of them at the club.
I'm channeling Daniel
Damn
Levy
right.
as we speak. But yeah, because obviously Jimbo's already bid on the Van der Vaart shirt. Leo, he hasn't seen that, and Leo is a bit of a Van der Vaart lover as well, but he's just getting in the shower. But yeah, I will just write down any bids. I'm just sorting out the link for Angus. Big up Steve, Phil P. Just come in the chat. Woo! Mickey, do you when you go to watch Spurs at the new stadium, do you always watch with the same people?
No. Varies depending on where I'm working. Wherever I work, that's where I'll sit. So sometimes it's we sit in the NFL box and watch the game from there. Sometimes we sit in the stand with friends if we are in a certain area. So wherever we tend to work is where we will watch the game. Sometimes we sit in the wishes box with all the people's last wishes. We'll sit through the game with them, sharing the moment with them. So yeah, it's varied where we sit, but wherever I sit, the nerves don't get any easier. But the celebrations do at the end of the game when we've won. I remember sitting sort of 3 seats from Sandro when we were playing Liverpool. We got that last-minute winner. I wish you could have seen Sandro running around the box.
Do you know what?
Hilarious.
I've seen videos of Sandro on TikTok when we celebrate when we win, and he goes mad, and he is a proper good mover as well.
Yeah, he goes crazy. Having said that, quite a number of the, the one thing that I love about the former players of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club is that they all tend to love Spurs. No matter how long or short they played for Spurs, they love Spurs, which is testament to how good a club we are and how good our players are treated. But I see Sandro, for instance, who I think played for 3 or 4 years, and he's like a fanatic. He's a fanatical fan, and it's an absolute pleasure to watch, to see it. That someone that had 3 or 4 years at the club still has such an incredible love for the club. And as I said, it shows just how well as a player you treat when you play for this football club.
Yeah. Is there one ex-player in particular, apart from Sandro, who really goes mad and celebrates hard when we score?
I'm a bit of a lunatic, to be fair. I could probably be on the same table as Sandro, so I'm a bit of a nutter. But It depends on the type of individual we're talking about. For instance, Pat Jennings, who's Mr. Gentleman, Mr. Wonderful, he would celebrate in a way for him that feels like he's a lunatic because he's so laid back and calm in everything that he does. So when we win in the last minute, he jumps up and down and throws his arms in the air. That's absolutely fanatical for Pat. So it's about the own individual's character and personality as well. I've seen Rob will go crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy. Particularly if we score a winning goal against Arsenal, he's sort of off getting in the away end and taking the clock stand. No, but they're all in their own way celebrating. And I think there's more to a last minute winner as well. That one, you get a last minute winner. I think it's a winner. I think it sends the whole stadium crazy. So yeah, it's a moment that, as a fan, if I liken it to being a player, for instance, when I scored the winning goal, I couldn't remember a thing. I was just running like an absolute nutter and didn't really know what I was doing. I couldn't remember nothing. I was just lost. And as a fan, I think when you get a last minute winner, I think you lose yourself in that moment and you can't remember nothing that you're doing. And then when you see it on video a bit later, you feel a bit embarrassed. But yeah, I think that's the comparison between a player scoring a last minute winner and the fans' reaction to it. I think it's a great comparison.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that the ex-players show the same passion. We've actually got Angus in the background. He's turned his camera off. I have seen him. But are you there, Angus? Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Angus. How are you doing?
Well, what's that shirt, Angus?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
The best team in London. The best team in London, yeah?
Is that what you
Angus, what did you win last season? The same as Spurs. Cool.
Okay. Bye, Emerson Royale, to the best fullback in the league, yeah?
Yeah, exactly, Angus. Exactly. I'm glad you're on that page. I'll rate that from you, Angus. I'll rate that.
I'm so glad we signed Tommy Yasu over him. Thank God.
Who's got an echo? Someone's got a terrible echo. Is it? I think it might be you.
You've got the TV playing in the background.
Yeah, because I've got the TV on in the background.
That's better.
Angus, could you do a favour, Angus? Could you turn around so you can see Mbappe's name on the back of your shirt?
No, I don't actually have it. And will you ever stop going on about that?
Never.
Big up to you, Angus, for coming onto a stream that's full of Tottenham fans.
Big up, Angus.
Don't worry about it. It's all right. I'm cold, actually sweat my.
Yeah, it's rather warm. What's your thoughts on Calafiori? Yeah. It's not quite done yet, is it?
Apparently, it's done deal.
Yeah, but it's
a done deal.
The final negotiations between Bologna and Basel haven't sort of completed yet with the selling on fee, so that's what's holding it up. Do you think it'll all go through?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it'll all go through. Yeah, I think it's a done deal.
So
he's going to be an Arsenal person.
It's a good bit of business, but it's not where you need to strengthen. You need a number 9.
We need a midfielder, a left back, and a winger, and a striker.
I don't think the thing is with Arsenal, everyone says they need a striker, which I get, but they scored so many goals last season, 91 in the league alone. So that kind of negates the need for a striker. I think Calafiori is a fantastic signing for you, which I don't like at all, but I do think it's a wonderful signing. Look, we've got Micky. Micky, I don't know if you remember when you was on my show a while ago, I spoke to you about a guy called Leo who lives in Colorado and does loads of stuff for charity. And he came over and watched the North London Derby with us. And he went on the tour while he was in London, and he actually bumped into Daniel Levy. which was amazing. And he's here. He does so much work for charity, this guy. He is an absolute legend and one of the nicest humans on the planet. It's Leo from Mile High Hotspur. Big up, Leo.
Leo, my homies.
Hi, Leo.
How's everybody doing?
All good.
Buenas
How you
tardes,
doing, my
hermano.
man?
All good, Leo. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just having myself some coffee this morning. 6:30 over here.
Wow.
But I had to get up and come hang out with you guys, especially for a wonderful cause. I didn't get much sleep last night. The Rapids had an important game last night, and yeah, it was fun. But I'm glad to be here now. I need some coffee though. I'm not gonna lie. I need some coffee to be awake.
Congratulations to the Colorado Rapids who won 3-2,
Yeah.
and I think they nicked a trophy, did they not?
Yes, we did, and I got to put my hands on it.
Way!
Oh, wow.
They won a trophy before Spurs did. What's that all about?
My first year supporting my hometown club, and we're raising silverware. What is that about?
That's amazing. You must be the lucky charm, Leo.
You know what? I didn't think about that, Kate. You're right.
Yeah, see? You are the lucky
Big
charm.
up. I just
But,
want to say big up to you, Kate. Big up to the community. Everybody that's taking time to stop by. You know what I mean? And anybody that's able to help, I highly encourage it. Goes for a good cause, and I'm happy to be here to be able to at least conversate with you guys and spend some time. You know what I mean? While we hang out, and yeah, let's see what happens. How are you guys doing? What have I been missing, Kate?
well, we've talked about all sorts today, but yeah, you know, it's always good to have you on, Leo. You're such a, you know, anyone that says that fans from abroad don't have the same passion, I've only got to talk to Leo for 5 minutes to know that's a load of crap. Because
100%.
I watched Leo's vlog of when he first visited the Tottenham Stadium, and I've never seen anyone cry so much in 15 minutes. But it was that pure passion and yeah,
It's fans like Leo. It's fans like Leo on the channel that put pay to that bullshit about people from different countries. That's rubbish.
Yeah, 100%. Leo's an absolute legend. Like I said, does so much himself for charity. So massive shout out to you, Leo, as well. We was talking earlier with Micky because he was talking about the charity. We was all saying our stories, obviously, with mental health, and I'm sure Leo, over the years, if you haven't battled yourself, I'm sure you know people that have.
Yeah, no, look, that's definitely a tough road. Kate, you know a lot of my background story. You know, coming from substance abuse background, and that in itself has a lot to do with mental. I guess I should say that somebody who's going through substance abuse is, you know, it's not a surprise if both of them go hand in hand. In my case, it did mental health and you know and the substance abuse. But yeah, as soon as I got help for one, you know, the other one kind of just took a backseat, and now everything, you know. I just feel like it's a tough thing because a lot of people don't like to ask for help, and especially a gentleman or a man, a macho man, and that's one stigma that we do need to put away to the side, right? Is just this whole machismo, and it's not. I mean, I'll be one of the first persons to admit that like I needed the help, and I sought help, and yeah, it's helped, man. Ever since, you know, I turned my life around and tried to get onto a better page, my life has only been going upwards since, Kate. And it's just things that I do with my channel are, you know, are a tribute to that, and things that I see in the community are a tribute to that. You know what I mean? Everybody's trying to help everybody out, especially in this community, you know, in this channel where we have tons of fans that come from not just the Gooner side, not just the Man United, the Liverpool City fans. You know, we have the whole lot here in this community, and to be able to talk about something like this openly, it's just one step in many that needs to be taken in order for this just to be addressed. And yeah, so people don't feel, you know, embarrassed or ashamed or belittled. You know what I mean? To be okay with who you are at the end of the day, you know, if you're able to look yourself in the mirror, then that's a positive thing because you're okay with who you are, and you know, just try to bring some balance to the life. And I know as soon as I did that, my homies, everything started to work out a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Leo, you're an inspiration or you should be an inspiration to everyone. I always tell Jim what an inspiration he is. because he turned his life around, and he's been clean for 18 years, and that's no mean feat. And Leo, you've been in a similar position, and you two guys are absolutely inspirational people, amazing people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, no, you don't have to thank me. I'm just saying it's fact. So
No, it is, Kate. But like a lot of times, hard work goes without the acknowledgement, Kate. And when you get acknowledged by your peers and people that mean something to you, then you mean I mean, yeah, it's just it puts things into perspective, Kate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Nick's just messaged and said he's got to jump. Nick, thank you so much for coming on. Just show Leo quickly what you're auctioning off, Nick. This is
It's not me. I'm not auctioning it off.
Well, I'm auctioning. Yeah, but you're donating it.
Oh my God!
I know. I said Leo's gonna love that. He loves
Oh my God! Yeah.
I know. Jimbo did go straight in there with £100 bid for me.
Oh.
Bless him.
I was wondering if he was going to auction off, something like that, or if he was going to take off his personal worn shirt and auction that one off as well.
We tried to get him to do that.
We can auction off this shirt. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really fit me anymore, to be fair, Leo. So
I'll start at £2.
Bit of sweat from the
I start at £2.
No, a little bit fruity.
So, but Nick, look, so generous. Thank you very much for that and for coming on. And hopefully we'll see you a bit later on.
Yeah, I've got a family barbecue to go to, so yeah, that'll be fun.
Cheers, Nick.
Well, enjoy it.
Big up to everyone, and look, guys and girls, I know Kate's put the link up. She's got a target. Let's try, and if you can, like we said, if you can give whatever you can give, then please donate on the link and try and get Kate towards the target. I know probably a lot of you, there was some other ones going on as well, and it is a tough time at the moment. But if you can give, then please do. And no, Paddy, I'm not going to cricket, so stop it, please. It's not hurling if we're talking about rubbish sports. So whatever sport that is. So yeah, look, just thank you to everyone that's donated the time. Micky, an absolute pleasure to be here with you. The memories that you created, the memories that you created for all of us in your time and continue to do. And just it's a pleasure and lovely to hear your stories as always. And just to everyone, I think the one thing maybe we all can just maybe do is just maybe be a bit more kinder to everyone. We don't know what that person's going through, and if you can't be kind, then it's probably best. As my mum always said, if you haven't got anything nice to say, then it's best to not say it. So yeah, if you can't be nice, don't say anything.
Exactly.
It's probably the easiest thing. So yeah, big up, guys. Kate, I'll try and jump on a bit later.
All right, enjoy your day, Nick.
And in Emerson Royale, we trust.
Thanks again, Nick.
See you guys.
And his Emerson Royale obsession. Paddy, no, it wasn't Paddy. It was Dave, Irish Hotspur, said, Micky, what's your funniest story from your time at Spurs?
Oh, I bet there's a few.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I bet there's a few as well.
Wow. Yeah, not ones that I can say on there, though. I think that one of the best stories that I like, and know 1,000,000% that it's a true story, was when I was a young boy at the time, but Ozzy was very quickly my best friend, and Ozzy, Ricky and Glenn were the midfield and playing at Liverpool. Not long after Ozzy and Ricky had arrived, and they lost 7-0. And during the week in training, Keith called all three of them over and said, look, guys, I love the way you're playing your football, but, we ain't got a ball winner. We need to win the ball back quicker. He said, so I'm going to have to leave one of you out for the game at the weekend. So he said, so Glenn, he said, how are you feeling? Glenn said, you're kidding. How am I feeling? I always feel great. I'm ready to play. I'm fit. I'm strong. Just give me the ball and I'll win you the game. Okay, that's good. Ozzy, how do you feel? Ozzy said, what are you talking about? How I feel? I was born ready. I've won the World Cup. You know, I'm ready to play. Just put me out there and let me go. And then he said to Ricky, who didn't speak English, so Ozzy had to explain it to him in Spanish. And then Ricky replied in Spanish. And then Keith said, "What did he say, Ozzy?" Ozzy said, "Oh, Keith," he said, "he's really, really tired. He's shattered. He can't play." When really Ricky had said in Spanish, "I'm fine. I'll get 3 goals at the weekend." You know, true story. And Ricky got dropped, refused to be sub, and got fined 2 weeks' wages.
Oh my God!
Very. Very.
Wow.
Ozzy saying it because Ozzy didn't want to be dropped. Glenn didn't want to be dropped. And Ricky replied in Spanish that no one could understand. So I was like, he's very tired. He needs a rest.
Oh my God, that's
Great
brilliant.
story and true. But listen,
That's
Kate,
brilliant.
sorry to do this, but I will be back later. But I've got to go somewhere for a couple of hours. I'll be back about sort of 6:30, 7 o'clock-ish, and then I'll come back on the show, and then we can do whatever you want to do.
Okay, Micky, look, it's a pleasure to have you
Can
on.
I just say to everyone, Can I just say to everyone, thank you, everyone, for being on the show and being so interesting to listen to, and thank you to everybody who's donated to the cause. It's an incredible cause. There's lives to be saved. We can save so many lives, but we've got to do it together. Together we're a force. By ourselves, it's much more difficult. But we are saving lives, and let's carry on doing that. To Kate and Jim, Kate, amazing. You put on this show for Legend on the Bench, 12-hour show. That takes great stamina, but more importantly, it takes great kindness. And I want you to know that everybody at Legend on the Bench is absolutely overwhelmed and blown away by your kindness. And we'd like to thank you all, not just you, Jim and Kate, but everyone, for your kindness. And I want to leave you with this thought. The guy from Leo, was it who just left?
Nick.
When Nick said, you know, what we have to do as people, we have to be kind. Kindness is the route to solving every problem that's ever worked in the world. Just be kind, because we don't know the path that they tread, and it could well be us. So be kind. Love you all. See you all later on this evening.
Micky, thank you so much. Big loves. Have a nice day, and we'll see you later. Take care.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Absolute legend on and off the pitch. What a guy.
Yeah, I agree. Absolute wonderful human being, and just a great man. Big up to Smithy, who's just donated with a super chat. Thank you so much, lovely. It's massively appreciated.
He's back.
I think he's trying to leave. That's why.
There we go.
Yeah, massive thank you to Lee. Big loves to you as always. Mwah. And also massive thanks to Kim GCTV for becoming a member and also donated on Just Giving. So Graham and Kim from Spurs GCTV, you're both absolute legends. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There's the link. Someone asked for it in the chat. Brian, there's the link there. Micky threw me because he told me he wasn't coming on till sort of 2, and I was right in the middle of a flow, and it completely blew me away because I wasn't expecting him.
Talking of legends, mate. Talking of legends, another one's just popped up.
Oh, who is it? Oh, wow. We've got the $1 Million Smile who's joined us.
Is that what we're doing, guys? You ain't gonna do all of that. You ain't gonna do all of that.
How are you doing, Ash?
I'm good, guys, man. How you guys are? How you guys?
All good. Thank you.
I know you spent a lot of time on Savage Stream, Ash, so it's nice of you to come on.
No problem. I try to make time for you guys as much as I can, man. But big up the chat, big yourselves up, big up the panel. Each and every time, love and manners.
You've literally just missed Micky Hazard. Did you? I don't know if you saw him. He just left as you come in.
Oh, jeez.
But he's coming back later, about 6:30. So.
Yeah, about 6:30 he'll be back.
Yeah, so.
No problem.
How's everything going over at Spurs Kings TV, Ash?
Yeah, all good, man. The same old same, really. You know, we just try to keep quiet and just do our thing, you know. As we do. But yeah, nothing to write home about, you know. Spurs will be Spurs, so and we're here to talk about it, man.
Exactly. I mean, Leo's just joined us as well. So I'll go to you first, Leo. With regards to the 2 pre-season games, what have you made of the youngsters that have been on display?
Yeah, I think that they've played the way I probably would have assumed them to play, if that makes sense. I know there's tons of hype going on with the youngins, and I mean that's totally fair, right? We're not really used to having the youth, especially come through the system and get this high plaudits that they're getting right now. We haven't had a youth team win the lower Premier Leagues like we have this past season. So it is a good thing that they're getting their chance. But here's where I throw the but. They played against we haven't really played a huge team, and I say that with respect to QPR and to Hearts, right? And then we also played Maidstone, if that's their name. So the players played how I would have expected them to play, given the situation, right? Lucas Bergvall, I'm very, very stoked to see how he's going to pan out. I was worried that these players are actually too young, but it's looking like if they get a bit of seat time before the Premier League actually kicks off, we might be able to integrate some of these players maybe into being rotation players, squad players, which at such a young age, for such a massive club that Spurs is, like my homie Hotspur Hippie says, by far the world's greatest soccer club, or world's football club. It's gotta be huge. It's gotta be huge pressure. And are they ready to handle it? Who knows? But getting minutes in these smaller games, if you will, is key. And I'm glad they're doing what they need to be doing and what they're expected, at least for me, to be doing. If not, I'd be worried. But I'm not hopping on this train that like we have, the best youngsters. That to me maybe is so, but it's not visual yet. It's not apparent yet. But I'm stoked, Kate, for it. However, I feel like this is such a sample size that we've gotten so far. So I want to be very, very mindful of that and grounded in that sense. But I'm riding the train and I'm happy for it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Big up Brian Maguire, who's just donated via Just Giving. Thank you very much. Ash, are you feeling like Leo? I know a lot of people are being criticised for jumping on there and going over on the overhyping train. How are you feeling about the young'uns?
Yeah, I mean, it's positive, I say, to say that we're blooded in so many youngsters. We haven't seen this many youngsters come through at once. I think that's the shock of it all, if I'm being totally honest. So I do understand the optimism, but I can see the difference between the performance of Hearts versus QPR. Do you know what I mean? And the change of physicality, the speed, the less time on the ball, less time of thought. I felt like Hall, when he came on, he made a mistake, but that's what it's about. When you're a youngster, it's about making mistakes, learning from it, and having that chance to have a mistake and be in an environment where you're allowed to make these mistakes. So that's what I'm looking for in some of these youngsters. I'm expecting a lot of them to go out on loan. And as the level goes up each time, we start to learn something new, something different about them. How are they when it's adversity, when they haven't got the ball, when, things aren't going too well for them? How are they responding? That's what I'm looking at. But yeah, no, definitely positive from some of the youngsters. I don't include Jed Spence in that because I think Jed Spence is slightly older than some of the youngsters, because a few people will be speaking about him. But in terms of like Lancashire, he hasn't had many minutes. But he does look a little bit more physical than a Brian Hill. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
I've seen him a lot more composed as well in front of goal. So I expect him to go out and loan and we can see what he's made of. Because I think League One Championship is different to academy football when you're playing against 18-year-olds, 21-year-olds, etc. Do you know what I mean? So Mikey Moore, he does look good, in my opinion. What he's doing with the ball, I think there's something there about the kids. Out of all of them, I've looked at him and I thought, yeah, he could possibly get some minutes, because I don't think he's allowed to go on loan anyway. So, but to be fair, the more the players go on loan, the better it is for the development. So That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at players to go out there, find clubs that are similar to our system, because I don't want it to be a wasted loan where, you know, like Dane Scarlett went out on loan and he wasn't used right, didn't get much minutes, didn't get good experience, didn't get much football. And you want players to be given as much opportunity as possible. So then when they come into our team, they're fit and ready to go. Do you know what I mean? And also you could judge as a fan, you want to know, like, right, is this guy good, or like what we doing here? I don't know. So I want to see a lot of these players get more time on the ball at different clubs that are similar to our system and get a proper run out. Do you know what I mean? There's no point staying at Spurs and then where it's Ange saying like we're going for it. And then all of a sudden, you know, they come against opposition like, I don't know, Brentford, and they get bullied, and then that's it. And then we lose points, and then Ange is under pressure all of a sudden, and then the whole thing's a mess. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So there is excitement though. Like I do like I'll echo what you guys have been saying with the Bergvall situation. I like the look of him because when he's on the ball, he waits. And then he might carry it, and then he finds a pass. So then that pass is going to be slightly more forward and a bit more progressive. That's what I like about him. He's not in a hurry. He's not in a rush to kind of, you know, find a pass where it goes backwards or sideways. He does it at times, but more time he will look for the person that's forward in the progressive area. And I think that's what I like about him. It's also his physicality as well, his speed, his strength, and his ability to arrive in spaces. That's what I like about the kid. This little link up play.
I mean, Jose, I haven't spoke to you about the youngsters. I mean, I agree with what Irish Hotspur just made a good point. I think this is true. The youngsters have literally picked up 3 trophies in 2 years. Why can't Tottenham fans praise them? They're getting swept up in fans' disgruntlement for Levy. I totally agree with that. I think they've played well. They can only beat who's in front of them. They can only play who's in front of them, and they've done well. Anyone stood out for you, Jose, and who do you think might actually get some time in the first team?
So for me, I'm going to say that nobody has a crop of youngsters like Tottenham do at the moment. And the reason why I say that is these guys ain't like the people keep saying, you think you got a class of 92? No, we don't, because the class of 92 was 6 players that played in the same team and were of a similar age coming through. At Tottenham, we have 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, and you can go all the way up to, if you want, to 23-year-olds. So we've got varying different ages. So they're not all the same age group. We've got varying different ages at the club, and they're coming through, and they're showing their mettle. I mean, you got to look at last season. Last season, your players like your Doggies, your Van der Vens, and people, they were 21 years of age last year. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? So there's a lot of youngsters. It's not just about the youth. There's a lot of youngsters within the Tottenham squad. Now, for me, at the moment, speaking on the 21st of July, which is today, we haven't got even our squad prepared for next season. But everyone knows, I don't want to educate people, you know we can pick a squad of 25 players. But some of these youngsters will be on the B list to pad out our squad, because we've got at least a further 8 games in the Europa League to play at bare minimum. So cup games, bare minimum, we got 10 cup games to play if you include the beginning of the League Cup and the beginning of the FA Cup. We're going to need all some of these youngsters to come in and play some of these games. For me, I think Micky Moore is what the hype's all about. Micky Moore looks so comfortable on the ball. He likes to dribble. And he carries the ball well. He plays either on the right. So he started out on the right, but he set up the goal from the left, the second goal. Divine, I thought Divine did well yesterday. I thought Divine carried the ball and played well. Bergvall, Gray looks at home, and he's playing centre half. I mean, he picks the ball up and he turns. So he beats the striker and then turns with the ball and tries to progress straight away. His positional sense has been really, really good in both games. Will Lancashire, I'm surprised with Will Lancashire because he only got 22 minutes in the first game and he only got 21 minutes yesterday. And then they threw on Veliz for about 15 minutes in both games and then give Scarlett the scraps at the end in both games. So my feeling with them three is that two of them three will probably go out on loan. Is what my thoughts are. Two of the three will probably go out on loan. Tyrese Hall, yeah, played well yesterday. I thought he did well against Hearts as well. Who else am I missing? Ash Phillips. Now, Ash Phillips, we all know he's 6'4", but when you see him in the flesh, the man's a giant.
Yeah.
It's not just about 6'4". He's a man's man. He's huge. He's a unit. And the thing is, for a unit, he plays so calmly with the ball as well. He looks a really, really good player. Now, whether they keep Phillips in and around as the fourth centre half, so to speak, if you're going to say that you've got three there already, if they don't buy another centre half, I'd consider keeping Phillips in and around the first team squad without sending him out another loan. I think he's played for Blackburn. Okay, he played however many games for Blackburn, but he went on loan to Plymouth last year, and I think that the 2 years that he's played in the Championship have got him to where he is now, and I think he's ready to be in and around the first team at Tottenham. The future looks good. I mean, we know that we need to buy more seasoned players, and we're all waiting for that to happen. But I think the future looks really, really good. But there's going to be a lot of people out in the fan base. Some people not as old as Jim and myself, who have seen some really, really crappy times, but seen some really good times with Tottenham. I understand you've got a lot of people that want the here and now. They want to win the trophy now. But we've got to find that right balance, between the players that we're going to bring in now and the players that we've brought in that are younger. And we've got to try and blend that to try and win stuff now and carry that forward in the future, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Smithy, I saw you react to this statement. Before I go to Smithy, AJ's got to nip off for a bit. But AJ, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll see you later.
Absolutely. It's an amazing cause, and you guys are doing brilliant work. Micky is a legend. Just, keep it up, guys. And if you want me to pop back on later, if you get bored and, whatever, just give me a shout. Let me know. I'm more than happy to come on. But it's been an absolute honour.
You're always welcome, AJ. But have a good day, and, we'll see you later on.
Cheers,
all right, much love, guys.
Well done, mate.
See you later. Smithy, I saw you react to this. I don't know if you meant to or whether you was just... Did you mean to react to it? It looked like you was agreeing with the statement.
Yeah, kind of. I don't think Kulu's as good as he used to be honest.
No. Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I thought I was going to come up with... I was going to come against you then with an argument of why I think Kulu needs to go.
Timo Werner... I don't even want to mention him, to be honest, but yeah.
No, Werner's looked probably the worst player in pre-season so far, or one of the worst. And I think Kulusevski, there's rumours that... Is it West Ham you told me Jim wanted him? Someone told me West Ham wanted him, I'm sure.
Villa.
Oh, Villa, that's it. And Napoli are also interested.
Don't get it twisted. When he first came, he was quality Kulusevski.
But I think that was because it was a different system.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, for me, I'd sell him in a heartbeat, Jimbo. What about you? Jimbo?
Yeah, sorry, I muted in case the dog barked.
Oh, right.
No, I don't think I would sell him in a heartbeat, Kate. I think,
not Kulu?
No, I wouldn't. I think he's he works hard. When he's pushed in the middle a bit more, I think he does well. No, we can't just be selling everybody. And I think he's definitely worth keeping.
I'd be selling everyone. I'm savage. Leo, what are you making of Kulu?
I think for the system we're trying to play, his best position is in the middle. It's not out on the wing. When I seen Kulusevski, I kind of got this feeling that it's a misconception with him. He's not the fastest player, but when he gets up to speed, he is quick, right? He just doesn't have that burst. So if he gets put into the middle, he doesn't necessarily need to rely on that quick speed. He's very good at holding the ball up. If we need him to do that, he's very physical. His pressing is probably one of the best on the team, if I'm honest. His work rate is amazing. These are all good characteristics that you want to have from a squad player. Probably not a starting probably not part of the starting 11. But if you can count on a Kulusevski that's going to come off of the bench and maybe come in and replace a tired number 10, right, and slot into that role, there's probably something there, Kate. Whether or not it's worth it to hold on to a player like a Kulusevski just for that, who knows how they want to go about that. But look, if he goes to another Premier League team, we have to worry about that because he might not be on it right now, but when he's on it, he is. He's pretty lethal. And I think Kulusevski's his own worst critic, especially with his right foot. I feel like if he was to shoot with his right foot, he would bag more goals with his right foot. I've always wanted to see like a trademark Robin, Iron Robin-esque goal from Kulusevski, just cutting in, dropping the shoulder, and curling in a peach from outside the box, and it hasn't happened yet. So I'm starting now to kind of shift my focus and saying, hey, if you could play well through the midfield, which of course this comment right here says it, 2 assists in 2 games, we've touched on this, and we touched on this a lot. You can only play up to the opponent. You can only play who's in front of you, and if you can only do what you can on the day. And if that's what he's doing, I mean, yeah, let's do it. A couple more goals, I'm all right with it. But in the middle of the park, not off to the wing.
Yeah, maybe I'm just ultra harsh. Jose, what's your thoughts on Kulu?
We've got other players that we need to get out of the club before you get Kulu out, in all honesty. Everyone, regardless of who you are, everyone has a price, don't they? And if someone was to bid an extraordinary bid for him, then Tottenham would need to look at it. But I think there's far more players to get out of the club before Kulusevski, in my eyes. All I will say is, apart from Kulu, what I will say is that the fan base, and I made this comment yesterday on another channel, I said the fan base is going mental because we don't know who the players who was looking to sign, who the players are coming in. At the end of the day, the ITKs out there are spraying AK-47s. So that's the way I can see it. That we're linked with 400 different people since April, right? So people are spraying the AK-47 and hoping that one of them bullet hits. Now, the way that Spurs are doing their business at the moment, both buying and selling. When did Marseille come in for Højbjerg? It was announced yesterday. Everyone said Højbjerg got going to Galatasaray. Højbjerg's going to Fulham. Højbjerg's going to Atletico Madrid. All these other clubs have been mentioned yesterday. You got it. He's going to Marseille, right? When we bought Archie Gray, no one was saying Archie Gray. We bought Archie Gray. So at the end of the day, I think that and because we don't know what Tottenham's plans are, as a fan base, a lot of us feel we need to know what the plans are. And because we don't, and we've got a unit at the moment at Tottenham in Scott Munn, Langer and that, who are not giving out snipes to, and information to people, it drives us as insane as a fan base. But it means that we're doing our business properly. And looking at it as well, we've got rid of a fair few players already, and I fear there's more to come. Like everybody else, I want a settled squad prior to the tour, but it doesn't appear that that's going to happen. But yeah, with Kulu, I think Kulu can be a person who challenges Maddison for his spot at the moment. Rather, I like everybody else, I don't see Kulu as a right winger. And what I've enjoyed so far in watching in these pre-season friendlies, we've got round pegs and square holes at the moment because players are not all back. But isn't it nice seeing that we're going past players down towards the byline and putting the ball in? That is nice to see. Didn't see enough of it last year, but in the first 2 games I've seen that, and that for me is positive. And if you look at the way that Ange sets up and the way he plays, Celtic did get to the byline and put balls in. I want to see more of that, because if you get more of that, then you get more opportunity to score goals.
Yeah, I do hear you. Ash, I think I'm being outnumbered by my dislike for Kulusevski. How are you feeling about him?
First of all, I forgot to mention, big up for you guys for your work that you're doing for this 12-hour stream. Please make sure you donate, get that money in. That's what we need. That's what we're here for. we're here for a great cause. So make sure that the link is down there. As you can see, Case has put it up. So please keep on giving, man. Don't know how much we're on, but we need to get it up.
We're over 200 quid at the minute.
Over
so
200. We need more, guys. We need more donations. Every penny helps, even if it's small. Guys, just get it in. But yeah, talking about Kulu is very divisive in the opinion poll, because the problem we have with Kulu is that he's been inconsistent. So that's why you're getting a plethora and a mixture of opinions about him, whether they be good or bad. One thing I can say about him is that out wide, we're not seeing the same Kulu that we saw in the first 6 months. And I think he's been held to that standard ever since. The caveat to that is last season, he actually was our most creative player. Imagine that. Who could have wrote that? But obviously, Maddis has been out for a long time. And we played Kulu in a numerous amount of positions, as these guys already mentioned. A lot of people were feeling him in that false nine when he's just playing, you know, in that pocket where he drops in into the midfield, and then sometimes he's the last man up top. And his physicality suits that, where he can hold off players, unlike Son. And he's got better ball retention than Richarlison in that area. And I think when he's closer to the goal, he's got more chance of letting it off. More time, though, when he's on the ball, he's just not shooting. He's not crossing. He will frustrate you. You're like, oh, Kulu, why? And the question is, can we find better in those positions? And my thing is, yes. So I wouldn't be mad if he went. So as Jose was saying, if the right bid came in, the right offer came in, and what does that mean? What is the right offer? I'd say anything between 40 and upwards, only because we've just signed him. And at the moment, I haven't seen players go for crazy money. We haven't been doing too well in terms of like generating a lot of money. So sometimes you need to sell one of your better players. And some people be looking at it like, why are you selling him? Like, you know, he's 23, he's got a higher ceiling, etc. But he's been here for, I feel like he's been here for 2 seasons. Do you know what I mean? And it's the 3rd season we're coming in and we're still having these type of questions. You kind of got to like say to him, look, if the bid comes in, you got to cut it. You got to cut it, in my opinion. But that ball he did yesterday was cheeky outside of the boot. I can't lie. When I saw that, I was like, ooh, Kulu, sourcing a bit. He was involved as well with the actual first goal between him and Basuma, and then game against Hearts, he was involved in the goal. So you could see there is quality in there, but it's whether he can produce that game in, game out. We ain't got time for this half measure, sometime-ish. No. We don't need that. We need someone that's going to perform week in, week out. So yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be mad if we got rid of him. Højbjerg obviously left this today, and I thought we would have got a lot more money for him.
How much did he go for, Ash? I didn't see the fee, but how much was it reported that he went for?
I'll find out.
16.8 million pounds or 20 million euros.
Yeah, I thought we would have got at least UK sterling 20 million for him. I thought, and even that, I thought that would be low. So I'm looking at the pot, and I'm like, "Rock, can we add that to the honey pot?" 16's a bit low for me. I was a bit disappointed, but in wages, I'm not too sure how much he cost in wages per year.
No.
I was
is that Højbjerg?
Yeah,
100k.
Huh?
100k, I think it was.
Yeah, I thought it was 80, but you're probably right.
It's about 100k.
Right.
How much does that work out per year? Because that
5.2 million. 100k.
So you got
over 52 weeks.
Right
5.2k.
Right then. Now we're moving. Now we're talking. So 5.2 mil we have saved. That's how I'm looking at it. And you add that to the 16.8 or 5 mil, then you're getting about 21 million there. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if they paid all of that money up front as well with that 16.8 or 16.2. That's something else to consider. But again, the wage bill, each player that goes, we're adding to the pot. And the squads. Yeah, go on, sorry, Jim.
I was going to say, Ash, Dave made a good point. Dave, the Irish Hotspur, he made a good point earlier. He said that a big mistake that we make is we hang on to them to try and get every last penny for a player instead of just reducing the price and let them go. And we have to be fair. I understand what you're saying, Ash, 100%. But if Dave's got a good point, just drop the price a bit, let them go, get them out the door. It's still some money in the pot, wages gone, and then we can move on, to start rebuilding the team. What do you think?
Well, that's a very just real quick, Ash. That's a very good point, because I wanted to say that when Ash finished up, how much more time are we willing to give Kulusevski? Ash, you hit it on, bro. It feels like 2 years already, right? And I mean, it almost is 2 years, right? Let's be real. And how much more are we willing to give Kulusevski? So if the right bid comes in, maybe drop your evaluation of him, and if the bid comes in, then then I would say let's do it, because you don't want to wait until, like Jimbo just said, it's already too late, and he's on a 1 year left, right? And he's basically controlling the situation. He's either going to leave on a free, or he's going to go on his terms. So that's one thing our club has been really bad about in the past, right? And that's something hopefully with this new group that we got in the leaders in the higher ups will help, prevent that type of stuff. But look, I'm all for, like I said, just to caveat off of that. If it's time for him to go, then it's time for him to go. And Jimbo, to caveat off what you said, if we could collect some money now, let's do it before, he probably has a worse season and the value goes down. Who knows?
Well, I actually wasn't talking about Kulu there. I was talking about Højbjerg.
Oh, I'm sorry, Højbjerg.
That's
Yeah. No, but I was saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
To avoid that with Kulu.
Yeah, I mean, I actually personally, Leo, I would keep Højbjerg, Kulu.
Yeah.
But what Dave was referring to earlier was that we try and squeeze too much money for players, instead of taking a reduced price, just getting them out the door, because as Ash just said, it's another 5,200,000 in wages, and we need to get players out the door, because as we all know, we don't buy until players are sold. So it's
well, why do you think that policy is still in place? Because we do have money, in my opinion, and we did get rid of, like, what was it? Lloris last it was Lloris first, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Rid of Lloris, and he was on crazy money, right? He was on like big wages.
Yeah, I think 120 he was on.
120. Perisic, well,
he was on
Perisic was on good money. Yeah,
and Dyer.
70. And Dyer, that's 3 players. Dyer was above 70k. Do you know what I mean? We also got rid of Rodon recently. Do you know what I mean? So that's 4 players. Sessegnon's gone.
And Dembele.
That's 6. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing a few other players. Tanganga 7.
If you said Rodon.
Yeah, Russell Rodon already. So 7, I'm talking about 7 there. I'm probably missing someone else. But look,
the young kid who's just gone. Which one was it? One of the young kids has just gone for 8 million.
Parrot 8.
Parrot 8.
And now Højbjerg 9.
There's actually 11 that have gone.
Well, there you go. Right. So there you go. So 11 players have gone, and we still have one before we can make that transition of it. And we're meant to be the 7th richest club in Europe. So I just start scratching my head and say, how many more do we need before we can pull the trigger? If that makes sense. I understand what we're trying to.
Yeah, you're right.
The squad, bring it down. And that's the reason why we've been able to be, you call it FFP or in the PSR or the rest of it, or the
That
ABC.
was all crap. That was all crap. It's a fallacy, PSR and FFP. Don't believe that hype, man. That was all crap.
The alphabet, I don't know. Listen, the acronyms. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, for me, I don't want to hear I'm a fan, innit, and I want these players to come in to get used to used to the system. You already saw Bergvall pull up with a little hammy and he got taken off for precautionary. But the style of play that Ange does, I don't know if it attracts a lot of injuries. If your body's not conditioned that way and they're not used to it and they haven't had that pre-season, then coming into the season, you might find a few players taking a few knocks, taking a few injuries. And if they had that pre-season prior and we got them a little bit earlier, in my opinion, humble opinion, I think that would help us to start the season a bit quicker, especially off the back of a Euros where a lot of players, big players, went out for the internet and the Copa America. They played a lot of minutes, and I feel like a lot of big teams are going to start maybe a little bit slower than usual because they've had jaded players. Why not our squad take advantage of that, get those players in, and then we can start a bit faster? I heard it with Poch. Poch used to complain that, I want these players to come in the pre-season to get used to the style, understand the philosophy, the ideas, etc., etc. And he never got those players during pre-season. And my worry is we're going to go to Japan and we haven't got those players in. Why? We've got money. Why? That's all. That's what it is. I don't know. You guys could answer for me. I could be talking a lot of waffle right now, but
no, I was moaning about this. I was moaning about this earlier, Ash. There's no excuse as far as I'm concerned that we haven't got these people through the door. I watched on Sav's stream earlier, and he said that we've sold 20. We got rid of 11 players so far, and it's cost, and we've got £29 million for that 11 players. Those 11 players.
Oh wow! Okay.
Which is, I mean, unbelievable, really, when you think about it. It's less than $3 million a player on average.
But then when you had the wages on top of that, Kate, like Ash was saying, it don't half bump up that price.
Yeah, there is that.
For 11 players, though, imagine how much we outlaid on those 11 players.
Exactly. When you think Ndombele cost us, well, I can't even bear to think of that, human. But you look at City and Chelsea, when they sell on their players, they never make pittance on them. We're terrible at selling on our players.
That's
I look at it right, and to me, in a nutshell, right, and I've said this before, Spain sell within themselves, within Spanish teams to each other, pennies. German teams sell to each other, pennies. Italian teams to each other, pennies. It's just when you've got an English club that comes in, or you're talking about an English club, that the whole ballpark changes. I mean, Napoli, they had a bid yesterday, rejected by Brighton. They bid 8 million for Billy Gilmore. 8 million. That's all they bid. And you've got Genoa saying they can't afford to pay 6.3 million for Jed Spence. Yet, if you're going to go and buy one of their players from these countries, you're paying 30, 40, 50, 60 million for players. Do you know what I mean? But yet, and if you're selling amongst each other, if an English club sells to another Premiership club, we got all this English tax business and stuff like that. And something that you can. Billy Gilmore will go for 8, or someone will bid 10 million for him in Italy, and he'll probably go there. However, if someone bid for him here in England for Billy Gilmore, you're looking at 25 million. It's just absolute madness what's going on at the moment. And for Højbjerg, apparently it's about 20 million euros. You're right, all in. But Alistair Gold has said that it's 20 million, and what they're doing is that they're loaning him with an obligation to buy.
Yeah,
and
they are.
By doing that, it's 20 million euros in total. If you look at 20 million euros in total, we're getting slightly more than what we actually paid for Højbjerg, because we paid 15 for Højbjerg. So we're getting actually slightly more. And what do we get? 4 seasons out of Højbjerg?
Yeah.
So he's probably one of the ones that has worked out. But as you quite rightly pointed out, some of the other players we've got, we've not been able to move on for years and years and years. And we've got, Ndombele, we didn't get nothing. We had to rip up his contract. Lloris, we kept him far too long. I had to rip up his. Dyer, we kept him far too long. I had to rip up his. And, until we can get everybody that we need to get out of the club, then I think we have to face harsh reality that we may not get much money for some of the players. I mean, you still got Ben Davies to go. Brian Hill still got to go. Reguilon still got to go. You think Lo Celso might be going. You think Emerson might be going. It remains to be seen how much money we'll get for them 5 players. At the end of the day, it will be their wages as well. But you just need to get them out the door. But I agree with Ash. We should have money to go out and buy players. Now, we fly out for the tour, I think it's either tomorrow or Tuesday. First game's not till Saturday, but that doesn't stop Tottenham from buying players this week. And if we buy players by Thursday, let's say, they can still fly out and join the squad.
Yeah.
Just pull the trigger, buy the players.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like deja vu. I say this every bloody year, but it's always the same shit, isn't it? Same shit, different year. I forgot to say, Paddy, the legend, has donated this brand new size large. He's bought it and he said he will send it to anywhere in the world. So if anyone wants to bid on this shirt, please do let me know. Like I say, it's a size large, so it ain't coming anywhere near me and my boobs, and it certainly isn't going anywhere near Jim and his belly. So there we go. But it's the retro 92 shirt, I believe. You're right. He heard me say
Fair
belly.
play, Patty. Fair play,
Yeah.
Patty. Show us your belly button, Jimbo.
He's come up the stairs. He's going to rush down the stairs now before I get there. Adrian said something else that we put, were the panel surprised that Skip and Archie Gray started at centre-back in both games when Ashley Phillips is a natural centre-back and was left on the bench?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was as well. Who said yeah, I was? Was that you, Ash?
Yeah. Well, I'll let someone else answer.
Lee, was you surprised?
I was surprised, but according to a lot of Spurs fans, he was trying to try something different to see what would turn out. I mean, Archie Gray said that he's never played in that position before.
Yeah.
I thought he did quality. Skippy, I don't think he should. I think he should be gone. I don't think he should be playing. But yeah, in general, I was pretty shocked considering we do have Ashley Phillips on there and he doesn't really get a sniff in. So I was shocked.
Thing is with Skip and Skippy, I wonder if they're keeping hold of him because of the homegrown quota.
But Skippy didn't even get much first team football last season. If any at all.
I agree. Leo, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think just to touch on the whole Skippy thing, isn't Skip kind of in between the rock and the wall because he's kind of that squad grown, homegrown player that Spurs are probably just gonna hold on to regardless, right?
He came from our academy, didn't he?
Yeah. So I the chat will probably, the chat, and then you guys probably will know better than me, but Skippy's probably being held hostage at this point now, right? For that simple fact that he's homegrown plus club grown. But look, as far as Adrian's question here, it was surprising to me to even see Skippy and Archie starting, especially how you said.
Can I just say
Lee,
something really quickly? Apparently, Skippy turned down a club because he wants first team football, but again, I don't think he's going to get it at Tottenham.
No, not me.
Yeah. Who knows, man? Who knows? There's such a big drop off from wherever Skippy is, his position, and the other players above him. It's just such a big drop off. Not gonna lie, but I don't know. I don't know what his motive was for playing these two in the back. However, they held their weight. Gray was phenomenal in that position for it being his first time out there. Yeah, I thought Radu was probably going to get some the nod at our last game just because he had been there out of the starting center backs. Romero's still out, so yeah, I thought maybe we'd see something different. Who knows? I'm waiting to see what happens at this preseason. Who's starting there, but I don't think I'm going to read into it too much, you guys. I don't think those are positions they're going to be playing. I just think, square peg, round holes, or however we want to say that. For the time being, they did good. Skippy as well.
Yeah, I agree. Jose, if you're Ashley Phillips, surely you're going to be scratching your head and screaming on the manager's door, like, why aren't you playing me when,
you can't trust him to start him, surely.
Well, it's very strange. I don't understand why, but I don't know what you think, Jose. Is it just a case that he's trying out things because it is pre-season, or
it could be something to do with fitness and what levels of fitness people are at? It could be that as well. I think with Radu Dragusin, all these players get they say they usually get about 3 weeks off. Otherwise, they have no time to themselves at all, do they? So Radu Dragusin, when did Romania go out? In the round of 16, probably. So from then, he gets 3 weeks off. So Dragusin may fly out. I don't know. But I would like to say that if he doesn't fly out, I would like to say that or like to think that Phillips starts against Vissel Kobe. Whoever he's partnering, I'd like to say that Phillips starts against Vissel Kobe.
I'd be very surprised to see that.
Well, if you haven't got any other centre halves back, because Romero, Van de Ven got to the semis, so that's 3 days short of where Romero got to, or 4 days short, because Romero played on a Sunday, played on a Wednesday, and Radu Dragusin went out the week before that. So I don't think Van de Ven, sorry. So I don't think any of the centre halves would be back. Well, Van de Ven ain't going to be back, and neither is Romero. Dragusin outside chance, but if Dragusin is not going to be back, I'd like to think that he's going to give Phillips minutes against Vissel Kobe. Whether it's partnering Archie Gray and Skip doesn't play, I don't know. But what I will say about the round peg square hole thing is I think Donnelly has looked comfortable playing at left back. I will say that. I think he's looked comfortable playing at left back. Now, whether he's told that his opportunities in the first team will come as a rotational or as a person that's battling a doggy for a start, that he's got more chance of that than what he's got playing up on the left because he's got Son, Werner and Solomon in front of him. I don't know. But yeah, I have been surprised about Phillips, but I'd like to think that Phillips will start against Vissel Kobe. Ash, what you got to say, mate? Because Ash has got feelings on this as well. Yeah, you said you wanted to let us go first. You said you wanted to let us go first. So I want to hear what you got to say, mate.
Yeah, no, just to give everyone a fair chance to talk, obviously. But again, guys, 12-hour charity stream. Make sure you are donating once again to this fabulous charity that Kate is giving up her time, and Jim as well, and ourselves are doing. Big up the chat each and every time. But yeah, it's so many bows to the string for this one, in my opinion. Just going back on that Donnelly thing, I thought he did look comfortable on the ball. Off the ball, he wasn't too bad either. But then I look at the opposition, and I'm like, when he's come against maybe a higher level of opposition for the Premier League, I would like to see what he's like in that instance, whether if he can manage. Obviously, left back's not his natural position. However, when he came off and I saw Spence come in, I felt like Spence inverted a lot more than him. I don't know if it was just me. When I was watching him, I felt like because sometimes, when you look at a player, you want to see how they move off the ball and on the ball. I thought on the ball, Spence, sometimes decision making was questionable, but in the midfield, I felt like he drifted in at times. He looked good. He went on the outside, tried to make those outside runs. So I think he's trying to make a case for himself, Jed Spence. I don't know if they're going to change their mind on him or if they're going to send him back out on loan or if they're going to try and sell him. Because I do know that attitude is a big thing for Ange and how he wants the dressing room as well. If he says if it's one bad egg, then, that could disrupt the whole dynamic of the changing room. So, yeah, I've got a question mark on whether he's going to stay or not. But I'm just waffling right now. What was the point again? I can't remember. What was the main point? What was the main point again? Just remind me.
About Skip and Archie Gray playing. The question was.
So I personally think Skip and playing Archie Gray was almost shoehorning Archie Gray into the team, in my opinion. I think he wants to see Archie Gray. We spent a lot of money on him. And I think the fact that he started Bergvall, he needs to give Basuma, who's going to be probably our starting six at the start of the season, he needs to give them minutes in that position. We actually need to see our team closer to it is in the starting 11, as much minutes for those players as possible. So Sarr being in the side, and then I thought he wanted to see what Bergvall would look like in the starting 11. And then he put Archie Gray there because sometimes the centre-back doesn't just stay at centre-back. Sometimes the centre-back will act like a 6. If Basuma pushes forward, then, Gray will push up into that kind of position. And certain times, like you said before, you might see Gray on a half turn trying to thread balls into the midfield, blah, blah, blah. You know, Romero does it all the time. And I think Archie Gray's in that position. And so the way I see it, if you're a good footballer, you're a good footballer. You could play any position. You could play right back. You could play left back, centre mid. It doesn't matter. You're just a footballer. And I think Ange looked at that opposition and he said, look, we should be dominating QPR. We should be having a lot more opportunities. So I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to play a couple midfielders in the centre-back role. That's my only logical thinking behind it, because it's not fair to Ashley Phillips, no. But Ashley Phillips did get a whole 45 minutes, I believe. So he has
two whole 45 minutes.
2 whole 45 minutes, so 90 minutes. So he's had a chance to look at him in that position, even though he didn't start. And I think a lot of people are arguing, like, is this he should be in the starting lineup. He shouldn't be coming on. He should be getting used to his teammates, forming relationships, seeing how he looks, etc., etc. Because that is an important component when playing football. Like, you need to know who's in front of you, who's on your right, who's on your left, who you're passing to. You don't want to be passing to someone that might not be in the squad. Do you know what I mean? And that's not going to help with development. But I thought when Phillips did come on, he had a good cameo. He looked physical, strong in the air as well. He's not a slow coach either. He's got good mobility, so he's got power and agility, and good reading of the game as well. I thought he's on a young head of shoulders, young eyes. He's got a good understanding of where he needs to be in the pitch. So let's see him more games. I think if he comes on and performs against like a Bayern Munich's, there's some big conversations to be had. Do you know what I mean? I always test these players against the big opposition. That's where I look at them. I think, can they step up against these guys and then make a call off the back of that? Do you know what I mean? Because that's the level that we need to be judging them on. But yeah, Skip, again, I thought last season, I think this happened. You know, Skip started in the preseason. He was in the starting 11 in the preseason before, ahead of Sarr. And then Sarr managed to have good performance in preseason and managed to beat Skip, and Skip was number 2. He was the benchman. So I think with Skip's situation at the moment, I think Kate's right. Homegrown, you know, I think that is a factor of it. That's
Can
the
I
reason.
ask you a question then, guys? Is it because we're Tottenham supporters then, right? Because we always talk about, well, we ain't got enough homegrown players. We haven't got enough academy trained players. Is it because we're Tottenham supporters? Because I don't hear other clubs spouting this off.
It's only because we're Europa now at the moment. Chelsea haven't got that same problem, have they? Because
yeah, but I'm talking. Okay, but you look at your other teams that are playing in Europe, Ash. That play in Europe season in, season out. The ones that even play in Europe for one season, like let's say Newcastle played last season, they're not in it this season. But I don't hear other clubs saying, "Oh, but we need to have club trained and academy trained players." But I don't hear any other people. Every year we seem to say the same thing. We need to have 8 players and they've got to be homegrown. We need to have 4 academy trained. We seem to have that conversation all the time. Is it because it's just us, or do other fans have these conversations as well?
I think we've been addressing it. I think since Lange has been brought in, I think that's been a part of their recruitment process that we need. First of all, height. I think height was an issue. So we needed to get players that were 6 foot plus. I think he did that. I thought homegrown was a massive issue because we were getting done for that, especially when it came to the back of last season. I remember there was a lot of debate, like, you know, if we're going to be in Europe, we're going to need an X amount of players that come from that. So I think that's the reason why we spent so much money on Archie Gray. But I hear what you're saying. Like, as an outsider, it would be good to have like maybe a Newcastle fan speak on it, or they're not in Europe every season, but maybe like hear what Aston Villa fans have to say. Do they have the same issues? Do you know what I mean? Because we are after one of their players in Jacob Ramsey. So, and a lot of them aren't happy about that, by the way. A lot of them aren't happy because he was meant to be one of their generational talents. He used to be in the England under-21 setup and he used to get in ahead of Conor Gallagher at certain points. So it'll be interesting to hear what like a Villa fan has to say about it. But yeah, it does come up a lot for us. It is annoying because you're like, oh, we just want good players. It's not always homegrown English, but there is a sense of pride as well. Like when Mikey Moore scored, it was like everyone was singing one of our own. Do you know what I'm saying? Someone we brought up from the academy, from the grassroots up. Well, he wasn't, but we actually brought him outside, didn't we? But he's still like, he is English, and people quickly like will adopt him as one of our own quickly. So I think that the policy has changed now, that we are looking outside of our own academy and we're literally buying quality. For it doesn't matter how young they are. We say, look, if they're 15, they're 14. I think we bought our player from West Ham, didn't we? He was a 15-year-old. We nicked off them, in attacking midfielder. And he's come into the academy, and he's meant to be like, not a big hype, but he's meant to be a good player. So I think the recruitment strategy has changed. So we don't have this we don't have this problem moving forward. As I think, as Spurs in general, we've had to maneuver differently because we're not used to buying, a player that's worth 100 million and one of the top players and coming to it. We've had to kind of do our recruitment slightly different. So I think that's the reason why we are moving the way we're moving, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
I've just got to quickly say a massive big up and thank you to Phil P, and also to Peter. I don't even want to say your surname. Kagaius. Thank you for both donating through Just Giving. Thank you very, very much indeed. It's all massively appreciated. You brought up something, Ash, that is going to divide the fan base. Jed Spence, I so wanted this guy. I desperately wanted this guy. I love how this guy plays. I know there's a lot of rumours about his attitude, but with Emerson Royale looking like he could be on the way out, I want to keep this kid. I really think Ange can turn it around for this boy. So I'm going to ask everyone, Jimbo, you first. Do you keep Spence or do you sell him on or loan him?
First of all, sorry I disappeared because we've got animals to look after. So I had to shoot off and give them a bit of attention, bit of food, and let them have a wee. I keep him 100%. If he keeps going like he's going, I wanted him in the beginning. He came in, he was bought when it was Conte, wasn't it? And he didn't. I don't think he really wanted him, and they obviously never got on. And I felt sorry for him. And he seems a really, really nice kid. I watch a lot of the training sessions. He seems very well liked by the other players. They will hug him when he comes in. He's always got a big bit like you, Ash. Always got a big smile on his face.
$1 million smile.
He just seems a really nice kid. I like him a lot, and I think he deserves a chance. And I honestly believe that Ange has put his arm around him and had a chat with him, because he just seems like a different person. Before when I watched him in training, he did look miserable. We're all ready to jump on these young players, but he is a young guy. We don't know what was happening in the background with him. He had his big move to Tottenham, and all of a sudden he was being loaned out. And people can say it was his attitude, but you don't know what was said to him by Conte's a fiery guy, and he might have said something to him that he didn't like. I don't know, but I think he deserves a chance. So for me, 100% give him a chance.
Yeah. Smithy, what are you thinking?
You're muted, son. You're muted, you professional.
You're on mute, Smithy.
I'm with Jimbo. I wanted him to come
Hello,
in.
Smithy.
First and foremost, before I say about Jed Spence, big up Jose for swallowing 2 ice creams quicker than in a minute. So big up to you. Jed Spence, I always wanted him. I don't agree with the whole Leeds thing he did and his attitude, but apparently Ange Postecoglou is really impressed by him in training.
Yeah,
we've seen some good things he can do in pre-season. I want him to stay. If he stays, I hope he keeps it up without the attitude, and I hope he is the player that helped get Forest promoted.
He looks happy. He looks happy when you see him in training. He looks happy.
No, he does, and obviously the team love him. So
yeah,
as long as all the attitude and everything's dropped, and he's doing what he's meant to be doing, yeah, I think he'd be an absolute baller for us.
But let's be fair, at that age, most of us had a bit of attitude.
You still
It's
got
true,
yours,
and he never got a chance under Conte, like you guys say. So I think there was a bit of an issue there because he wasn't a Conte player; he was a club signing, so he never got a sniff in Conte. So
to be fair, I think when he signed, when Conte straight away come out and basically said he didn't want him, that's got to be a real kick in the teeth for a player. But I mean, Leo, what's your thoughts on Jed?
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep agreeing here, but yeah, let's keep him, right? We're giving other players more chance. This player deserves a chance, especially. Look, let's just go full circle here. We're doing a stream here to give awareness to something, and who knows if maybe Jet Spence doesn't deal with the same thing, right? I mean, so we have to be aware of stuff like this. There might be some background issues as to why there was always these rumors, right? And if we're going to be giving awareness to it, we also have to be patient and give chances to these players, when they're dealing with this, especially at such a young age.
Yeah, I agree.
Coming to this team, and then like you guys just said, Conte publicly coming out and saying this was not my player, this was definitely the club signing. That's something you definitely do not want to hear, a young player or an older player.
Yeah.
So I definitely wouldn't mind having him there. Does he go out on loan? I don't know. We have Pedro Porro and then Emerson Royale. Who else is? I mean, the names are escaping me right now. But who else would be there in contention for the right back spot besides Porro and Royale? Gray. Okay, so Gray's right and left back potentially.
He plays in the middle and he could play right back.
But that's not his position, right?
No, he's midfielder. That's his position.
Yeah. So see, that's fair. I can understand our fullbacks are inverting and everything, but at the end of the day, they also have to have the defensive duties, right? And Jet Spence does offer that. He's not our best defensively going backwards, but he is a right back. So when he needs to be called upon to do his right back duties, I will definitely go towards him more than I will somebody who's playing a makeshift role, if that makes sense.
He played well yesterday defensively.
He did. And he's playing with that. He's playing with that hunger, Jimbo. He's playing with that. I want to show this, not just with his play. I haven't really been watching too much of the training sessions. I don't see too much. I don't read too much of the behind the scenes stuff being so far away. However, with that being said, it's good to hear that he's putting his part, right? He's doing his part to at least say, hey, I'm going to be active in training. I'm going to put my smile on while I'm here. You know what I mean? I'm going to do my part actively. And on the pitch, I'm going to do my part as well. Why would we want to interrupt this? And why would we want to say, hey, you know what? You've been doing all this good for us now. We're going to make you have to take 2 steps back now. You're going to go to loan to freaking Coventry or whatever. You know what I mean? I just hope we keep him, honestly. And the future is bright. When we got him, I was stoked. I still am, man. I want all of our players to succeed, right? All the way from one, all the way to the last one. I want them to succeed. And Jet Spence is not a non-exception. I want him to succeed with our team because he's playing hungry right now, my homies. And that's what I want to see from a young player. Trying to get his minutes. And when he gets his minutes, take advantage of them.
Yep, I agree 100%. Big up to Kuva Bear for the super chat. Bless you. Says, I'm a big believer in people redeeming themselves. If Spence has fixed any attitude issues and wants to prove himself to Ange, then I'm all for it.
Absolutely.
It looks good from what I saw from him so far. I completely agree. And everyone's got a right to change and prove themselves, like you say. Jose, what are your thoughts on Spence? Thanks, Kuva, again.
Pretty much around about what all you guys have said. We were linked with Vanderson from Monaco, 20 odd million that was being spouted. If Spence and Ange have spoken, because Ange let him go out on loan last season, you've got to remember that. Let him go out on loan last season. Since he's and we know that General were talking with Tottenham and they were looking to sell him. If you believe everything that's been done, they were actively looking to sell him 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. But if he's come back and he's genuinely had a chat with Ange and Ange has spoken to him as well, and he's changed the way he is and he wants to knuckle down, commit and that, then the two appearances he's made, and I know what Ash said earlier. It's only Hearts and it's only QPR, but if he's going, if that's his trajectory, then he's going to save you money, and you can buy in other positions, can't you? You can buy other positions that are needed without having to look for a right back, and you could let Emerson go, knowing that you've got someone there without having to go and splash for someone else. So he saves you money, but he's got to be in the right frame of mind. If he's in the right frame of mind, he's up to it. Then I'd keep him. What I will say to people though, because we were talking, Kate, you've asked us a lot of questions about the youngsters, about people playing in certain positions. You're asking now about Jed Spence. What I want people to understand is Hearts finished third in the Premiership last season, right? And Hearts kick off their season 13 days from today. So it was 2 weeks yesterday. They kick off their season against Rangers in the Scottish Premiership. QPR kick off their season 3 weeks. But Tottenham don't kick off their season until 4 weeks. So therefore, these other teams that we're playing against at the moment are far more advanced than us in their pre-season and the minutes in their legs and in their training than what Tottenham are at the moment. When we play against Vissel Kobe on Saturday, we're playing Vissel Kobe, who are currently in their Japanese season. So that's going to be another step up for Tottenham. They're going to be playing against people that are currently in their regular season. So they're going to be so much fit, or they should be so much fitter than what our boys are. So everything is step by step and gradual. But yeah, that was my answer on Spence.
I didn't realise the Japanese were in the middle of their season.
Yeah, Vissel Kobe won 3. I think they won 3-1 the other day, day before yesterday.
That was actually a good shout there. That was actually a good point. That was a very good point.
Yeah, I didn't. I had no clue.
No, to caveat, I would say Hearts. Number one is SBL.
Yeah,
it's a different level, isn't it, compared to I would say even to Championship. And also the second half when Jed actually played, they changed a lot of their players. They didn't fill out a lot of their first teamers, so it was hard to kind of see whether he's playing at the level that he's playing against the actual Hearts team, or is that Hearts team B, if that makes sense. Then QPR, where did they finish last season?
They were fighting relegation towards the end of the season, but they got safe about 4 games from the end.
So 18th, 17th they finished, right? So then again, you've got to put that into context. And then again, who was Jed playing against? Was it their first teamer, or was it some of their, B teams, fringe players? So I'll put that on top as a caveat as well. And then last pre-season, we were playing teams like the Sailors, etc., that were in their season. They were in their season. I'm just saying.
The Sailors were a pub team.
yeah, that team, yeah. So they were in their season as well, just to add a little,
okay,
a little bit of spice into the conversation.
There's 20 teams. There's 20 teams in the J League, so that means they play 38 games. All right.
Yeah.
Vissel Kobe currently sit 4th in the J League, and they played yesterday their 24th league game. So they are well into their season, and that's what we're facing Saturday. A team.
So if we beat them, you're saying that?
No. What I'm saying is, at this stage, in pre-season, our players, we're trying to build for 4 weeks' time, right?
Of course.
And that's what we're in the progress of building 4 weeks' time. But we're taking on teams, and this will be totally different, but we're taking on teams that are far more advanced in their pre-seasons. But when we play Vissel Kobe, they're not even in pre-season. They're in regular season, about 24 games. So they'll should be peak. They should be at peak time when we play them. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. It's just a little pushback. So Red Spence. Oh, go on, sorry, Jim.
Ash, keep or stay. Well, what would you do?
I'll keep him.
So yeah, 100% keep Jed, because he's one of the man, isn't it? You got to free up. Hey, you got to free the lads. You got to free the boys. Hey, trust me, free the man. We were calling it, but Conte. We're like, play Jed. Didn't suit the system, the style. Obviously, I think with Conte's style, a lot of the players didn't really meet the requirements for what he wanted tactically. Now we've got more, I'd say, a front-footed manager. I think where Jed likes to invert, like he did at Forest, he suits it a bit more down to the T, and it was just a question of mentality. And now he's starting to prove that. I think those loan spells did him a world of goodness. Like when he went over to Genoa, I think him going across, being away from, you know, the UK and his mates, or, you know, some of his boys, I think that helped him to develop as a man, you know, see how things work, you know, in a different country where you're not able to speak your first language, and it may have put perspective on things.
Yeah, that's a good point there.
So yeah, for me, like this is the debate I've been having among some of the boys. Can Ange develop players? Can he improve players? And now, obviously, we've got a new scouting team that was with Hibs, and I know Hibs didn't do really well, and those managers got sacked from Hibs. But apparently, those coaches that worked under Ange before, they were really attacking mindset, and I'll be interested to see what they do with these crop of players, whether they can improve them from the last season that they had. So I'm reading a quote from Ange about the QPR game, and he was basically, I'll paraphrase it, he was basically saying he thought we looked good at times, but we weren't clinical enough. We didn't create enough. Do you know what I mean? So he's still not happy with how we're actually attacking. It's still not quote unquote Ange ball, you know what I'm saying? That's what you're going to call it. It's still not the way he sees the game being played. We're not hitting the heights or moving that kind of, you know, we're not quite seeing what he wants to see. So it'll be interesting to see if Ange can improve players like your Sars, if he could take Sar to another level. Because for me, the players that we're looking at, we've been linked with Manchester United's Scott McTominay, right? We've been looked with a Pereira from Fulham, who I'm not mad at. You know, I don't mind Mason Mount, yeah, to be in the
Gallagher, Jacob Ramsey. I mean, the list goes on. There's 400. If you've got time to reel up all 400, actually, you've done well.
Yeah, no, but I think the profile player that Ange wants is someone that arrives in the box. He arrives in the box late. You call it a box crasher. Yeah, someone that can see the space, because that's my criticism of Sar. I wanted to see him invade that box a lot more, and he wasn't doing. You know, like Prime Delhi used to arrive late into the box, get on the end of things.
I like Biss yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to see a midfielder that is a different profile to the ones that we have at the moment, the ones that can get into the box and then finish chances off. You're not relying on the number 9 all the time. I know the inverted fullbacks are in that position, but certain times we're playing positional play, as you know, Jose, and I want to see players attack space a lot more, but then read the game, know when to do it, because a lot of the time there's players in that position. We do this horseshoe football. We play around, it doesn't go anywhere, and everyone gets frustrated and blah, blah, blah. We want to see players have some type of IQ in the game, and they know when to arrive in that space. And then that's when we take more shots. We want to have more shots on target, affecting the goal. And I know, like, probably someone will reel off some stats and say, "Oh, Spurs have had the highest shots in the league," or blah blah blah. It's not good enough, guys. We need to see like tangible, like where all fans are like, you know what? If we just had a top striker or a midfielder in that position that could finish those chances off, not like a Werner, then we could move up the table. Do you know what I mean? But what do you guys think about the whole, you know, new coaches coming in? Because obviously we lost the coaching member staff. Do you think that will affect the way we play? Do you think we're down tools? Can Ange improve players as a manager? Well, he's not really a coach; he's more of a manager, I would say. But can he improve players, guys? Do you think?
Well, actually, before we go around and answer, the fact that you're asking that question, have you got your doubts about Ange, or are you just literally posing it to us? Because a lot of people are starting to doubt Ange.
Where do I stand on Ange? Where do I stand on Ange? That's a good question. That is a great question. I am judging him on this season. I do have small doubts on the way that he needs to adapt in game a bit quicker, in my opinion, because I feel like when we play the 2-3-5, I feel like down the channels we are exposed, as we know. When teams figure it out, they do 2 or 3 passes, quick transitions, and they're in, and they create high quality chances off the back of it. I think at times one of the if we're gonna have a 6, the 6 needs to have legs in terms of when we lose the ball, they need to have recovery pace to mop up in those fullback areas if our fullbacks are inverted and they're too high up the pitch to cover that area. So my simple tweak would be to sometimes make one of the fullbacks drop off and one of the fullbacks go. So then we can have like a 3-2-5, if that makes sense, in possession. So I just feel like we're a little bit exposed at times if we can't finish our dinner. But again, it comes down to quality in the 5 positions. So if the 5 players up the top end of the field can actually convert the chances that we are creating, then I think we can destroy teams. Also, my slight concern is we don't break teams down from deep, if that makes sense. We don't have a player that can see it from deep. You know, when Madison drops deep and he tries to play make from like the fullback, or he tries to take it off the 6, we don't have a player that can create from deep, which allows Madison to play higher up the pitch, in my opinion. So I think that's something we're missing. And then also, I think sometimes we are super gun-ho, go, 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 go. I would like to see a player pause, we call it the pauser, a player that can just pause on the ball and then space opens up and then they put the ball on and then we create a chance like that, rather than, 100 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour. That's my only critique of Ange. But do I back him? Yes. Do I trust him? Yes. I think he's the right man for the job. Will he eventually get us over the line? That's where my question mark is. I don't know if he's the guy to actually, see us. And I don't think we'll win a cup this season, but I feel like this season will be closer to it. I think we'll have a better run, in my opinion. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Before I go round, Smithy, I know you've got to drop off for a bit, but thank you for coming on and for donating. And I'm sure we'll see you later on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say big love to you, Jimbo, Mickey, everyone on the panel with me. Keep donating, people. It's a great cause. I've got to go and do my daddy duties. Is that what you say?
Yeah, God. Well, is it your nephew or is your godson?
No, it's one of my best mates' son. So
so
godson.
Your godfather duties.
Godparenting.
Yeah. So go and chill with them for a bit, and I'll come back in part 2.
Okay, darling. Thank you very much for coming on.
Big love, everyone.
See you later, Smithy. Jimbo, what are you feeling about Ange? Do you think he can improve players? Do you think he's got the capacity to sort of get someone like Jed Spence and turn him around if his attitude does stink?
Okay, I'm gonna have to cut you short for 1 second. I think someone's at the door.
Oh, are they? Okay, I'll go to Leo the Lion then.
Yeah, that still remains to be unseen, Kate. I mean, honestly, this is where I guess where I say I kind of draw the line as to how much I observe when I watch the game, right? I know there's some people that are able to watch the game, watch off the ball movement, and pay attention to different things and observe, and I guess watch the game in a different point of view than I can. I don't know if it'll translate to a Kate. I hope it does. I mean, I know he's got a different approach to being a manager, like the homies just said. He's not necessarily a coach, he's more of a manager. And a lot of them have said he gives off very good, almost as father figure-ish vibes. And he's been the one to come out that says hey, I'll give these guys just what they need and that's it. I'm not going to go and put my arm around them and say, hey, small talk with them. He's the bare minimum, and that's all it is. Because, I think he's even come out and said he doesn't want to have the biggest attachment to these players because he doesn't want to have favorites in the club.
Oh, Leo, you're muted again.
You got muted.
Yeah, it's the cars passed by here out in the garage, and I didn't want it to be too loud. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know exactly how, that I can see where a player knows that he can go confide in his coach and get the black and the white. You know, it's either this or it's that. There's no in between with him, and that's where I can see that's either going to be good or bad for a player, right? It doesn't. I mean, to every player is different, so you got to know how to manage that. And whether or not he's got the minerals to do that, Kate, I don't know. I hope he does. Right? Because I mean, but in a perfect world, he does, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is this guy's won a trophy everywhere he's gone, whether it be in Japan, whether it be in the Scottish League or Australia. And he's brought in players like Kyogo at Celtic, and he moulded him into what he wanted him to be. So I don't see, my answer is I don't see why he can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, he has won, you know what I mean? But he doesn't have to always be like that doesn't. You can always win by being like how you are. Look at Jose Mourinho. He's got his own personality. He's like in a league of his own, and he's his own player. Can he mold a player? You're damn right he can. Or can he not? Who knows? He gets the players that already have it made. You know what I mean? Yeah. So different strokes for different folks. He is like you just said, Postecoglou has won everywhere. So that only leads us to believe that he's going to win with us too, right?
Yeah, 100%. Jimbo, what's your thoughts with Ange? Can he mould players and make us successful, do you think?
I think he's proved he can. But Ash had some really good points there. I mean, I thought when you put me after Ash, I thought, bollocks, how am I going to follow that? I was lucky that Amazon come and saved me.
I will say Ash most definitely knows his stuff, does our Ash.
I've told you many million times, when there's someone who knows what they're talking about, don't put me after them, all right?
Okay, sorry, Jim.
I think he's proved he can. He's proved in the past he can. I think that last season, a lot of people jumped on Ange and give him a bit of a hard time, but we have to remember it was his first season in the Premiership, and it's a lot different to anything he's ever done. So he was learning as well. And he did come out and said that he made mistakes. That he's got to change his ways a little bit. And we all know he's not going to change the attacking style of football. That's never going to change because that's not him. But he knows that he had to tweak a little bit, and he started to at the end of the season. And I think that we will see a different Ange this season. I think there will be games they will drop back a bit, won't be so far forward. So, yeah, I've got to, well, you know, Kate, I mean, everybody who watches me on your stream, I've got so much faith in him. The guy's been around the block, you know, you can't be in football as long as he's been in there and not know what you're doing. You've got to be a complete idiot if you've been in football 26 years, is it? And not have learned a lot. And I think this guy knows his stuff. And I think we will see some tweaks this season. I think everyone's going to be a bit surprised.
I hope so. I like that. Jose, to you next. Do you believe in the Australian wonder from down under? Do you think he can mould these players, improve these players, and bring us some success?
He is. Ange Postecoglou is rated by everybody inside football. Forget fans. Forget supporters, but everybody inside football rates Ange Postecoglou. So your fellow managers in the Premiership rate him. Every league he's been at rates him. Even the leagues that he hasn't been at, they rate Postecoglou. And they're all professionals and they're all in the game. So it says a lot for what the professionals think about him. I keep hearing these stories, and if you read, they are factual, but you know, second season wonder and does everything in the second season. In order to do things in the second season, people need to believe in what he's doing and in the training that the players are given by him and or his coaching staff to play a certain way of football and to play football, you know, in the way that he sees it played. When he talks about football and he talks about seeing football through his own eyes and he talks to you, you believe and you hang on every word he says. All right. And that's as fans. So if the players were to do that and then carry out the instructions that he does, then I'm hoping that, yeah, we do see better football than what we did last year. And, you know, an improvement on last season, points-wise, whether that gets us positional further up in the table or not, I don't know, because there's a lot of people that are going to be vying for the same kind of spots next season. I look at it and I think to myself, I had a thought the other day, when I looked at it the other day, I thought to myself, now I'm talking about two different teams here, but when Pep went to Man City and he didn't win the trophy in the first season, the first thing he done at the end of that season was say, Joe Hart's not good enough for the system that I want to play. I want a goalkeeper that can play out from the back, be press resistant, play with his feet and that. And he moved Joe Hart on, who Joe Hart was England's #1 at the time. And Joe Hart has won trophies and not put feet wrong, but wasn't rated by him, got rid of him, and then also turned round and thought to himself, well, to play my system, and remember, it's his system and his philosophy and his system, he said, I need to bring in 2 fullbacks to play it. And he went and spent over £100 million on Walker and Mendy. So he then, so he didn't play players and shoehorn players into positions and stuff like that. He got players in that would play the system and that were comfortable with the way he wanted them to play. You look at someone like Jurgen Klopp. When Jurgen Klopp came in, he saw the deficiencies that Liverpool had. I mean, we all remember the spanking that we gave them at Wembley, which was one of Klopp's first sort of games when we spanked them 4-1. Played them off the park. It should have been even more than 4-1. And then, he saw the deficiencies in Liverpool and he went and rectified the deficiencies by players that he brought in. But he brought players in to fit a system that he wanted to play. He didn't turn around and bow down to the fans and say, because Liverpool didn't get all the results they needed to start off with when he was embedding his philosophy. Man City didn't get all the wins that they needed when Pep was embedding the philosophy there as well. And the same as with Ange. Ange will play his philosophy and will have his way of playing and want his teams to play his way. And I'm hoping and that we improve on what we were last season. I think the profile of player that they're buying, Ash said earlier, they're addressing this 6-foot business. So you look at Bergvall and Gray, who are both 6 foot plus, right? But also as well, they're press resistant. They're press resistant and stuff like. He's getting players to play his system. So for me, do I read much into the coaches that he's brought in, the Hibernian people? Because they got sacked, and people saying, yeah, they must be crap because they got sacked and that. But then when Ash gives you the other point about them playing attacking football, and that was their philosophy everywhere they've been at, then it kind of lends itself to what Postecoglou wants to play as well. So, yeah, I'm hoping that we see better football this season than what we did last season, and that players do come on leap and bounds with either Ange or the coaching staff. I thought Pedro Porro last year was a revelation. Mm-hmm. Watching Pedro Porro last season playing and being coached, or however he was coached, he was an absolute revelation last season. Pape Sarr, revelation last season. So it can't be no coincidence. There's got to be something in it that the manager and the coaches have done to these players to make these players better than what they've looked before. So I'm hoping he does the same with Jed Spence. I'm hoping second season that he does more with a doggy, because I think a doggy still raw, got a lot more to give, still raw. So I'm hoping he does it with him as well. Brennan Johnson, more coaching and more out of Brennan Johnson as well. More out of quite a few players, because if your players up their game by 5%, then that don't half push your team way forward, don't it?
But you talk about Man City, you talk about Liverpool. What are your thoughts? Because, if you think about it, Liverpool, they had, I believe, Fabinho as a DM, which had a lot of protection.
Not initially. They went and bought him after. Yeah, not initially.
Yeah. I'm saying, okay, so second season, you bought Fabinho. Man City, Fernandinho as a DM.
Fernando and Fernandinho, they both, didn't they?
Yeah. So where do you sit on it? Where do you sit on this whole Basuma debate and this whole defensive mid? Because I feel like that's where most fans are like, oh, that is the key area, because we've conceded so much goals. Our defense at the moment are quality. We've got quality centre backs and Micky van der Ven and Christian Romero
and Dragusin
as well, who also, just to go back to that previous point, and it did take a while for him to bed in, like to put him in when all fans would say, look, we need to adapt, put Van der Ven as a left back, put Dragusin in there. That will make, but Ange didn't want to do it. He waited to the last couple of games before he did make that change. But where do you sit on Ange adapting quicker in games when things aren't working, and like maybe changing a few, tweaks here and there? Not to say he didn't, but just doing it a little bit sooner. And then where do you sit on the whole defensive midfielder situation? Where do you think Basuma is good enough to be our defensive midfielder, or do we need to really recruit in that area? How do you see it? Because that for me was the two biggest things against Liverpool and Man City compared to where we are with Spurs.
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. Just to caveat your question, you said about Liverpool.
Okay. So
comparing us to them.
Jim said earlier that we're in for a surprise this season, and I kind of echo what Jim said, because I can kind of see it happening already from the players that we've brought in. Right, when we used to say last season, we said, well, we got Maddison, we got Bentancur, we got Bissouma, and we got Sarr. So we've got 4 decent centre midfielders to pick from, and we've got to pick 3. Well, I'm going to be brutally honest. I think that Bergvall and Gray are going to shake that midfield up. I can't say that I'm going to guarantee that Bentancur is going to be a starter, Bissouma is going to be a starter, perhaps I think it's up in the air now who actually starts. The eventual 6, if you want to call him that, I think could well be Archie Gray. I think Archie Gray will be the long-term answer in the 6th role. Watched him play, and people are going to throw the bus at me and saying, yeah, but he played it in the Championship, and he looked supremely. He looked at home doing it in the Championship, playing as a 6th role. The guy's okay. He's played for England under 21s. He's the only one out of all the young uns that is in England under 21 side when we look at all our youngsters. But I think that Gray and Bergvall have been brought in, and they're going to be playing more minutes than what people actually think next year. And I think Gray and Bergvall have not been come to be put on the bench to be bench warmers. They've come to affect that first team. That's the kind of, they've brought these players in because they can play this style. They've got the engines on them as well, and they've got the legs and stuff like that. Because a lot of the times we play so slow in that midfield. We are one of the slowest midfields ever when you watch them play. So I think that Gray could end up being the answer for the number 6, unless we go out and buy someone between now and the start of the season. I think Gray's the answer for number 6. With his tactics, I mean, I don't know because I'm not on the training pitch, Ash, but when Dragusin wasn't getting selected, I was kind of scratching my head and thinking, why? And then I'm thinking to myself, he was bought in January. Is it that there was a different type of fitness level that he, from Italy, from when he came over to us, and that his fitness wasn't quite there? I'm not too sure. But then, you're quite right. Towards the end of the season, we managed to play or to shoe in Dragusin and push Van der Ven. But that was more by, I think we were more forced to do that because we ended up losing the doggy, didn't we? But we did try some silly experiments before we actually, or some silly experiments we tried before we actually stumbled on Dragusin playing there and Van der Ven going out onto the left. We now see, because Van der Ven's come on for Holland and replaced Aki in every game, and I think that now going forward for Holland, I think Van der Ven will be a star and probably centre back rather than in the left back position. But he did change around what he was doing. I think he's had a season and a proper preseason now to look at his players and that, who he trusts, who he doesn't trust. And I think because he understands his players more and stuff, his in-game management will have to get better next season. You can't have what we had for 3/4 of the season. We need to have what we had at the tail end of the season from day one going forward next season, if that answers your question.
Wouldn't you want to see, though, in pre-season, Archie Gray as the 6?
Yes.
To say, like, okay, cool. If we're going to move, we've got Leicester, first game of the season. Then we've got Everton at home. And then we're at Newcastle away. So we've got, like, 2 away games. Leicester being under the lights as well, first game of the season. I don't think Arch will be starting. I think Basuma will start ahead of him. Do you know what I mean? And then if anything, like 70 minutes in or 65 minutes when he likes to make a substitution, you might see a change depending on the game state. You might see a substitution of Basuma and then Gray coming on. And then depending on how he performs there, then we can have more of an idea if Gray's going to be that guy to, you know, move Basuma aside, because that's what we're saying. We're saying that, like, off the ball, Gray is a better defensive midfielder than Basuma. Or we're hoping at least that that's the case. But it's like a big question mark and a lot of hope on someone that's 18 years old, and we haven't yet seen him in the Premier League. So yeah, it can go either way. Like we want it to work. We want it to be like Archie Gray comes in and he's phenomenal and he replaces Basuma and he's a ball winner and he improves our midfield and he moves it a lot quicker than Basuma as well. He's got a bit of passing range, blah blah blah. But it's still question marks if we're going to be totally honest as a fan base. Do you know
I
what
think
I mean?
you're going to have a lot of fun next year, Ash, on your channel, because you like to break down players and stuff like that. And I think you're going to have a lot of fun, and it will be positive fun that you're going to have when you're breaking down Archie Gray next season. I'm telling you, he's a top player. He will become, if he stays with us long enough, I think he's going to become one of these players that you'll never ever forget to play for Tottenham.
I'm not going to push back. I'm just going to wait and see.
Yeah.
So it's one of those ones. But I just think, like, I don't think he's going to come and start. I think he's going to have to, depending on how he performs when he does come on the pitch and takes off Basuma. And it depends, like he said, what Ange does. If Ange comes and says, yeah, I think Basuma's looking tired and we need to come off. If it's a 0-0 and, you know, it's a bit techie, is Ange going to risk it and take a Basuma off? Was he more likely to risk it up top and then take those players off? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why. But obviously in Europe, I expect to see Arch and Bergwall combo. That's what I expect to see moving forward, with maybe a Maddison blended in and some of our first teamers blended in that team. So it's I want to see. There's so many question marks.
But if we get what I'm saying is, with the players and that, and if they buy into everything that they're being coached and trained, and Ange changes his tactics like he did towards the end of the last season, if he starts like that from day one, right? So you don't forego what your thoughts are on how to play the game, but if he gets his tactical acumen from day one going forward, then we should have a really good season.
But the thing with the Premiership managers at the moment, you're looking at in-game management from what's it called? We've got Pep, obviously. You've got Arteta, in-game management. We don't know about Liverpool, Slot, how he is, but I know at AZ Alkmaar, where he managed before Feyenoord, he had a different system to what he's playing with, which he won the league with Feyenoord. I know he can change his system quite a bit. Obviously, Maresca, Chelsea. They play a lot more possession-based football compared to what Pochettino did. Slightly more possession, attacking, front-footed football. And then obviously you've got Manchester United back in the frame, Ten Hag. I'll be interested to see what these teams, because obviously it would be great if Spurs lived in a vacuum where, you know, it was only us improving. But you've got new unknown managers stepping in, and you've got new players as well. They're Liverpool in the same situation as us. They're trying to improve. Bless me, sorry.
Bless you, mate. Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
It's hard.
Yeah, obviously they're all at Aston Villa. They've done business with Ross Barkley and Nana.
Just for your comment for Villa 1982, I'm just going to say, when you throw out Unai Emery, I think his in-game management is brilliant, because when we went and played at Villa Park, he went to a back three and we won 4-0. So yeah, carry on Unai Emery in-game management.
Then again, at home we lost to them.
Yeah, but that's because we couldn't hit the onion. We didn't hit the onion bag, did we? Because we had so many chances. That's the game that Lo Celso and Bentancur ruined Villa for the first half an hour until there was a dirty player that took out Bentancur.
Yeah, that's right. But he did change it up by taking off Diaby, putting on Yardman. What's the Jamaican guy? I forget his name. Bailey. Put on Bailey.
The yard man, he says.
The yard man. Yeah, man. We brought him on. And then also he brought on Tielemans as well. I thought that changed the game. I thought that was great tactical now when he switched it up, because Bailey was a little bit more a wide forward compared to Diaby, who was playing a lot more central, in my opinion.
Who's just left, by the way. You've heard about Diaby. He's gone to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Do you see the
That's the reason why they're looking at Kulu. And
you see the salary he got off? £23 million a year.
Wow, but they don't go for the money though, Jose. It's nothing to do with the money.
You said Richie. You reckon Richard will go to Saudi?
There's another comment today saying that they reckon that the Saudis are going to come in within the next week or so and bid for him.
For Richard, yeah? Yeah,
Richarlison, yeah.
I call him Richard.
Richard.
Yeah, Richard.
This is a really interesting question. Just a harmless potato. What is the opposite to a harmless potato? Perish the fault. Is there such a thing as a harmful potato? Are there potatoes that run around with flick knives? I mean, who bloody knows? Terrifying fault. Yeah,
or eating a potato raw. I don't know.
It's quite a scary fault, but big up.
It's a great name, though, Kate.
It is a great name.
The comment.
Big up to the absolute legend Bobby K for the donation. It says big up Kate, Jim, Leo, Ash, Jose, and everyone in chat. Let's help Kate achieve her goal. Every bit helps, so please do what you can for the cause. Kate really wants to name drop because she never does, so let's help her. Actually, Bobby, you've missed Micky Hazard. He's already been on just to name drop a little bit, but he is coming back on later. But yeah, thank you for that, Bobby. Really appreciated. I think I'm quite shocked Diaby's gone. Not because, obviously, I'm not shocked because of the money he's been offered, but you know, he came to the Premier League. It looked like started tearing up trees straight away. I was really jealous they got him, and then he kind of fell off a bit of a cliff. So quite bonkers, that situation. But
what did he get for Villa? Was it better than what we have at the moment in our front line? Just
well, I think so. I don't know if it was statistically, but certainly on the eye test, he looks bloody better. I'm not entirely sure, but I did see
6 goals. He scored 6 goals, and he got how many assists? 8 assists. So, yeah.
Obviously, you're a stats man. You've done this before. How does that stack up with Johnson and Werner?
Johnson got 5 goals, and I think he got.
Assists?
That's fine. I'll double check. I don't want to say the wrong number, so I'm going to double check. I think he got 9 or 10, but I'll find out for you now.
I thought it was 7 or 8.
5 goals and 10 assists. I thought it was 10. So,
okay, so he's ended up at 15 GAs. So that's more than the Villa boy.
Yeah, more than just by 1.
That's what I'm saying. With the eye test.
But he had a bad season, didn't he? Like Kate was saying, he started off well and then he dropped off. But then the difference is they had Bailey. And if I look at Bailey's numbers, Leon Bailey, his numbers were, let's quickly find it, 9 assists and 10 goals. So 19 goal contributions. Say no more.
Mm.
Say no more.
That yard man did well then.
Yeah, the yard, he did his thing.
The yard man did his thing.
Yeah, the Jamaican, he did his thing, man. He did well. So 19 goals. That's what we want from one of our forward players. I think our highest was Kulusevski. And I know he got 8 goals. Then how many assists he got? So let's quickly look. Kulu got 8 goals.
Hello, baby.
And 3 assists, which is not that great. 12. Yeah. No, 11. 11 goal contributions. So again, our forward line, that's what we need to improve. And I don't know if we've done too much improvement so far in the forward line. We've got Werner in so far.
Woo!
I mean, I saw the game last. I don't know what you guys thought. How you thought he performed against QPR, but I don't think it was too promising. And again, it's just preseason, so I don't want to read too much into it. But
I fell asleep the second half because I had a really bad banging headache. So, but so far this season, I think that Werner has looked like the youngster, and the youngsters have looked like the experienced players so far in preseason. But we'll see. I don't like to throw him under the bus yet. You know, the season hasn't started, but I do worry about our front line and scratching my head why Ivan Toney isn't going on tour with us. I can't understand why they just don't get it done.
Is that cat behind you after your food? It's gone back down again. Okay.
Yes, I've got a McDonald's and she's after it, and I will eat her before she gets any of this. No, you're not having none. No. But yeah, Ivan Toney for me should have been done by now, but I don't know what the hold up is.
If not Ivan Toney, can I, Leo? I want to know what your thoughts on, because you probably know about Jonathan David. I'm assuming a little bit better than us.
No, I'm gonna owe you on this one, Ash. I don't, brother. I don't.
Bobby K's the one. He knows.
Yeah, Bobby K's the one.
He's in the chat.
I'm joking now.
He's useless.
Is he? He didn't do this. I know from watching some of the Copa, I had some interest in the Canadian teams. One of our players here actually just got sold to Olympic Lyon, our center back here from Colorado. So I had some interest in the Canadian team, right? And I don't even think he performed that well, and I don't think he played that much, to be honest with you, man. He didn't play as much as I would have expected, considering all the hype. Another person that I do not want the Spurs to go after is Santi Jimenez. I know he's been touted as a player that we might want to bring on, but I kind of, my homie, I want to steer clear from Santi Jimenez.
You say it 3 times, he appears.
Say it 3 times and he appears. Look.
I'm here to grant your wish. Asthmatic, what? I will read your list of wishes here. Asthmatic's wish is to be sexy. Oh, look. Fucking fantastic. Done.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Jose's house wishes to be loved by everybody. Boom. Holy, look at the comments. Everybody, I love the Jose. I love the Jose. Leo's wishes. What? Leo's wishes. Absolutely nothing, because I'm surrounded by fantastic people like Bobby K. Oh, that's so nice, Leo. That's very nice. But you know what? I want you to have $1 billion. Boom. It might not be real money, but pray it's there. James' wish, please never to be pushing downstairs again. So I can't read the writing, Jim. It's very hard. And Kate wish, I only have 2,782 names I drop in a regular stream. I'd like to hit a benchmark of 5K. Oh, very nice. Very nice. But good morning to you guys. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the chat. Hope everybody's well. Hope everybody's for the cause. And things just got better, didn't they?
Oh, Cougar.
Bloody hell. Look, we've got the dynamic duo. Come on.
It's funny. I was thinking I'll just come on and beat Bobby to it, and then you beat me in the meantime.
Oh, hey, that's a conversation for different
I know.
It's not Saturday night. This is early morning.
Bloody hell, you two have only been on 3 minutes, and it's turned into carnage.
Hey, we move quick. We move
what
quick.
We do. It is what we do. Just because we've been absent doesn't mean we've lost our touch, right?
Are you both well?
Toops, you go first.
Still recovering, but a lot better than I have been. That's for sure. So
good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Well, got to come back. Can't stay away from streaming forever, can I?
Exactly.
No, exactly that.
Our 12 loyal viewers miss us, Coops.
That's right. That's right. 3 of those were me.
Oh well, 4 are my mum's accounts. So maybe we got more than 12.
Guys, I have to go my way as well. See you guys. But I'm joking.
I granted his wish of being super extra sexy and handsome, and now he's like, I'm going to get some.
Bobby, how you doing?
You know what? A lot better.
Good.
Things have progressed quite a bit over here. Yeah, doing doing a lot better. Looking forward to getting back on screen with this big sexy beast here and getting some old laughs out again the way we used to. So yeah.
Good.
How are you guys all doing? Haven't seen or talked to you in a while. I know. Sorry, I've been MIA, but speaking of me, I hope you're well too. But yeah, it's nice to be back though.
Big up, my homie.
All good. And me as well. I spoke to Mia yesterday as well, and she's well. So
Good.
she says to say hello to everybody. So yeah, she's
Is
doing good.
Kuva little K?
Yeah, just like him. It's the hair that does it, isn't it?
I think it's safe to say there's nothing little about Kuva.
Oh. Hey,
Oi, 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 oi.
you're in my good books. You hear that little fella? Oh, what?
Good morning, guys.
Little K, your hair looks awesome.
Here, let me turn the volume up so you can hear them. Okay, there you go. Now you can hear them.
Your hair looks great, little K.
Good morning, my little homie.
He looks like the Bollywood version of the Grinch. He just woke
looks
up with
like-
flat on the two sides.
It looks like Elvis.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I was trying to go
That's
for
what
that
he
one.
came down as.
I was thinking
Looked
young
like
Michael
something out
Jackson.
of the Mad Max Bollywood version.
I was thinking Bruno Mars.
Yes,
There
good
you
call,
go.
Leo.
Yeah.
Oh, good one, Leo.
There you go. You want to be Bruno
He's
Mars?
looking so grown up, Bobby.
Hey?
He's looking so grown up.
Jim, honestly, the difference from the photos from last year from his 12th birthday to now, because of the little growth spurts and stuff, he's a good 6 inches taller than his mom already, which is kind of funny.
Wow.
You can see the change.
Yeah, oh yeah, the change slimmed out.
Thank you.
He's
I was
getting
just
more
gonna
handsome like
say
his
that.
daddy. He grew up most
Yeah.
of his life looking like his mom, right? So thank God he's changing now. Oh no,
Bless
offense, man.
him.
You make an ugly woman. Go on.
Bless him. Oh my God, I
That's
remember.
that shirt because he's been rocking number 5 all season, right? Like Mickey.
Yeah, kid and play. Kid and
Yeah.
play. Kid and play.
I love that.
House party,
house
yeah.
party. Sorry, I'm eating a Big Mac like a greedy pig.
Ask a question and then you can eat leisure while
Yeah,
everyone's answering for you.
Bobby and Coots,
Oh.
what are you making of pre-season and everything that's going on and the transfer window and anything else you want to talk about while I eat my Big Mac?
Are you serious? She wants us to come on here and talk about football. Out of all the people in the community, she's got Jose here, who's a wealth of knowledge. She's got Ash Maddock, who is double pivot champion of the world. But Jim, who's pretty much connected to all these people as well. And Leo, who's now not only brought Spurs to Colorado, but now is bringing Colorado to the world. And she's asking
I thought
us
we were
about
coming
football.
on. Yeah, I thought we were coming on to sort of dilute the footballing ability on the
That's what I
channel.
thought we were doing. I've got Spot the Bull stories ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So let's do that then. Okay. So our in our preseason, what we did is write stories. Right. So
you can
here's
do
one.
that. It's fine.
No, we really can't. Not this time of day.
Oh, sorry. Who cares?
No, it's not right. Honestly, I tried to watch not the QPR game, the
Hearts
one right
game.
before it. The Hearts game. Thank you.
When I sent you all the
found
porno.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, because I went through those links and stuff like that. I was having no luck. It wasn't working. So then I just ended up on Pornhub. So I don't really know what happened with the game because I was already on the computer. It was like, what's the point of closing it now? You're here. I'm here. We're all here. So, support the cause like this great one right now. So make sure you're donating, folks. I really don't know what's happening, but from what I'm reading and stuff, a lot of people are hyped up about the youngsters. But then, of course, you get some people coming out and just saying it's deluded fan base that's getting overhyped and excited over nothing and blah, blah, blah. So I'd just like to see some movement regarding players and what we're all saying that we need. And I just want to see this manager get back. That to me would be a telling preseason. What happens in games that don't matter, I don't think really matters.
Yeah, I agree. Kuva, what's your thoughts, mister?
Well, obviously, I nipped onto Sava's stream earlier to be for the last 20 minutes and be the entire highlight of the entire show. So I'll just say basically what I said earlier in the beginning of the last season. It was going to be this summer transfer window that I'll be most interested in because we'll have a better idea of where the club's going. And to be honest, I'm not finding that now. I still don't know what we're doing because we seem to have a manager that has come out is very openly saying he wants to go for the league in his second season, and then we're recruiting youngsters. No, I'm all for the youngsters. I think Archie Gray looks a very, very good player. I mean, I saw him his sort of breakthrough year with Leeds. I saw him early on. He looked fantastic. Then he kind of went off the boil for a bit. I think that's more the team generally having a slump, and it affected everybody. But then when he came back again and hit the form again, I thought this kid's really good. So I was really pleased to get him. Bergvall looks like a talent as well. I think there's the future's looking pretty good if we keep going with this line of acquisitions. But is that what we're going to be doing long term? Because this club, like no other I can think of, chops and changes its direction all the time. Another 2 years, we might abandon this youth project and start going with ready-made players again. And God knows who the manager will be at that time. So I don't know what we're doing. I'm just going to have to wait and see. I'd like to think that Ange knows what he's got himself into, and there's a big plan for the next few years. He's a part of it, and all of this influx of talented young players coming through is all part of it. But for me, it's the unknown. I'm kind of intrigued at the moment, but I've given up on the idea of us signing your big name players that we're all craving for every season. I think this just not something we really do, is it? But having said all the positives about getting youngsters with talent, you then look at Brennan Johnson, Timo Werner. I think, is that really fitting in with what we're trying to do? I'm not. It's Brennan Johnson. Even I like to say I'd give him the fair crack of the whip and give him time to settle in and everything. But I just watched the pre-season, the game against QPR, and he looked woeful. He was awful. His crossing ability was like worse than mine, and I'm in my 50s. Timo Werner, I don't even rate as a footballer. I think he's in the wrong sport. He's the German Forrest Gump, as far as I'm concerned. What's German for Forrest? Wald, is it? Yeah, Herr Gumpwald. That's his name. I'll just. It's a baffling array of things we're doing at the same time, and I want to see how it pans out. I think Jose and Ash were both making really good points about the likes of Archie Gray and Bergvall. I think Jose in particular, sorry, not Jose, getting managerial things going. Saying about they could be the ones that are really shake things up this season. I agree. I think if we are looking at this as a long-term project, you want to get these sort of players in the team as soon as possible and allow them to grow with the team as they play. So we might be back to this usual one of going, you've got to have a bit of patience, which everybody's sick of. But whatever we do, that is going to have to be the case anyway. There is no instant fix with this club. We're not going to go out and do what City did when, they first took over and dumped £1 billion on players, and it's all fixed. Those days are gone. Even if we were prepared to do it, which we're not. So I think we just got to just kind of see what happens. I just want to see improvements this season. All the things we started to do last season, could see the shift in the team getting into the opponent's half of the field, play high up the pitch. Total contrast to the Conte style with the counter attack. That was working. The pressing was kind of working at times, kind of not working at other times. But I think for me, the biggest letdown, and forget all this talk about set pieces and how many were conceding, that being a problem. I thought it was when we attacked, we were so disappointing so much of the time. We did manage to score quite a lot of goals considering how bad we were at it. So I think if we can work on that and get the passing going from the back, and that includes the likes of Bergvall and Archie Gray, getting that solid base, solid supply line to forwards, we pick somebody other than Werner and Johnson all the time. I think we could be onto a flyer. But hit a signing here and there, a winger or two, centre forward, I think that could go a long way to improving this team. So we'll see what happens till the end of the transfer window. I think we got the right manager in charge, but I don't know who does. He needs to have time to work his magic. If he's got magic, maybe it is beyond him. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Usual Spurs thing. I don't know. Just hope for the best. And,
expect the worst, but hope for the best.
Exactly.
Can I just say one quick thing? Sorry, Leo's got to go because he's got a massive day at the Colorado Rapids Stadium today. He's been invited there to have a meet and greet with the players and stuff.
Yes,
massively well deserved. Massive, big time, Leo. Massively well deserved, Leo. I hope you have the absolute best day, and thank you for coming on.
Make sure when you do your next stream, you name drop the hell out of every single player you talk to.
Well, I mean, first of all, I appreciate what you're doing, Kate. Huge. Like it was. I definitely wanted to come on here and to be part of it, and thank you for letting me be a part of it. I appreciate that. Chat, if there's any way you can help out, however it is you can, definitely do it. If you can't, financially, at least hit the like and subscribe to these wonderful people here. I know this is for a different cause, but I mean, any help goes. Any help is help at in some sort of. But yeah, today I have a huge day. I did tell my homies. I haven't really told too many people, but the Rapids did actually invite me over to a meet and greet that they're having with a certain amount of people, and they reached out to me and invited me in my channel. So I'm gonna go get some footage. And with that being said, I appreciate everybody that's dropped on my channel, man. I hope you guys have a wonderful day today. And come on, you Spurs.
Nice. Leo, do me a favor, would you? Leo, can you do us a favor at the game?
Yeah.
Can you start Pit Army?
Pit Army.
You don't want to start shouting out pedo. Definitely not.
No, we do chat. So when I do go it all started with just me and a couple of my Colorado Spurs friends going, and we do chant that when we go. We do chant Pit Army. Of course we do, man. Yeah. So yeah. All right, my homies, have a good one, and
Great day, Leo.
Leo.
Hasta luego, hermano.
Big up, Leo.
Sorry, Ash, I rudely cut you off there. Carry on.
No, it makes sense. Big up Leo, man. Every time. No, I was wanting to piggyback on what Kubo was saying about he's not too sure on what the direction of Spurs is, and understandably, but I'm gonna try and make sense of it logically, which I think I did mention.
Oh, you're serious?
I'm gonna try. I don't think it's gonna be the correct
because I don't think they know what they're doing. So if this is great.
I know. I mean, we've signed a new director of football in Lange in October of last year, and I think since he's come in, there's been some criteria that he has to meet, in my opinion. And I did touch on it, and so did Jose as well. And I think some of the main priorities for every signing that we bring in from here on, because Ange could be here today, gone tomorrow. So this needs to be clear and precise, and we need to know what direction we're moving. And that's to improve, number one, in my opinion, the attacking output in the way we create and finish chances. That would be, for me, if I was sporting director and looking for players to bring in for whatever manager, it has to be a front-footed player, attacking style player, that it doesn't matter if Ange is here or he's gone tomorrow, a different manager comes in, they're going to be able to create chances, not just in one way, but more than one way as well. So diversifying the way we create and finish chances. Number two, for me, would be provide depth in defense, because we really have a lot of talent in that area, but someone that could upskill and have a competent, a technical ability on the ball, as well as being able to defend off the ball as well. So those are two things I would say. Number three, I said it before, raise the height of the team, especially in defensive areas, in terms of set pieces, like knowing how to defend set pieces. I thought we suffered last season because we had Porro, who's quite short. We had other players that were quite short, and we kind of suffered not having Kane in that area to win defensive headers. Even though Richarlison was there at certain times, he was injured for a lot of the season. So we had a high issue in terms of set pieces where we were losing a lot of jewels in that area. So those are the three areas. Number four for me, to look for the future talents aged between 18 and 25. I would say even lower than 18 as well, because we're bringing in better quality in the academy, and that way we can kind of either sell those young players coming through, or they can come in to the actual squad and improve our starting lineup. So signing like elite players, I wouldn't say world class, but elite top level players into the academy age between 16 and 18 and maybe younger, and then 18 and 25 to kind of bring down the overall age of the academy. And then number 5, I would say maybe the homegrown, criteria for Europe. So we're going to be in Europe for the next however many seasons. I think that would be another criteria as well. I think there's other priorities, but those are the 5 main as well, 5 main priorities. But another point I would say to add on to that would be to reduce the squad. So we don't always have this issue where we're having to get rid of 15, 20 players. We have a smaller squad with more quality that can leave more a permanent improvement on the side. If you've got too many players, you might have an unhappy squad. So I think the idea moving into this season, we haven't seen this amount of players moving out in one season, in my opinion. And if we do that correctly, that should in turn create pathways for the youngsters coming through that are going to be talented. I'm not talking about this particular crop of youngsters, but I'm just saying moving forward, that should be our priorities. And maybe logically, that's why I see Spurs doing. I could be wrong. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
big up,
I think it's
Martin.
interesting. Oh, sorry, just to add to that as well. I think interesting point about reducing the squad size, because if our academy keeps going recently, it's not a problem to just bring in some youngsters when we're having a bit of an injury crisis, is it? It's not quite such an alarming drop off, because we know they're going to be playing the kind of football that Ange expects to play anyway. That's running through the entire club now. So long term, is quite a good strategy. Brings down the wage bill as well. Also opens up the door for these youngsters to come through. There is a pathway to get into the first team. Just have to be a little bit patient again. It's that word.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why I said long term. Short term, I don't know. Right.
Yeah. Good to see you, Martin. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. All right.
Good. Where's the wall? What's going on?
I'm downstairs in the aircon. It's in the 40s today, so I'm not going to sit and suffer up there just for the wall.
Wow, it's 40. My sister's in what's that beach? Ocean Beach in Ibiza today. Over at Ocean Beach, and she said it's bloody boiling there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, good to see
I'm
you.
sorry,
anyway.
your sister's on holiday in Ibiza and she's complaining. She wants us to care.
She's actually not complaining.
I'm so sorry. It's so hot for you over there. You poor thing.
And she's paid VIP, so they've basically got this massive bed on the beach, and they just get bought drinks non-stop all day. I know. Cry more. And we get left here with the psycho dog. That's just our life. That's what happens. But,
Hey man, it's nice. Okay, stop calling Jim names. You're my man, Jimbo.
Martin, we were just talking about. Well, obviously, we were talking about Spurs and the fact that we've very little movement in the transfer market. All of a sudden, we seem to have gone Project Youth, but we're not bringing in the experienced players to go with it at the moment. Are you concerned about Tottenham with the season not that far away?
I'll always be concerned as a Spurs fan and signings. We're not really known for getting it right. I do look at this youth, and I say with Ange, he's always said he does the youth. Last year, he just went against the grain for whatever reason. He says they're not ready and all that, but I don't know everyone else, but what we see, they don't look too bad to me. Yeah, pre-season and under 23s and all that in the Premier League, but if you don't put them in, you can't say they ain't ready if they haven't played. You don't know. Give them 2 or 3 games. If they ain't, you proved your point. If they flourish, then you've got it right again. So it's a win-win for him to pick the best ones out. You can't throw them all in, but as far as the signings are going, I wasn't concerned with the Euros, and the Copa America, but I think now all that's gone. We've had a week away from that, and there's nothing. Yeah, we're starting to get back to normal now and realise. And says he's got a couple coming in, but what does that mean? Does that mean another 18-year-old? Does that mean, you know? And so I'm all up for the young uns that we're buying. They look quite good. But then the ones that you've put on contracts to keep at the club and do all this, a 21-year-old, 19, 20, then you're putting 18-year-olds straight in front of them, don't quite make sense to me. But I get it, but I'd like to see a couple. If we just make 2 class signings, it'll shut us all up. But if you're going to make 3 or 4 average signings, we're all going to sit here for the rest of the season moaning, aren't we?
We'll put it
What
this way,
happens,
Martin.
if one of those signings actually comes to blow up and we get lucky? Do we finally start giving our scouting department credit? Because it seems like for years they've been getting it wrong. You know, our highest priced players ends up being one of our biggest flops of all time. In an age where so much information is available on players, all the way down to their dating life, everything you can know about these guys, not just their abilities, but their mentality, how they interact with other players, how they're going to integrate into a squad, what their basic work rate is, and yet we still get it wrong.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with a win-win. If they don't work out, he says, I told you so. If they do work out, he looks like a genius.
Yeah.
So
I mean, let's be fair. If we brought in 2 worldies, let's say something amazing happened and we signed 2 absolute class players.
Worldies and worldies are different things.
No, I'm talking real, actual worldies that,
you're going for it, are you?
We gazumped Arsenal and we gazumped Liverpool and got 2 absolute class players. It still won't shut up the Tottenham fan base. They'll still be finding things to moan about.
Exactly. It's exactly what I would say, Kate, because there's going to be players that rate those people and there's going to be ones that say, nope, they're option Bs or they're past their prime or they're not going to contribute to the squad or they don't fit Angie's system.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. I mean, we'll have to see, but I'm finding it more and more. With every day that goes by, I'm finding it more and more concerning. I'm not going to lie. And on that note, I need to say welcome back, AJ. And I need to say, Jimbo, come on. You're the most positive human on the planet. Tell us why we shouldn't be worrying.
Well, first I want to say hello to Coover and Bobby, because it's lovely to see them back on screen, be on screen with them. And hope you both doing well. And obviously Martin. Hello to Martin.
Only you can bring us out of retirement, Jim.
Hello, mate.
See, Kate, not you, Jim.
I know, according to Coover.
She's name dropped enough, man. You got to have a couple too, right? Who cares when she's going about Mickey and Ledley and Ozzy and blah, blah, blah. You just say, yeah, but I'm with Bobby and Coobs. I'm with Coov and the Kang. And then like people are like, wow. Who are they?
So come on, Jim. Why shouldn't we be worried?
Yeah, I'm not worried at all. I mean, just everyone needs to take a chill pill. I mean, the Euros has just ended. It's going to take. They've obviously been working on deals. Look at
Me?
Jose said. Jose said that Højbjerg just come out the blue. He's going to Marseille, and Gray was out the blue, just come in. So let's just let them do their stuff and see what happens. You know, it's so easy just to jump on the bandwagon and start slagging everyone down. We need to just take a step back and just let things flow. I think I see the thing is with me is I've got a lot of trust in Ange, and I don't think that Levy will be able to mug him off as much as everybody says he will. I don't think Ange will stand for it. I think that he's laid down his rules with him when they've had their meetings, and I think that you can shake your head. I think that he knows where they both know where they stand with each other, and I think we get the people in. Maybe I've got too much faith. I don't know.
The thing is, Jimbo, it's not that I don't. I've got a lot of trust in Ange, but I haven't got a lot of trust in Levy, and that's what worries me.
Yeah, but
it's
the
not
thing you got to look right that we've got the money coming in now. Right? We've got all this money coming in from the different projects we're doing. There's no reason for us not to spend to start building on the team, and I think that he will do because ultimately we're a football club. I mean, and Levy knows that he's a Spurs supporter, so I just think just give it a bit of time. I said this summer, and I'm going to stick to my guns. At the end of the summer, if things ain't the same, and then I'll have a different say on it.
Well, there you go. I'm with Daniel. The Euros isn't really an excuse. The slowness in getting deals done. Tottenham are slow every year to do business.
Yeah.
The Euros ain't on every year, so what's the excuse? Bloody hell, the cat just bit me.
No, that's wrong though, Kate, because we wasn't slow on the last summer window. We got people in early. We had a few deals done pretty quick. So
I think Kate wants good people though.
See, the thing is, they might have been there to do some work behind the background, but if the players are not there, right, there's not much you can do, is there?
Yeah, but it's not done through the players. It's through their agent. The agent is the
Players still
go-between.
needs to go and talk to the manager, talk to the club. They still need to have contact with each other. So you can use it as an excuse.
I think
Go on.
I think it is like because we were told that we've been doing talking since the start of as soon as the season was ended. Like Andrew was asked about, what are the plans moving forward, and he said, "Oh, it's all been done. Like literally, all of our targets, everyone we want, the strategy. I'm happy with it, and like we're gonna move on things fast. Even if we don't get our number one target or our number two target, I want things done quickly, and I want things done before we go on the summer tour. So I think that's where people's patience were a little bit thin, as a mixed kind of messaging going on. And then also the fact that Manchester United shouldn't really look at other clubs, but Man United straight away, soon as Netherlands got knocked out, they brought in Xerxes. Do you know what I'm saying? Like literally the following day, it was like, wait, how come we can't do that? The following day, we can't, get on the phone and have onto an agent. At the moment, it's like loads of rumors. There's nothing like in advanced talks or. Do you see what I'm trying to say? They got Xerxes done. They got the young kid Euro done as well from Lyon. So that's 2 players. And then now Ugarte's agreed personal terms with them. We haven't agreed any personal terms with anyone. So they've got like 3 players now already.
I thought we did with Eze. Sorry,
Eze at the moment. Apparently,
no, I thought that we had spoken to him about terms and stuff like that. And it was just
I think it's done deal.
that was one of the reports that was over here.
The latest is Liverpool interested. That's the latest thing I'm reading right now.
Yeah, and
but the thing is, though, it's interesting because what I said earlier is Tottenham are doing things, but they're just not being open about it, and you're not finding the leaks like you do with other clubs. With the Man United ones, we knew about Man United because the leaks were coming out, and you know what Man United are going for. But
sorry, Jose,
Tottenham,
but they're not leaks. They're information saying we've signed this player.
No. When people, the leaks, I'm saying people, right? Xerxes is signed now, but Xerxes was known about 2 weeks beforehand before he signed. With Tottenham, the leaks are not coming out, and all of a sudden it's happening. Archie Gray within 24 hours. Yeah, Archie Gray, sorry, within 24 hours. I said earlier, for the people that missed it, I said that with Højbjerg going, everyone was saying, what I said, Bobby, earlier is you got the ITKs are spreading, walking around with AK-47s and spraying bullets and hoping that one hits. Because at the end of the day, if you believe everything the ITKs were saying, Højbjerg was going to Galatasaray, or he was going to Atletico Madrid, or he was going to Fulham. Yesterday, it comes out he's going to Marseille. It's a done deal. So Tottenham's business is being done quietly. They're doing stuff, but the whole world is not getting to hear about it, and a lot of that is frustrating.
I was going to say, doesn't that
fans.
cause the frustration though?
Yeah,
because here we are wanting to see what's going to
yeah.
happen, see if
Yeah.
fans is actually backed or not, right?
Yeah, it causes frustration for the fans, but at the end of the day, nobody knows our business at the moment because that's the way that we're operating.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable though? To us as fans to be held in the dark?
It is if we get one of Kate's worldies in, we'll all go, don't matter.
If,
all good.
If butts and what is it?
If spats and monkey nuts.
Hey, what do you eat, Kate? Monkey nuts.
My sister says if spats and coconuts, so either one works. It's entirely up to you. Whether you want monkey nuts or coconuts is your choice. But that's the thing.
Indian man?
Bobby's happy as long as it's got butts in it.
Yeah.
The thing is, that's
Actually,
right.
I'm more of a booty guy, Goose. You should know that.
If we're keeping our business keeping all the rumours under our belt of the dealings we're doing, and then we come out and sign like we did with Van der Vaart, came out of the blue and no one knew what was going on. But what happens is there's all these whispers and we're linked to everyone, and then we sign no one, or we sign some kid we've never heard of for the future. That's what worries me, because if Ange starts the season with this squad, he's banging trouble as far as I'm concerned, because we've shown the dip in form at the end of last season. And if we don't get reinforcements, I just can't see it changing, in which case then you're looking at another manager getting sacked. And I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but that's how I see it at the moment. It's quite concerning.
It's supposed to be a happy charity stream.
Sorry, Bobby.
I thought it was supposed to be like a happy charity stream and stuff. Like, come on, like 45 minutes because I got to take these kids to a damn football tournament today. And I get to go spend time, a quality day with my children and yell at, inspire other children to do well on the field. Yay.
Maybe we need you as Tottenham manager, Bobby.
No, I don't even know what I'm doing with these damn kids.
Well, you got coach of the year.
Oh, that's only because I know the owners of the league. I'm not going to lie. I Man City that stuff.
But Bobby, what we was talking about that we wanted your view on was someone mentioned Jonathan David. I can't remember who it was.
You know what? Before the Copa, I would have definitely said Jonathan David, but I thought that Jonathan David was just a minor upgrade over Richie. But for the money that he would have cost, was at 40 to 45, and Saudi was offering 60 for Richie, it was just more of a kind of let's take the money out. Ashton looks like a Zoom call for retirement.
Oh, dear Steve D. Thank God you've got Ashton.
I still look like a young man.
Retirement home. Thanks very much, Steve.
Drop in.
But I lost my train of thought now. I was looking at that. Steve,
you took about Jonathan David.
Yeah, he's I think he's a minor upgrade on Richie, but from what I saw in the Copa, he was absolutely horrible. So does that equate to when he comes up on a big stage, he doesn't have it, which we've already seen in players in the past with us? He was very disappointing. Very disappointing to the Copa.
Something about Kane.
I never said that. I never name drop. I don't do that, Ash. Right? Kate.
I can assure you I am not Ange out, despite Dragon D's nuts stirring. I really am not. Can't sign.
You still Arteta in, right?
Shut up, Bobby K. Just stop it, you bitch. Can't sign anyone with a name like Jonathan David, too bland. If it was Jonathan David Double Barrel Garincha Losfino, get him in.
Is he available?
I can't believe Lenny's still awake. He was on through Sava's stream for most of the conversation too.
Yeah, he's a bit worse for wear. He's had a few drinks, I think.
Nice.
No, but I think Emity Cabernet might still be available if he hasn't been snapped up. I think he could still be available.
Yeah, be 11th hour signing that one.
Yeah, I mean, Angus, obviously the Arsenal fan Angus, always says, I don't know why we're not going in for any Celtic players. I am a little bit shocked that Ange hasn't gone in there and tried to get any, considering the success he had with Celtic. Ash, do you think it's a case of he doesn't think they're good enough for the Premier League, or just because he's got too much respect for Celtic, or what do you think it is?
I think like when he went to Celtic, he had an idea of what they needed and bought according to that level, if that makes sense, compared to the competition that they had around them. I thought when he come to Tottenham and he's gone to the Premiership, he had a look and he's thinking, I might need a different type of level of quality. So, for example, when he was at Celtic, he bought a player from League One who plays on their right-hand side. I forgot his name now. So annoying because it's a good example. Let me see if I can find his name. But I think he's done the same with us going to the Championship and buying Archie Gray for a similar type of player. The name's guy is Matt O'Reilly. That's his name.
Matt O'Reilly. Yeah, he's going to Italy now. Napoli won him, don't they?
Napoli do want him, yeah. So Matt O'Reilly, obviously at the time, he was playing in the League One. I think it was it MK Dons? I can't remember what team he was playing for, but he was playing for a League One side, and he bought him, and obviously he thrived. So my thinking is he's looking at Archie Gray, similar, taking him from the Championship, and hopefully he can do what, I know it's a different position, but in terms of quality, he can do what Matt O'Reilly did for us, but in a Spurs shirt. And I just think, yeah, I wanted a few players. I thought Kyogo might work as a 9 because he obviously did well at Celtic. He looked really tidy. technical as well. And then also Mateta as well. I thought he played well in that Maddison role. He was combative, but also creative. So those are the two players I thought, oh, maybe we could steal them off Celtic. But maybe he just sees it like, it's like, what's the word for it? Horses for courses. So he's literally looked at the team and he's like, these players work for Celtic, but I need the equivalent for the Premiership.
Can I ask, would you also think, no, when he goes with his staff, he always has new ones. He doesn't take any of the old. Do you think that's a part of his thinking towards as well? He won't take old players. He wants to do everything, a new project.
That's a good point. But he has brought back the same staff members that he's worked with from Hibs, hasn't he? They got sacked from Hibs and he's brought those back in.
He didn't work with them though, Ash.
Huh?
He didn't work with them previously though.
I thought he worked with at least one of them.
No. The two that were at Hibs, they managed out in Australia as well for some other teams in Australia.
Yes,
But they weren't with Postecoglou.
I
They were successful in Australia and then went to Hibernian.
And yeah, your point has legs then. The point has legs. So maybe, yeah, he doesn't want to go back to his exes.
Yes, I'm saying it might be just like, as I say, he has a little philosophy and he just sticks to it, whether it's the best thing or the worst thing. I think he just does things his own way.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Do you know what we were talking about earlier, guys? It's just come up now. We've only, so with Ndombele, we ripped up his contract. Sessegnon and Tanganga, we didn't renew, so they've gone on freeze. All the other players that we've got rid of this season, Charlie Sayers, Kieran Morgan, Han Wolfhoff King, Billy Heaps, and Theo Adelusi were all on freeze because we didn't renew their contracts. We've sold 3 players, and the 3 players we've sold have netted us 34 million. So it's more than what we said earlier.
Yeah.
So we've got Højbjerg, Rodon, and Parrott have netted us 34 million.
That's a lot for us, isn't it?
Yeah, ain't bad. Big up Steve D. Thank you for the donation as well. Over on the Just Giving page, much appreciated. Just talking quickly from about Ange. Does anyone else think he's put on a hell of a lot of pudding?
Yeah, he's had a good summer.
He has, hasn't he? I said to Jim, wait till the
He's been out
stress.
of bed on belly all summer.
I reckon he is. He is. I mean, I love Ange. He's a big cuddly bear, but he has put on a bit of pud.
He's eating McDonald's. He's eating McDonald's in your other room, isn't he?
I think he's starting to look like you, Coobs.
Yeah, he's honed himself. I'm impressed. Yeah.
His missus must be one of them.
I said to Jim, watch the pounds fall off when we start and we ain't winning games, and he's pulling his hair out literally to look even more like
if it's a good statue to start with, a proper artist doesn't chisel away at it, they add to it.
That's a very good analogy there. But yeah, it is the Barbie season, of course. So he must have been eating some pies and some burgers and some sausages and God knows what else. But yeah, why not? Let him enjoy himself, big old Ange. Don't mean to fat shame him. But I just happened to notice as you do.
Lenny. Look at Lenny's 2 more down.
What's it? Ellie's been feeding him, or that one.
Souvlaki Postecoglou.
She probably has. But yeah, so
to be fair, you just gotta stay 2 nights at Ellie's and you'd gain 2 stone.
Yeah, you only had to walk in Ellie's house and I put on half a stone.
Yeah, probably, yeah, that's true.
It smelled amazing, but listen, we're just gonna have to wait and see. I looked on David Ornstein, I looked on Fabrizio Romano. Doesn't look like there's anything happening with Spurs. Man United seem to be the team doing the best business at the minute. I mean, I remember, I think last week, Jimbo, I was on here and I said that West Ham have agreed personal terms with that Tabido, is it? Tabido. Yeah, well, and I said that'll never happen. It looks like he's going to Juventus, I think it is.
Yeah, he's not going to West Ham.
No, because they agreed a fee, but not personal terms. That's what it was. But the player doesn't want to go West Ham, so
we're looking at tomorrow now from AC Milan, apparently.
Oh, are they?
That's
Villa,
what it is.
I saw the Villa fans say about Onana. Is that happened? I know they were linked.
He's passed the medical, so they've agreed a fee, passed the medical. So they're going to have Ross Barkley. They've got in. They're going to have Nana, and they've also got Sammy Junior Ilin from Juventus as well, the youngster.
Wow.
So that's the three they've got in so far. So to add to their midfield, they already had Kamara, they had what's his face? Ramsey, and they've got the Scottish guy, McGinn. Yeah,
Wow.
so they've got like Tillemans as well. So if you look at that midfield, they've got a lot of combative players, and then they've got players that can also score goals and do damage. And they're linked to the Celso.
Yeah, what I'm quite impressed with how Villa are doing things is they know something like Douglas Luiz has to go. There's no messing about. They just agree a good fee, off he goes, instantly get the replacement in. There's no messing about period. There's no waiting till the last day of the transfer window and then a panic buy, like certain other clubs I can think of.
Whoever you referring to,
what clubs are you thinking of, Kuva? Yeah, what ones are you referring to, mate?
PSG.
Ange ate all the pies, Lou. Yeah, that's about right. Bless him. And yeah, Ange taking his coaching logics to the all-day buffet. We never stop. I love it. As far I haven't seen anything about Arsenal, and I haven't seen Calafiori's holding up the Arsenal shirt yet. So I'm not saying anything until I see him holding up the Arsenal shirt, and it's 100% done.
Angus, it's only 99.7.
Yeah, that 0.03% I'm holding on to. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens with Tottenham. I miss the days of the last gasp Van der Vaart signings and stuff.
The best one was when a German fella turned up in a Volkswagen Beetle and no one knew.
Jurgen.
Up when Jurgen turned up, yeah. That was the best buy.
Well, Lewis Holtby.
Lewis Holtby. I mean, Kuva, you're sounding a little bit disgruntled with it all. Can you see us signing someone like Ivan Toney, or do you think?
I've said this time, first time in my life, the transfer window comes up, and I'm not anticipating anything. I'm not going to speculate on anyone. I'll just have an opinion on whoever does come in, because there is one thing I've finally learned after about 50 years of following the club, and that's that we don't ever get who I want us to get. It'll be somebody else. So I'll just see what happens. It's pointless. I mean, can talk about Eze, can talk about Tony all day long. I bet we end up with somebody entirely different.
Yeah. A massive big up to my niece who's donated. She messaged me and she went, "I've donated, Auntie Kate, but I don't want any of the football stuff." So big up, Amelia. Thank you for donating.
So change Amelia's name to Bobby K then.
You're already in, Bobby. You've already donated.
No, just in the draw. You feel free to double up. I don't mind.
I bet that's not the first time you've said that, Bobby K. You can feel free. I got no problem with you doubling up.
Everybody likes more chocolate.
I have to say, at 4:30, this stream will end and it jumps over to the next stream, because you can only stream so many hours at a time.
Yes.
So
no way. We're staying here. We're not quitters.
Yeah. You can leave us, but we won't abandon you, Kate.
You can stay there and chat away to each other as much as you like.
She's your roast dinner, and everyone will just.
Yeah. Well, we just had our McDonald's live on stream, so there we go. And for anyone that hasn't donated,
that's so pikey.
I know, but please know, I actually wore a Richarlison shirt today for an hour against my will, just for charity. Look, and that is a big thing for me because I don't even like Richarlison. So sometimes we have to do.
Yeah, but that's why it's just, at least with the name on the back, it's one more name you can drop, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's where I had Richarlison on my back, couldn't I?
Exactly. You should. You know what, Kate? You should. In fact, you should get other people that come on your streams to wear like kits with names on them and stuff, and you can name drop, right?
I should get Micky to come on with a kit. I was going to get Micky to come on with a shirt with Kate on the back. That'd be pretty cool. But anyway.
She just can't help herself. It's like she expects us to come on here and talk about football. We're supposed to behave, yet she can't help herself.
If you're going to go there, if you're going to go there, I think you really spice it up and just say, should be Micky coming on with Kate on his back.
Literally. Yeah. Come on, Mickey. You want to put on a show? Piggyback her into the show.
Oh dear, I
Next
don't want to
intro
kill
should
him.
be you running in with her on your.
I don't want to kill the poor sod. He's only little. I'd absolutely squish him. Holtby's still active. Second Bundesliga, 33-year-old.
Yeah,
actually
right.
picked up form last season. Maybe there.
Probably won a trophy.
Yeah, probably. I've just got a private message, Bobby, saying you've got to leave. Are you deserting us?
I am. I have to. I should have left about. Well, I should have started getting ready 10 minutes ago. We got to leave in about 12 minutes. So yeah, they got a tournament thing today. I don't even have the schedule, so I don't know how many games they have to play. I just know that Jay's first game is at 12:30 and 12:30 our time, and Christian's game is at 2 our time. So if they're done, and I might be back by 9 p.m. your time. What time does this go till your time?
This goes on until 10:30.
10:30 your time. So I might be back hopefully to help wrap up if there's space in here and help you get that final push there. Where are we at in terms of numbers? Do you know? Is there an update for everybody before you switch to the next screen? Let's get an update,
Thank you very
shall we?
much. Thank you very much to Martin Knightsbridge for the generous donation as well. With super chats as well, we're on about 400 quid.
Nice.
So we're
What's
moving
the
on
target?
up. Well, the target originally was £500. That was my target. And Jim went, how much does it cost for a bench? And I said 1,800. He said, put it as 1,800 because if it doesn't happen, at least you've aimed higher. So that's what I've done.
Yeah, makes sense.
Isn't that typical Spurs though? Isn't that typical Spurs though, aiming for the bench?
It's a good bench though, Cooper. It's a good bench.
No, that's just what our scouting department's doing. Aiming for the bench, they're buying players for the bench. But I will catch up to you guys all soon.
Yeah, Bobby, we'll be here. But,
what happens when we don't spend time together? See, we're losing our sync.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Okay,
Plus,
we'll
of course, with my skin color, I'm trying to blend in with the wall behind me.
That's why I wore this shirt. I figured I'd blend in with the people that are on here.
but Bobby, I hope the kids do well today.
Thank you very much.
And,
yeah.
I'm sure we'll see you later.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody in the chat, please donate. Everybody here, great to see you. Appreciate you supporting this cars. Great to see you all. Jim, Jose, Ash.
Ciao.
What's that, Martin?
Hasta luego, amigo.
AJ, I don't even know if AJ's here or is it just his picture?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
Hey, AJ speaks. Hey, buddy, what's happening? Your icon, wasn't it? Didn't you have that beautiful little dog there?
He had his face earlier.
Yeah.
We saw his actual face, the face of
Face
beauty.
for radio.
He has a face?
He has a face, yeah. Breaking
Where's
news.
your mother would have?
Oh, okay. When I come back, can we play Guess What AJ Looks Like?
Yes.
Wicked. Save the game. Good luck,
Actually,
guys.
have a set of Guess Who out.
Yeah, why not? Or we could everybody just have blank pieces of paper and your pen, and everybody draw what we think AJ looks like.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
We can do an artist conception drawing like they do with the police sketches and stuff. And then, Kate, being the gracious host that she is, will be in charge of judging. And since she knows what AJ really looks like, she'll have to say, what's the closest?
Forget the pen and pencil. Use MS Paint. Fantastic results on that.
There we go. You heard it here first.
See you guys all in a bit. Good luck with the
See you
stream.
later,
Come on, guys,
Bye,
get those
Bobby.
numbers in there, okay? Everybody
Take
help
care,
out.
mate.
Good to see everybody. Cheers.
See you later, Bobby. Right, Nick had a good idea. He said what we should all do is write down who we think's going to do what next season, and then when the season's over, we can go back and see how close we were to who did what.
You mean in the league or as players?
What?
In the league, who's good in the league, or as in what players are going to do well?
No, in the the first one's who's going to win the Premier League, who's going to win the UEFA Cup, who's going to win the Champions League, that sort of thing. Because we all say, I kind of knew that.
Jim Tottenham's going to win all of them.
Well, yeah, it'd be easy for Jim because I can just write
Is it
Spurs.
just Spurs?
Even next to the Champions League,
I think we're going to win.
That's crazy talk. We're not going to win the Champions League this season.
No.
Jim thinks so.
I thought you dropped out the Europa and went into the Champions League.
Lenny Mack said, Kate, is an AJ better than a BJ? Brendan John and asked me to ask you and Jim. I refuse to answer such inappropriate questions. Breaking news, Conor Gallagher wants to join Atletico Madrid. Good. As long as he's not Tottenham, that's fine with me. Jimbo, I'm going to come to you first. Who wins the Premier League next season?
Tottenham.
Right, now, realistically, who wins the Premier League next?
Tottenham.
Okay.
Yeah, ask for my opinion.
Two for Tottenham.
Okay, so Jim says Spurs. Jose, who are you going with? Ooh, he's thinking.
Say it. He's going.
Are you muted? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I bring that down. It's because the dog started barking, so I thought, shit, I've got to keep quiet. I think it's going to be a lot tighter this year. I don't think there's going to be. It's going to be tighter. I don't want to say one of the teams. Fuck it. I'm going to say Tottenham. I don't want to say Arsenal. I don't want to say Man City, and I don't want to say Liverpool.
Wow, Spurs, two for Spurs. Now I'm going to go to someone with a bit of common sense. Ash. Who's winning the league next year?
Please say Tottenham.
City will win it. City will win the league. I think. I think with Spurs, we're making up a 25-point gap.
That's right. We are making up 24 points.
That's
right.
right.
Glad you said that.
We'll
clip it. We're clipping it. We're making a 24-point gap. Yeah, we'll clip it.
And yeah, you can clip it if you want. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to claw that. I think it's a massive gap. I haven't seen anything that, in my opinion, respectfully to you guys, that proves or demonstrates that we're going to make that gap any smaller or close or bridge the gap or whatever you want to call it. I can't see it. I'm a bit of a slow burner in that sense.
Yeah.
But if we get some senior, more experienced players that can improve the starting 11 in the forward line, because I think that's where we need to improve the most. If Ange ball is to work more effectively, then yeah, we can probably bridge the gap. But at the moment, I'm seeing Man City win the league. I don't see Arsenal doing them either. I haven't seen them progress too much. I know they're linked with Calafiori, but again, they still got a bit to do as well.
But remember, I did say that I said Tottenham because I don't want to say any of the other teams.
That's still not an excuse.
Oh, it is.
I think we're going to win it. Yeah, let's get that out there.
Kate, you only asked who's going to win it. You didn't say how to justify it.
No, that's true. Cougar Bear, who's going to win it?
Tottenham.
Get in there, Cougar.
Oh my God, I love it.
To be fair, I put a bet on us winning every competition we're going to enter that each season, no matter what.
Well, it's surely one day it's got to come in.
Exactly. That's all the lottery. It's sort of, one or the other.
Yeah.
Which is it going to be first?
Hey, Uva, how many years have you been doing that for? And how much have you been putting down? Because I want to calculate how much.
Oh, he's 50 grand in debt.
I've had to downsize the house, that's for sure. I used to live in Buckingham Palace. I'm now in a shed in Darlington. Yeah. I generally put on like a £5 for doing the domestic treble. And it's just a bit of fun because
good luck to you.
Yeah, and then like filter it down like £1 on each thing. Only tiny amounts. It's just for a bit of fun. Gives me interest throughout the season.
I do exactly the same, Cougar.
Yeah,
not big amounts, just small amounts.
Someday we're going to win something, and I'll get a fraction of my money back, and then who's laughing?
But you can boast. You can boast when you do.
That's right.
Yeah. Martin, who's winning the league?
I'd love to be in everyone else's camp and be all up there, and I would love it. But I can't see past Pep really at the minute. I don't know why. You try to think not, but I don't want to say they're not down the road either. Even if I think it, I wouldn't admit it. So,
is this Pep's
with him.
last season?
I think it will be, which is exactly why I'm going to choose City, because I think it'll be Pep's last.
He'll go out with a bang if he's going. Yeah, I agree.
So,
or stop him going out with a bang.
I heard that's not leaving. I heard he's not leaving.
Maybe that is the bang.
You've heard he's not leaving, Ash?
Yeah, I've heard that he's not leaving.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that's what I heard, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I heard bull.
Well, yeah, there are the 115 pending charges as well, but I don't see City getting in real. Yeah. No, nor me. I don't see it happening.
As well as FFP.
They're going to embarrass the Premier League, mate, and come out smelling of roses, and it's going to make a mocker of it all, and it's all just going to be a massive meltdown.
Yep, I agree.
And everyone's just going to go, right, they done this, they done that, and it's just going to go crazy. I just don't see them losing.
Yeah, they'll dismiss all the charges and then dock Everton another 12 points.
Yeah. AJ.
We want to go guilty from that point, wouldn't they? Everyone's just go, I didn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. AJ, who's winning the league for you next year?
Still too early to say, really. Most clubs haven't finished doing their business. Tottenham have done hardly any, probably won't do anything. So realistically, logic would dictate that City would win the title. I see Arsenal falling away. I'd second by a bigger gap than last season. Third, maybe even. Jose, when your dog started barking, my dog woke up out his bed and started walking around looking for it.
Oh, that's so cute.
I was like, what are you doing, you idiot? Go back to sleep.
Well, he'd have to be looking for them because I've got 2 German Shepherds. So they were both barking.
Bruce, German Shepherds, bigger than you.
I love German Shepherds. They're gorgeous. I'm going to whiz over to the other link. Jimbo, are you going to have a shower? Did you put?
I'm going to have a quick shower and I'll be back. I only be 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
10 minutes that long? What are you doing?
He's got to wash his willy. It takes about 10 seconds.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Lower the time.
There goes the charity.
I've got to lower the phone. It's a charity stream. It's been far too serious. I've got to chuck in the odd rude joke every now and again.
Put a camera in the shower. Let's all have a laugh.
That would be funny.
And do you know what? I wouldn't really care if there was.
No, I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. But yeah, I think everyone's got the link if you want to come over to the next one. Because this one's going to shut off any minute. So everyone in the chat will automatically be redirected to the new one. It's weird. I don't understand why you can't just stream for as long as you want, but you can't. It's against the rules for StreamYard. So will I see you all over the other one?
Yeah, I'll come over.
I'll shoot off.
Okay.
I'll and keep doing the good work.
Will do. Thank you so much for coming on, Ash.
Thanks, Ash.
And Jose, much love to you both. And yeah,
Thank you.
I'll see everyone else on the other side.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
I'm going to have a bit of a break. I'll have a bit of a break, but hopefully I'll join you again soon.
All right.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
See you in a bit. Right, I'm going to end it here. Everyone go over to the next.